Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Bear. How you doing?
Pretty good for Tuesday. I was just reminding myself to thank Malking again next time I see them. Somewhere in the chat for that awesome intro. Sure does get the murder vibe going.
It does. Who did it for you?
Mocking Media.
Oh, nice. Very
They do,
nice.
yeah.
Yeah.
They're a small parody humor account. They do like their big thing is like these little shorts that used to be like searching for Netflix movies, but they would be all about whatever you're searching for. It would be like a little commentary on the kind of person. Like,
Okay.
I'll have to show you one. Yeah. And now they do like mocking media interviews where the bird actually interviews somebody and they take the clips of what people say and actually do an interview. It's pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good stuff. I
But
like
it's
it.
all totally dripping snark. It's sarcastic humor, like parody, and it's
Oh, great.
it's pretty lit. But as far as video and production, like they are fantastic. They do
Yeah, they got
memes
some
and
good
stuff. They they did a
programs.
Times news cover for when the Depp trial was on Isaac the artist. That was just like brilliant. It was just like it looked just like a Time cover. It's like they're very exact, very very exact in their art. It was like gorgeous. Well, anyway, they're
Cool.
a friend. They're a friend. Their account. They're a YouTube buddy. Our channels came out about the same time, the same month in February of a year and a half ago. And,
Oh, interesting.
yeah.
Interesting.
So we've
Well,
known
good
each other.
morning, everybody.
Hey,
You
Bearded.
guys ready for some crime and law and objections?
Sandra says, I love turtles hunting for ninjas. Roof ninjas. I was trying to explain to Chris. He never knew anything about the trial last night. He's like, you got 5 minutes. Give me the TLDR. I said, oh my God, it would take me 5 years. What are you talking about? 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Right. It's so as I'm telling him, he's going, what? Like what? Like it just gets crazier and crazier as you start to tell somebody the story. And he's just like this is all just stupid. It's like sounds like a TV melodrama. I said, yep, it sure does.
Yeah.
I said, just imagine. Yeah.
My Well, I hate to say best friend, she's like a sister to me. Deb is she was like, "I just okay, whatever, trial, blah, blah, blah," right? I've been
Mhm.
doing this for all this time with you. And then over the weekend, I think it was either Friday or Saturday, she watched the documentary on the Murdaughs, and
Mhm.
she comes back to me and goes, "Holy shit, Beck, these people are crazy." I'm like, "I
Exactly. It
know."
just keeps getting crazier and crazier.
Yep,
Yes. I don't know. I'm trying to think of what a good poll would be for today, but I'm like running out of stuff. Like the rebuttals, like I'm very curious about who he's bringing back for rebuttals or who new like might be coming. You can bring
yeah,
somebody new as long as it gets approved, as long as it directly relates something that was brought up, you know, that
right.
needs further explanation. But I think mostly it would be people that already spoke. But I mean, I would think one would be the forensic pathologist, right? Just to go back on
Yeah, Dr.
the
Riemer.
yeah, the top of the head theory, you know,
Yeah,
or may
I'm sorry, I just can't see how that happened like that with the patterns on the door and the a door jamb. I just can't
well, the
wrap my
problem
brain
is
around it.
the way it stuck out to me is like at least with Dr. Riemer, when she gave it, she just let the body speak, right? And then Kinsey came on and let the crime scene speak with it. Like they matched. The crime scene guy matched what Dr. Reimer said. But in this case,
Exactly.
their crime scene guy doesn't exactly match their forensic guy. And the forensic guy says, "Well, I can't speak about blood spatter on the door or anything because that's not my department." And then the guy starts speaking about it and he leaves a whole bunch of stuff out, like the shelves and everything being at a certain level and having blood spatter starting at like,
Exactly, exactly.
yeah. Hmm.
Spider-Man, you guys, Spider-Man was on the ceiling room the entire time in disguise as a feed room
Uh-huh.
ceiling,
Yeah.
and he walked, after somebody shot him from the outside, then Spider-Man got him
Hmm.
from the head. That's what happened. Put the
Hmm.
barrel on the top of his head against it, had him
Yeah.
hold still while he did it, and shot him from the ceiling. That's what
Well,
happened.
that's what I'm having trouble with is that the stipple and the burn marks and all of this, and now they're actually trying to ignore all of that and say it was like the gun was right against the skull when it happened. And I'm like, that's up close
Yeah.
and personal, you know. Although I
It
did really like
mm,
Mango's golf cart theory. I'm pretty sure that Alex was shooting Maggie from the golf cart, pretty sure. And that he could have been up close to that door with the golf court, but the body to get outside the door would have had to, how would he get back, like get in the golf cart and get away before the body fell if he did that
See,
second shot?
I don't think he was in the golf cart unless he tried to jump on it and run away after he shot Paul. But then why would
That's what I
he
mean. If
I
he
don't
was
know.
chasing Maggie with it, that could be why she brushed her leg got brushed up like against it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, he could have bumped her
Mhm.
with it, absolutely.
Yeah.
That
Um,
was the one thing that keeps eating at me is that whole leg thing, because it doesn't appear she was run over, but,
but she
there's
definitely
some
had
hard
contact with
mark
it.
from that tire,
Yeah,
yeah,
and the
and she
contact.
can't have, like
Mhm,
and it can't be from the back tires because the back tires are fully on the now here's the thing, I think people are getting shit confused here. Let me point this out because this has been bugging me. The golf cart versus the side by side. They have one of each.
mhm.
So I think people are confusing which one's which. What
Which
he took
one did they
down
have
there,
in the first video where he was with Paul in the field? The side by side or the golf cart?
that I don't know, but when they showed the picture of the front of the house, the golf cart was in front of the house. So if he actually rode that down there and back, which could be with the tracks that they found, you were talking about
Yeah,
those yesterday.
right. Mhm,
Um, because two of those tracks looked very similar, and they were very similar in width. But also underneath of the hangar, there's a side by side parked.
mhm,
So, and so I don't know. Some people were talking about the golf cart, and some people were talking about the side by side. But I think some people were confusing them. At first, I thought they only had one vehicle.
mhm.
And then it dawned on me, no, wait a minute, there was one under the hangar because everybody was
Yeah.
talking about it like a golf cart and the side-by-side were the same thing. So, anyways, I wanted to bring that up in case
No,
anybody was confused
because
about that.
I would think whatever they took out to the fields to look, at the sunflower fields and all of that, when he was out there looking at the trees with Paul, whatever that was
Mhm.
he was driving, I think that would be the thing that would be most available, like, right away. And that's where I think the guns are. That's why I'm asking you, because whatever in the back,
See,
like either in the back of the side by side or the back of the golf cart, because I believe they had the guns with them when they went running around in those fields.
yeah, the expert that I saw that reran it, I was telling you how he slowed it down to a walk,
Mm-hmm.
and it only took 49 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
That guy thinks that what he did in his instance was he believes that they were hidden in the back of the side by side
Well, that's
because
what,
it
and
has a lip on the back and it can, you can
that's
hide.
yeah, that's the vehicle then that they had in the field. Yeah, it's probably the same
Yes,
thing
and
that
I
I was.
believe that,
Yeah,
yes, because you don't take the golf cart out through a field; it's too low.
it's too
You
low,
know,
right?
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
you
So
can. I
I'm
mean,
thinking, and
golf course,
then
yeah, but not a
okay. So did the mark on her leg match the tire of the golf cart or the side by side? I think it matches the side
right.
by
That
side.
is my
Yeah,
question right now
I'll
because
bet you.
people are getting it mixed up.
I bet you it's the side by side, to tell you the truth, because that would be the thing that's right there that they had the guns in. That's what he's gonna jump in. And yep. Hey Pete. Good morning.
Um,
Good morning, Mary
do
Beth.
you know? Would he not get the vehicle covered in blood? Yes, Turtle, he would. He would. Um, I
You're
mean, maybe
right,
that would count
Turtle.
for some
That
of the
means
water.
he could not have been that close to her, could he? Although her
Nope.
shots weren't like Paul's. I would say if it was Paul, yes, absolutely. But her shots, right? Hmm. He
Yeah,
shot her
he
in the
wasn't freaking out anymore when he went to shoot her. Because, man,
right,
he
and
got her.
he
Besides the
could have.
leg shot, I think he was trying to get stomach shots on her. But he
Mhm.
got that leg shot and then the stomach shot. And then, the other, like somebody was aiming when they shot Maggie, for sure.
Oh no, I didn't say the guns. I didn't say him, Jin. I said the guns. Okay, so the
Yeah,
side
yeah,
by
yeah. The
side,
guns.
yeah. Good morning,
No,
Mark. Good morning, Liz. I'm not
not
trying to
hide
hide your
Alex,
butt
hide the
there, Jin.
guns, buddy. Leave the
No,
guns there.
no, he's not hiding any. Like, he doesn't. No, I meant the guns. The guns had to be somewhere, and the guns were active that day. Like that's so I'm trying to place the guns without having to run anywhere and find them at the kennel site. And I think that they're in one of those vehicles that he and Paul were driving around in. Oh, hold on.
Mhm.
Sorry.
You're fine.
Oh, I always forget to turn my notifications off.
Oh.
Yeah, I should be glad I got up on time and actually had some coffee. Like I was actually ready this morning. Believe it or not, people. Yes, I was ready. I was. I was.
Liz
Hey,
said
Rocky
usually,
Couch. Go.
"Hey, Rocket." Liz was saying that, where she lives, they call it, Polaris. But it also when it started out, I think Polaris was the first people to make it, so everybody started calling it that. But,
Mm-hmm. Well, good morning,
yeah,
Liz.
side by side and a golf cart are not the same thing at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Doesn't it sound, Mark? My cell phone actually sounds like a real old-fashioned phone, doesn't it? It kind of was, yeah. It reminded
Jen
me.
said,
It
"Change your"
did.
I looked at my
Mm-hmm.
phone. You guys are great.
Mm.
Oh, goodness
Oh, I
gracious.
can't, Jean. It sounds like a real phone. I know it does. I like it. I'm not changing it. You're gonna have to change yours. Change yours. I'm not
So
changing mine.
I'm gonna do a verbal poll because you can't type into the poll. You have to put
Why?
everything up. And this is too broad of a question. So
Wait.
the chat, give me 2 people you think they're gonna call back for the rebuttal.
Oh
What you
yeah,
guys
let's
think they're
talk
gonna I
that.
just want 2
Yes,
people
yes, 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 yes. Hmm.
because I'm really curious what everybody thinks about that.
2 different people. I say Dr. Riemer.
Okay.
I'm gonna put that in. Dr. Riemer and Kinsey.
Tinsley?
Kinsey.
Oh, Kinsey.
Kenneth Kinsey.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was the guy who did the crime scene. Like the guy who teaches everybody about the team. I think those two. Not
Yeah.
Mark Tinsley. Like that would just blow up the courtroom. Like they all don't like each other at all. Like just all you have to do is mention his name. There'll be daggers from everywhere. Hey, hold my beer. Nice to see you. Well, yeah. I see movement. Do you catch the movement of the little head down there every once in a while? It's like making me crazy. There's like somebody who works like the mics and stuff like that, and all you see is like the top of their head across the feed every once in a while, like just walking back and forth.
Yeah. Well, I'm on Law and Crime, so I'm watching like the Murdaughs and shit walk in. Well, they'd already walked in. I need to speak. I need to go.
Okay, so Kim's got information on the mark on the leg. I always go to Kim. Kim, good morning. I don't know. I'm not going to pressure you with a link, but you know you're welcome anytime, boo. You just tell me, and you would have a link in a second. But I know you're working this morning. Several experts have stated that mark on Maggie Murdaugh's legs matched the tread on a golf cart, not a Polaris. And good morning. Can't stay in chat today.
Thank you for that.
I thank you for that. Thank you for at least settling our little debate there. Thank you.
Hey, that mark on her leg.
Mm-hmm.
Where exactly was that again? Because I don't want to misremember here. Because that's around. They were talking about that when I first came in to hang out with you, and I can't remember.
I do believe it's on her back calf of one of her legs.
Okay, I couldn't remember if it was the calf or the thigh.
If it's the thigh, that's pretty high up to hit with the golf cart.
Yeah, I know.
How short is she?
Yeah, but I think it was her calf.
I thought it was the back calf because like there was all this confusion about like everybody said, "Oh my gosh, she ran over," and I'm like, I'm pretty sure that we would be hearing about crushing injuries, which she did not say at all. She said contact with. She did not say.
Well, see, but you could also back that up just enough and bump her leg and not have a crush. You know what I mean?
Okay,
it's just
then I did well. My video's timestamped. Go listen to her testimony. I'm just telling you.
No, I'm saying without crushing it, you could bump into her leg while she's down.
Yeah, you
because
could, I'm sure.
The thigh is so small. I mean, the calf is. That's why I was asking. The calf is so much smaller; it could partially go under the tire without getting hit. You know,
this is true. Okay, so Special Agent Rudolph. Oh yes, Rudolphsky, because he did the timeline. That would be good. Hold my beer. Okay.
I would like that. Nobody else said anything.
Nobody else.
Talking about gerbils.
It's just me. It's me and hold my beer. We're the only two listening to you, Beck. Okay, sorry guys, you're not listening.
It's okay.
To Beck.
I'm used to it.
It's like
the women never hear what I say.
Okay, let me try again. We want to know what two people you think he's going to bring back, at least two, or if you only have one, just tell us one. But that's okay if you don't want to talk to us. I know you're all drinking your coffee. Well,
yeah, having your side conversations, not listening to us. No, I'm kidding. I don't care. Everybody's still getting coffee and stuff. Pete says Riemer and Bubba.
Pete's got my two favorite people there. I didn't say Bubba because I figured everybody thought I would say Bubba, but I already said Bubba.
Damn it, Pete! I said recalled witness. They haven't had Bubba up there yet.
Yeah, but they can. Your mom. Bearded, stop.
Your mom.
He's the most educated locker room humorist I know. Like seriously, it's like I could just.
Right, he's hilarious.
He's always
Bearded.
Good.
Bearded, you wouldn't want to bring my mom up on the stand because besides Dr. Riemer and a couple of people that actually know what they're talking about, she would blow everybody away. If she were here today, she would blow. My mom was crazy fucking smart.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, well, but the bad part was it made us all grow up thinking, God, I can't be as smart as mom. Like, because she was so freaking intelligent. She knew so much. Mark said, listening to you and drinking beer at the same time. Yeah, Mark, you're at like, what, 8 p.m. or something, I think Mark is. I can't remember.
Is it that kind of day? Yeah.
For him, yeah. Yeah. He's He's an Aussie,
Is
if I
he?
remember correctly. If I'm wrong, Mark, please cuss me out, buddy. I've known him for a long time. I should know that by now. Well, we know Bubba was there in spirit. Yes, Pete. Bubba is always there in spirit.
Bubba is always there in spirit.
10:30
Absolutely.
p.m. Okay, so I was off like 3 hours. Okay. Yeah. Mary Beth said, I can't think fast right now. Give me a minute. Oh, goodness. The lady who gave evidence on the gunshots, Michael Berman, that would be Dr. Riemer.
That would be Dr.
She is
Riemer. That
amazing.
she did the body. That's the forensic pathologist.
Yeah. And we pretty sure, I was thinking the same thing. I don't even think you and I discussed it, and I knew they were going to bring her back after that crap testimony a bunch of people gave, Mr. Armpit Warmer guy.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know what? Maybe they won't, because her testimony was so good. It kind of stands on its own. Maybe he's thinking that the jury will remember everything quite clear with her. Maybe he needs to bring somebody back who didn't, that needs to restate the testimony. But here's the thing. Alex Murdaugh brought so much new stuff up by changing things as he went. Like he no longer said that he touched the bodies first before 911. Now he's saying he did it after, you know, because he heard testimony about the short period of time, right? I don't
Mhm.
know. There's so much he could go with, and then we heard Marvin's testimony, John Marvin's testimony yesterday, and that kind of moved me a bit, because that was so much, as far as the character witness and someone from the family giving a different perspective. It was so much better than Buster, because Buster's was just so lackluster.
Yeah, he
There
was like
wasn't.
blah, blah,
We didn't
blah.
learn
I don't
anything.
want to
Yeah.
be here, but I want that damn money. That's kind of how he seemed to me. He just I don't know I'm sure by this time, I try to put myself in the place of the person on the stand when
Mm-hmm.
it comes to family.
Mm-hmm.
Buster's, this has been a year and a half, almost 2 years now of hell for him. He's
Mm-hmm.
with his girlfriend, his mother and his son, or his mother and his brother die. And then he's got his dad acting all crazy, and he's in and out of jail. And,
Mm-hmm.
the only thing I don't have sympathy for Buster is that boy is perfectly capable of working. He does not need somebody to pay his freaking way. So the
Yeah,
fact
well,
that they're
he does work.
suing
Yeah.
him to get,
Mm-hmm.
I know he does. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
but where he was living before was not paid for on his own. There's
That's
no
true.
way. He was working at Buffalo Wild Wings and had a really nice place. No, that doesn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that, Alex has been, he makes sure they have what they want and everything, and gives them everything they want. So now he has nothing. So it's probably really rough on him. But at the same time, I'm like, go get another freaking job. I've been there.
Mm-hmm.
Worked 2 jobs many times.
Yeah. Okay,
You,
so all
Columbo
right.
and Quincy,
I
AM
was
will
just
have no
looking at
chance.
that. Yes, Murdaugh would have no chance if Columbo and Quincy were out there. But I actually think, Riemer and Kinsey were pretty close to Columbo and Quincy. So they were
Yeah,
pretty much.
really. Oh,
And
Reimer's amazing.
stop it, Bearded. Like, come on. Yeah. Yeah. I
Probably
don't know.
a obvious observation. I would feel very strange touching a dead body. Yeah, Mark, after you move a couple dead bodies in EMS, it doesn't bother you anymore. It's just a shell. Nobody's there.
Mm-hmm.
You just got to be we would just be
Yeah.
very careful and gentle and well, of course we didn't throw the body or anything, but
Yeah, but
we were extra respectful when we pulled him out of the
at
houses
least
in front of
remember
family.
when you did it, especially around a phone call that was so traumatic. You would remember if it was before or after. So I don't know how it was before for a year and a half, and then all of a sudden it becomes after.
Yeah, I know, right?
Some
Oh, I
things
can tell
just
you, I can
go on.
describe to you the buildings they were. I can't remember the addresses,
Oh,
but I can describe
yeah.
to you whether they were in a house, if he was in the garage, if they were, the one lady was dead in her apartment on the 7th floor. I can tell you where every single dead body I moved was at. I
Okay.
remember.
Now in session. Juddge Newman presiding.
Uh-oh.
And that was a decade ago that I did that.
Okay. Juddge Newman in the house. Good morning, Juddge Newman.
Be seated.
All right, Claire, I'm going to jump down till the break. See you later.
Okay. All right.
Good morning. Anything before the jury comes?
Your Honor, we were informed this morning by the state that there are potentially 7 reply witnesses. And before we get into that, we've looked at the cases on reply, including State versus Prather, which is a 2020 case. And I want the court and I want the state to understand, and we think many of these witnesses have already testified. They're these are very few new witnesses. They've already testified in this case, and they're being called to reply to, the way we read the cases, new matters, new evidence, something. But we have a right under the case law, State versus Watson, which is a 2003 case, 353 SC 620, 579 SC 2nd 148, to serve rebuttal. So
You said it right to?
it's discretionary with the court, but I would submit to the court that under the criteria set out in this case, you would determine that if they raise new matters, that we have a right to respond to those. Now, we're told that Dr. Riemer, their pathologist, is going to testify. And if you remember correctly, Your Honor, I've looked at the YouTube, that's all we can get at this point, which is a video of it. Dr. Riemer's previously testified that she did not believe this to be a contact wound to the head. I submit they're going to try to repeat that testimony or elaborate on that testimony. And that was the only issue that our pathologist raised, but he believed it was a contact wound and why. She's already testified why it wasn't a contact wound to the head and why. So are we going to have to get our pathologist back here to counter hers if she raises some new issue? Or perhaps, Your Honor, I need 7 reply witnesses. It was 2, now it's 4, now it's 7. I mean, this is a process that's got to stop at some point. We're going to be here next week. There are 2 expert witnesses that have already testified in this case. Now, one of them I would concede, Ken Kinsey, they're an appropriate reply witness based on Mr. Palmbeck's testimony yesterday. But the pathologist, again, to testify it wasn't a contact wound to the head, she's already testified to that. And some of these other witnesses, law partner members, to testify what they do or do not remember about the night in question. Again, they've already asked them that on direct in their previous testimony. So this has got to end at some point. We spent 2 weeks on 2.5 weeks of the 6 weeks on financial matters. In my opinion, could have been done in a day. That's just my opinion. But I'd ask the court, as we make objections, to consider and maybe even proffer what they're going to put up before we get in front of the jury, so that Your Honor can make an evaluation before we start down that road for a half-a-day witness that may not add anything to the case. Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, state's certainly aware of the scope of reply testimony as it relates to the pathologists. There are actually a number of issues on which their pathologists challenge the findings of Dr. Riemer, and she's here to explain why those conclusions are incorrect, including his reliance on particular factors, and why ultimately his conclusions are wrong. I think that's directly in the scope of reply testimony. My focus here on reply is not to just repeat testimony, but to focus on specific issues raised during the defense case, that specific witnesses have something that contradicts or puts that in the appropriate context, and that is our focus. And we intend to move very expeditiously through that. But ultimately, as it relates to the pathologist, just like Kinsey, it relates specifically to the conclusions offered by the defense experts. It is not just mere repetition of testimony already received, but comment on factors identified by those defense experts and why those are incorrect.
Your Honor, briefly, let's take Mr. Kinsey, for instance. There was testimony yesterday that our expert believes there were 2 shooters. Obviously, something that he was not asked. Obviously, something that's a new matter. Obviously, proper for reply. But there are minute details, perhaps, that will be, these witnesses will be questioned about. And simply because there might be a hook doesn't mean they get to go into everything. I mean, this is, again, this was an estimate, 3-week trial. We're now in week 6. This will go into week 7. It seems to me the state's position is let no dead horse go unbeaten. This has got to stop. Thank you.
Of course, the defense, of course, when we had the meeting with Judge Price, at the time, we all agreed with that estimate. It was not just the state. I realize this is going long. I intend to move expeditiously, but the state has the right and the opportunity to do appropriate rebuttal evidence to a defense case, and that will be the focus of the testimony here today.
Your Honor, the right they have is the same right I have. It's the right you allow. I just want to make sure he hadn't got a right to do anything. Thank you.
Well, certainly the state cannot retry the entire case, but the state has the right to reply to contradict certain issues presented by the defense or certain issues of credibility. It has to be finely tailored such that we don't create a situation where a court will be compelled to allow rebuttal, which is almost unheard of. You mentioned State v. Prather, that was my trial. I was a trial judge in that case in Lexington County, a murder case wherein I allowed reply testimony, actually by a SLED agent. The Court of Appeals, in a 2-1 decision, reversed the conviction. Then the Supreme Court reversed the Court of Appeals and reinstated the conviction that was obtained before me. So it can be a controversial and contentious issue. It almost always is, because there has to be a limit to the back and forth. I'm surprised to hear the number of reply witnesses that the state says that it intends to offer. I do not know. The case is so complex. We've had so much testimony. I cannot sit here in advance and rule as to what would be appropriate and what not. I just have to deal with it on an issue by issue, objection by objection basis. And with that, so bring the jury.
So that was Judge Newman's of why don't we object to an actual issue as it occurs, because like this pre-whining about what they might say, that's not flying with me. And boy, I think Harpootlian, I think the defense is a little bit worried. Actually, we know he's talking about his pockets, right? He sent his experts home so he didn't have to pay, so he's a little concerned that he might have something he has to talk about, that he might have something that they need to address. Yeah, it's going to cost him more money. But wow, we went from 2 to 4 to 5, now to 7. Creighton Waters has some things he wants to talk about.
Sure, thank you. Good morning. Day number 26. 26. You have heard the defense's case. Now the state gets an opportunity to reply. And you may call your first witness.
May it please the court, Your Honor, the state calls Ronnie Crosby.
Left hand on the Bible and raise your hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. If you'll have a seat on the stand. If you would state your name for the record and spell your last name, please.
Ronnie Crosby, Crosby.
Good morning, Mr. Crosby.
Good morning.
Just want to go over a few things very quickly in reply to some of the defense case. And the first thing I want to ask you is, you had previously testified about your close relationship with Paul, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
All right. And over the years, did you ever have call to ride around the property with Paul, yours or his?
More on my property, but some on one or more occasions at Moselle as well.
What, if anything, would y'all carry when y'all rode around the property like that?
Why? This is about Paul.
Response.
Yes, sir. This will be in specific response to the defendant's testimony and in his statements as well. I can be specific. I don't want to do a speaking response, but I can ask another question and maybe put it in focus, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right. You heard prior testimony that you don't go around looking for hogs in the daytime because they're nocturnal from the defendant. Did you not? Are you familiar that that was what was said?
Objection, Your Honor, if it's based on what he's heard or seen. I mean, is this a comment made to him, or if we're going to delve into the appropriate way to hunt hogs day or night? I mean, this is not proper reply. I object.
All right. You want me to?
Yeah, if you don't mind asking a question again.
Sure. All right. First question is, have you gone riding around the property with your property or the Moselle property with Paul before?
I have.
All right. And what, if anything, would y'all carry when you would go riding the property?
I believe the only time I rode with Paul was would have been looking for hogs, and then more so on my property.
All right. And what, if anything, would you carry when y'all were looking for hogs?
Your Honor, riding with Paul on his property, not Moselle.
Objection's overruled.
Well, people who have hogs on their property, as a general rule, you would always take a rifle with you, be it day or night, because you never know when you're going to see hogs, and because they are such a nuisance, as I spoke to earlier in my testimony, you always want to be prepared to shoot them. So you would generally have some type of rifle and we with you, a long gun.
Your Honor, he's giving an opinion. He's not been qualified as an expert.
No.
Objection overruled.
All right. You've had plenty of experience in killing hogs on your property?
Yes, I would disagree with Mr. Hrpootlian. I am pretty much an expert about killing hogs.
All right. And you've had plenty of opportunity to go hunting with Paul?
Objection, Your Honor. I apologize to the witness.
And you've had plenty of opportunity to go hunting with Paul or have him hunt on your property?
Yeah, yes, I've been with him and he's been on my property many more times. I didn't go with him every time he was on my property, but that's the general rule, that you would have a rifle of some sort. Paul, as this jury's been told over and over, was fond of that 300 Blackout. I've been with him while he had it. I usually use some other type of AR framed gun to shoot hogs.
A 223?
Well, 223 or a 6.5 Creedmoor, which is on a AR-10 frame.
Is it common though to carry your rifle and look for hogs in the daytime and to see hogs in the daytime?
Yes. You don't always see them. Sometimes night's better if you're using a night vision scope, but I've killed hundreds of hogs in the daytime. Riding it's just something, because there's such a nuisance in the low country and really across the state right now and across the South, that we have a rule that you don't ride the property without a rifle, because you want to try to eliminate as many hogs as you can. And we also trap them.
To your observation, did Alec have a good relationship with the local law enforcement community?
My observation was had a very good relationship with Probably better than the rest of us, saving his father.
Did you on multiple occasions go over in great detail Alex's original story as to what he did on the night of the murders?
On more than one occasion, we discussed his story as I testified to, I don't know how many weeks ago that was, but it was a while.
And what, if anything, did the defendant tell you about whether or not he checked Paul and Maggie before calling 911?
My understanding of what he told me was that he checked them before he called 911.
And was he clear on that point to you?
That was clear to me.
When was the first time you've heard the defendant's latest story admitting that he was in fact at the kennels minutes before the victims were killed?
I haven't watched all of this trial like a lot of people have, but when I heard that Phillip was taking the stand, I believe it was last Thursday, I did set up my workstation so that I could watch his testimony, and it would have been when he told you that he was at the kennels was the first time that I'd ever heard that.
Did Alec ever tell you that he thought the boat case had anything to do with the murders?
Consistent with what Alec told in his testimony, he specifically told me that and told us that he did not believe that anyone on the boat had anything to do with it. I don't recall any other conversations with him related to the boat case, but he specifically did not believe, and I think that's what he said last week, that anybody on the boat. But as far as anybody outside, there was a lot of speculation going on, but I don't remember ever discussing that with him. And
With him.
right, because we wouldn't know. I mean, everything beyond was, I don't know. It would have been speculation, but I didn't have a conversation with him about that.
Did you ever have a conversation with the defendant about Barrett Boulware needing money because of his illness?
And you're referring to, yes, I did in I believe it would have been June of 2018. Barrett and Alec were what I consider to be very close.
Improper reply.
Yes, sir. The defendant during cross-examination was specifically asked about this particular transaction and that we're about to discuss. And Mr. Crosby's testimony would be in response to what the defendant said about the money, and in as much as he tried to imply that, well, Barrett kind of owed me money anyway, as justification for him stealing money from one of his best friends.
He did not ask him about a conversation he had with Mr. Crosby about that money. This isn't proper reply. This is going off on another tangent.
Overrule the objection.
Can you tell us about that conversation, please, Mr. Crosby?
Yes, and if my year's wrong, but I believe, because I didn't know exactly what you're going to ask me, and I can go back and look at documents, but I'm sure it's in one of these exhibits when that occurred, the materials that Ms. Seckinger put in. I believe in June of 2018, Barrett, who was a good friend of Alex, a lot closer to me. I think they were, in my perception, very close friends. But I had become friends with him and had done a couple of real estate transactions with him. That summer, I received a call from his son-in-law. Barrett was in the Mayo Clinic with stage 4 colon cancer.
Objection is overruled.
I do know for a fact that he was in the Mayo Clinic suffering, being treated for stage 4 colon cancer. And I received a call as to whether I could help Barrett financially.
Your Honor, hearsay, a call.
Objection's overruled.
Because his wife did not have enough money to stay. Barrett had some waterfront lots.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay. All this material came from somebody else.
The objection is overruled.
I do know this from firsthand knowledge, Mr. Waters. I had already bought a lot from him, but anyway, he had a lot that he asked if I would buy so that they would have money to be able to, for his wife to stay down in Jacksonville while he was receiving cancer treatments. And I had a conversation with Alec about that.
Tell us about the conversation you had with Alec about that, please.
I just told him, man, it's bad. You know, Barrett's looks like he's going to die. And he did die in September of that year. And he acknowledged it, and he said that it was good what I was doing for Barrett, because he knew that he was in bad financial shape and obviously bad health.
And you're obviously a member of this law firm. In your review of the records as all of this came to light, did that conversation take place around the time that the defendant was stealing some of Barrett's money?
Yes, through this investigation that y'all have heard about into the financial stuff starting in early September of 2021, we started going through a lot of files, and as part of that process, somewhere I determined that in June of 2018, I believe, and I can't tell you the exact figure, but I believe it was a $70-something thousand insurance check that came to the firm on behalf of Mr. Boulware that didn't go through the firm. It was just Alec took it that same month that we had that conversation. And then later there was some more money taken after he died.
I'll show you what's been marked as Exhibit 575. States 575, see if you recognize that.
Is that David? Is that one of the sled agents?
Do you not recognize him?
Is that David Williams?
Well, I'm asking you.
I believe that's David Williams.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 575 in the evidence.
Objection, relevance.
What is the relevance?
Your Honor, the defendant specifically testified that when he had that initial interview with David Owen on June 8th, as he manufactured his decision to lie about such a crucial fact, it was because he thought that David Williams was the guy interviewing him. This is simply a picture of David Williams. The jury can assess the legitimacy of that claim.
Your Honor, I never, ever said David Williams. He said David. That's the record. He
Objection
never said it was that guy.
It's admitted over objection.
Can I have the element, please? All right. That's who you recognize as David Williams?
Yes, I didn't know him. I got to know him through this investigation, and I do believe he was the agent that was involved in the case with Mr. Chief Greg Alexander that was referenced.
Clearly not David Owen, though, correct?
Well, that's not David Owen.
Have you ever tried cases with Alec?
I handled a lot of cases with Alec. I believe the only case I tried to jury with Alec was actually here in this courtroom.
Did you observe him being able to get emotional during that closing argument?
Yes, as a couple months ago when we talked and you asked me what kind of lawyer Alec was, and I told you he was a good lawyer. And one of the things that I think I explained to you was that he was a theatrical type presence in the courtroom, and he could get very emotional doing closing arguments in front of a jury.
Thank you. Please answer any questions the defense may have.
I hate to go here, but let's talk about hog hunting, which I know nothing about, okay?
You might not want to go there then.
I've been here so long, I think I probably do need to learn how to hog hunt. But I guess my first question is this. Did you ever ride Moselle with Alex? Did you ride around Moselle with Alex?
Probably, I know I dove hunted there, so I believe I rode on a Ranger, but I don't ever remember doing much riding with Alec at Moselle. But I know I dove hunted there, and sure, I rode in a Ranger or some type of ATV with Alec, but I don't have a specific.
Well, when you're riding around dove hunting, you got a gun with you, right?
You would?
Would you take a shotgun to hunt dove?
Yes.
Would you take an AR weapon too?
No.
Why? I mean, them hogs are out there, right?
Well, they don't usually come in a dove field when you're shooting dove. So
Well-
I don't know. You just wouldn't, Mr. Hrpootlian, typically. I mean,
But daytime, you're riding around the property, you got a shotgun. You got a slug in that shotgun, or are you using birdshot?
you would shoot birdshot.
Okay. So if a hog came up, nothing you could do.
If a hog came into a dove field with a bunch of dove hunters,
Well, maybe
they
you're
would
on your
shoot
way-
at him regardless.
Maybe you're on your way to the dove field. You don't. The dove field's not right next to the house, is it?
Yes, it's right within a few hundred yards.
Bordered by the swamp.
The swamp's on one end of it, yeah.
Okay. And where do the hogs live during the day, primarily?
Well, they can live in the swamp, they can live in a bay, it could be anywhere, but largely in the swamp.
The swamp. So a hog could have come out of that swamp,
Yes.
and you were unarmed.
As I said, if a hog came in a dove field near somebody dove hunting, they would probably shot it with birdshot.
Would that kill a hog?
If it was close enough, but unlikely.
But unlikely. So you have, in fact, ridden around Moselle without a gun to kill a hog, appropriate gun to kill a hog.
Well, yes, if I was going over to the dove field, I wouldn't have one.
But you've never ridden as Paul and Alec did that afternoon, just looking at different, like where deer, what do they call them? Where they plant stuff for deer?
Food plots?
Yeah. Or looking around at how these fruit trees were doing. Remember the Snapchat video?
I've never done that with Alec, and that I recall, but I could have in the past, but I don't have a specific recollection.
Or where they planted some corn for, I guess use corn for deer and ducks?
You do, but you don't plant them in the same spot.
No, I get that. One would be near a pond or in a pond or around a pond.
Correct, they had a duck pond.
Right. And then the others would just be out where the deer might come out and try to feed. Right. Look, we don't need to go there.
Yeah, I don't think, yeah.
Okay. But you've never rode around like that with them, looking at different plantings and that you remember.
I don't have a specific recollection of doing that with Alex.
Okay, and you're not telling this jury that they would do that without a blackout. Would it bother you or offend you or scare you that they're riding around the property during the daytime without the blackout?
No, I was answering questions about what's normal if you're looking for hogs or if we're just riding my property. Most people carry a gun, but no, I have no idea what they had with them or what they were doing.
And I think Alec testified they were looking for signs of hogs because you could come back. It'd be a lot easier to find those hogs at night, right? They come out more likely at night than they do during the day.
They can become nocturnal when they have a lot of pressure, but as I said before, we've shot a lot of hogs in the daytime. You
Sure.
can ride up on them and yeah.
But has anybody testified they were out looking to shoot hogs that afternoon?
I don't know what all the testimony's been in this
Okay.
trial.
All I'm saying is there seems to be some implication they would not ride around the property without an AR or some sort of blackout. You can't testify to that, right?
I cannot.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about what you heard from Alec the night of June 7th. You would agree with me that, well, let's ask it this way. What your practice is primarily personal injury, is that correct?
It is.
Catastrophic injuries.
Well, I handle a lot of catastrophic injury cases.
Cases, for instance, where a husband and wife are riding down the road and hit by a tractor trailer. And by way of example, maybe you could give me something more specific. Husband's killed, wife's severely injured. That kind of thing.
Yeah.
Now, is it your experience in people who undergo, maybe they're not hurt, but their loved one is hurt, maybe killed? In that situation, that's a traumatic experience for the surviving person, correct? To see their loved one killed?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you sit down with those folks and begin to recount with them what happened that night, oftentimes, I do a little work like you do, oftentimes those folks misremember or get times wrong, or because they went through this very traumatic experience, and the closer to that experience, the more likely they are to get some things wrong. Times, for instance. Is that your experience?
They can, but I also find that people who have been involved in traumatic experiences try to be very accurate with the details, because they know it's important to me representing them.
And typically, you don't go out to the scene of the crime and interview, or the scene of the accident and interview them that night, do you? Typically?
Well, typically you don't, because you don't know it. It's happened.
Well, sometimes in the old days they used to do that, but they don't do that anymore, right?
That would be very rare.
So you're seeing them in your office weeks later?
It can be days, can be weeks.
Okay. And in that atmosphere, it's a little more conducive to them being as accurate as possible, right?
It is, but oftentimes we also have the benefit of recorded interviews when there's a catastrophic injury. Typically, the highway patrol will try to interview people as quickly as they can, and they will. We oftentimes have it on video off a dash cam, or sometimes body cam, but and a lot of times written statements.
And written statements from witnesses who saw it happen.
Correct.
And so when you interview those people, they have the benefit of reviewing whatever you have to help them get a better recollection of what happened, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So the instance you're talking about where Alec told you he turned him over before he made the 911 call, whatever it was, I'm not quite sure. Before, I think is what you said. If that would be inconsistent with something he says later on, after having reviewed other people's statements, looking at video, that would not be unusual in your business. I think you just said it would not be unusual, correct? Strike that.
You're trying to take me somewhere that you probably don't want to.
Oh, no, I think I want to.
Answer the question.
Withdraw the question. Let me ask you this question. Maybe let's get to the meat of the matter here. Have you had to come out of pocket to pay back the money he stole?
Yes, and if you,
How much?
I
Don't tell me you don't know.
well, we're still counting, Mr. Hrpootlian.
Well, how much have you paid so far?
We have had to borrow millions to pay back.
No, how much
business
have you
to
had to come out of pocket?
Well, when you borrow it, you got to pay it back, and I couldn't tell you how much has exactly been paid back as of we sit here today. But
10
yes, and if you're implying that I would come in here and somehow shade truth in any way because of that, I would take high offense with that, Mr.
I'm not concerned
Harpootlian.
about your high offense. Are you angry at him for stealing your money?
I have no feeling one way or the
You
other.
don't have any feeling about Alex Murdaugh betraying you and stealing your money. I admire you. I don't know that I could look beyond that.
Objection, Your Honor. It's sustained. There's not a question. The jury is to disregard the argument.
You are not angry with Alex Murdaugh?
I have had anger with him, extreme anger, Mr. Harpootlian, because of what he did to my law firm, my partners, my client, his clients, our clients, what he did to his family, what he's did to so many people, yes, I experienced a lot of anger.
And
But
that
you can't
anger-
walk around with anger. You have to find a way to deal with it and move forward. And I have done that. And if you suggest, you are dead wrong. If you think I've come in here and told this jury something because of money, when we're talking about two people who were brutally murdered, then you're headed in the wrong direction.
Do you think he did it?
I don't have an opinion. I don't have the benefit of the materials you have.
Well, let me ask you this. You're angry with him, stole millions of dollars from your firm. You admit your firm's not even called the Murdaugh firm anymore, right?
It is not. I don't admit that I'm angry right now. I told you I've gotten away from that. I don't have any feelings because you can't walk around with anger. I have been very, very angry about it because of what he's done. And he did it in a very callous way, a very deceitful way.
And you carry no, I'm sorry, maybe I just saw some anger there. Were you angry just a moment ago?
No, you keep trying to push a question and don't want to accept my answer, which is what it is.
That you've just given your Zen, your Nirvana, your whatever the.
Your Honor, objection.
Mr.
Have you
Hrpootlian,
forgiven him?
I came to the scene of these murders to support my partner. I was there. I saw things that hadn't even been talked about in this courtroom. I was there. I love Paul very much. I thought I knew who Alec was. I did not. And it's hard to you might not understand, but it's hard to walk around with anger, and hard to even walk around with it when it's with somebody who you didn't know and didn't understand. So you might have be that way, but you know, I've got to function. I've got a family. I got to move on with life.
Were you aware that he went to rehab in 2017?
I was not,
Really?
other than what was said by Alec in this courtroom.
You never were aware he had a drug problem?
I was unaware.
Okay. Sort of.
And if I would have been known, I would have tried to help him.
You indicated that he could be emotional in trying a case, correct?
He could be. He was theatric, much like his father and grandfather had a courtroom theatrics, and he could be emotional.
Any of your other partners that way? Johnny Parker?
No, Johnny's quite the opposite. Johnny's very
Laconic, I believe is the best way to describe it.
he doesn't show emotion.
Nobody else in your firm was theatric or emotional?
Not to Alec's level.
You don't know any other lawyers in the state that go to that level?
You're asking me a question right now. I don't know. You might yourself. I don't know. I don't know what other lawyers do. I'm usually trying cases against defense attorneys, so I don't get to see plaintiffs' lawyers anymore.
Okay. Well, I want to thank you for. Well, let me ask you one last thing. This Boulware guy that he stole all the money from, Mr. Boulware, remember him?
Yes, I remember him.
How much money did you steal from him? Do you remember?
He stole 70-something thousand in June of 2018. Mr. Boulware died in September, I believe, of 2018, and I believe another 270-something thousand after Mr. Boulware's death, sometime in or around February of 2019.
Have you and your partners paid Mr. Boulware's estate or his folks back?
Yes, I met with them personally.
Okay. And even though it's cost you your firm and it's cost millions of dollars to you, you have forgiven him? You bear him no ill will?
I didn't say I forgave him.
You're just not angry about it anymore.
I said I have no feelings. And I had to work on that, Mr. Hrpootlian. You know, when you go through what we've gone through, not only the trauma of losing people we loved in a double homicide, seeing the aftermath, and then learning that someone you worked with for more than 20 years had been stealing throughout a period of time and deceiving us, there's a lot of emotion there. And yes, it was bad in the fall of 2021, and I have found a way to have no feelings. It's not forgiveness. It's just I don't have
You're
any
not angry
feelings.
here today. You're not angry at him at all.
I'm not angry.
Okay.
If I raise my voice, it's only because of the implication that you were trying to
The
make out of it.
implication that you might not want to help him in front of this jury here today
I-
because let me finish the question. Because he destroyed your firm. He stole millions of dollars you had to pay back. He deceived you. All that's away and is not influencing your testimony here today at all. If you'd answer that yes or no, then you can explain.
All those things happened, and it does not influence my testimony. I take the oath that I just took very seriously. And if you've got any indication that anything I said was inaccurate, I'll be glad to address it with you.
Well, the jury can judge that. Thank you.
How long did you know Alex?
Since the late 90s.
And knowing what you know now, was he able to look you in your eye and lie convincing to you day in and day out?
He did.
And was he able to look juries in the eye and display emotion?
That is not appropriate redirect. And it's leading.
Objection sustained.
Mr. Hrpootlian asked you about some of the things that you have gone through. And is your issue with Mr. Harpootlian's questioning the implication that you would come in and shade things in front of this jury?
Objection, leading.
What is your concern with Mr. Harpootlian's questioning of you? Can you express that to the jury, please? All that he just went through with you, sitting up on the stand, having to deal with this, what is your problem with what he was trying to say?
Well, I fortunately, well, to start with, I took an oath to tell the truth. But we as lawyers also have oaths and obligations to a court. And it goes a lot deeper than just that oath. We are bound by rules of professional conduct, ethical rules that I take very seriously as a lawyer. To my knowledge, I enjoy a very good reputation as far as being a person of integrity. And that's what I took issue with, is him attempting, because he cannot impugn my integrity.
That's fair. Would you take a 22 if you went out looking for hogs?
Possibly a 22 Magnum, which is a long rifle.
Which is a long rifle?
Yes.
You take a long rifle, not a pistol, is that correct?
Yeah, I would never, I'm not a good shot with a pistol, but I would never take a pistol.
And what was Paul's favorite gun for shooting hogs with?
I knew he always had a 300 blackout, but I don't know if he shot him with anything else.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything further?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I just can't leave this alone. Is the 300 blackout that's in evidence his favorite? The 300 blackout with a thermal scope on it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Step down. We'll call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Dr. Riemer.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may have a seat on the witness stand. You will state your full name again, please, and spell your last name for the record.
Yes. It's Dr. Ellen Riemer, Riemer.
And just to advise the gallery, if everybody could seal the monitors, please, and the media be advised of that. Dr. Riemer, I want to move through this. Yes. And Dr. Riemer, I don't know if I'm necessarily even going to put them up on the screen. I am going to show you some images. I know the jury have seen these, and I don't want to belabor the point, and I want to move quickly. But just very quickly, you've been previously qualified as an expert in this trial in forensic pathology. Is that correct?
Yes,
And you've done how many autopsies? Remind the jury, please.
around 5,500. Since I was last here, I've done a few more.
I can't see a monitor anymore.
Okay. I haven't put anything up yet. You actually conducted the autopsies of Paul and Maggie in this case?
Yes, I did both of the autopsies at the request of the Colleton County coroner, who called MUSC Forensic Pathology, requesting autopsies on 2 individuals that died under his jurisdiction. I was not asked by the prosecution to perform an autopsy. It was an independent autopsy.
Your autopsy is independent. You're not hired by the prosecution or law enforcement or anything
No,
like that?
it's just at the request of the coroner.
All right. Had a chance to hear the testimony of the pathologist for the defense that testified yesterday?
Yes.
All right. I want to ask you a couple of general questions and then move specifically to some of the conclusions that that individual reached. But just very quickly, with skin tags, can you tell me the reliability of that in determining directionality just as a general matter?
Yeah, well, we look at these things, but just like every other thing at, finding at the autopsy, we take it in the context. So sometimes skin tags support your findings, and sometimes they're not really so reliable. So, skin tags don't tell you necessarily the direction of a wound, especially going through very soft tissue.
I'm going to show you a couple of exhibits that have been previously introduced in this particular case. I'm going to try to be very careful with these. I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibits, defense exhibits 159, 160, and 161. And if you could take those out and just tell me if you recognize those. And again, please be mindful of the direction in which those images are presented. Excuse me. I'm sorry.
Yes, I've seen these.
All right. And what are those images of?
They're autopsy photographs of Maggie.
All right. You heard the testimony of the defense pathologist who testified yesterday that the directionality of the injury to the side of Maggie's head with the associated injury to the breast and the abrasion actually was coming from the top down as opposed, and I say top down as if somebody's standing upright, as opposed from going towards the bottom of the body up, correct?
Yes, that's
All
right.
right. And can you please look at the images that you have and explain to the jury your conclusions and why that defense pathologist is incorrect, who didn't conduct the autopsy to begin with, why he's incorrect?
Okay. Do you want me to show the photos?
You can, and let's just go ahead and put them both up on the screen. So I'll take them. And if you could step down, please, if that's okay with your arm. And first, I'm going to show defense exhibit 160. Are we secure? We good? All right. All right, and that's defense 160. And Dr. Riemer, if you can again explain to me your specific findings and how they relate to the testimony from yesterday.
Yes. So we have the abrasion on the left shoulder, clavicle area, and then we have an entrance defect in this left side of the face. We can see a hole there. It's a hole. And there was a defect in the left temporal lobe of the brain, which was included in my autopsy report. That could only have happened from that being an entrance wound.
Okay. And you mentioned during your testimony the concept of a diastatic fracture. Does that in any way relate to your conclusion in this regard?
Yeah, well, the diastatic fracture is when there's a separation of skull bones along suture lines, which solidify during childhood. And usually it takes a lot of intracranial pressure to fracture the skull along the suture line.
All right. And does that relate to the conclusion that this had to be an entry wound?
Yeah, well, that's a finding. That doesn't prove that this is an entrance wound, but what I do, I have a path through the left temporal lobe, and there's, that it was associated with the diastatic fracture because of the increased pressure.
All right. And one of the things you're telling this jury is you who actually,
Objection leading.
were you actually able to observe a hole associated with an entry wound when you physically performed this autopsy?
Yes, I physically performed the autopsy, and the way I determine direction is I have a hole below the left ear, which went into the brain, and so that's not going to happen in the opposite direction. And I understand that people can look at pictures. That's like a two-dimensional view, but doing the autopsy makes certain information available to the pathologist that is not available to an individual not performing the autopsy. And I had that information in my report, which was not, which was, I guess, overlooked.
Overlooked by the defense
Right.
pathologist.
Yes, I'm sure.
All right. I'm going to show you now Defense Exhibit 161. And there was some testimony from the defense pathologist about trying to determine directionality from this particular image. And can you please tell the jury why that pathologist is wrong?
All right. Well, when we have tears of the skin, and this is a lot of tears of the subcutaneous tissue, especially in a very soft area of the body where there's a lot of fat, there's a lot of stretching, and it doesn't necessarily, we can move the tissue of the breast, and sort of, you can even get the points to go into a different direction. This is not very impressive. It's not even really worth observing any of the skin tags. It's really very non-specific, and I think he has a very good imagination for for seeing that in this photo. And it's, skin tags can be there. Sometimes they support your findings, sometimes they don't support, but they don't take the place of determining the path of the wound by actually following it through the body.
I'll show you finally what's been marked as Defense 159. And is this also a representation, sort of the hole that you determined and were able to physically observe as a entrance wound on the side of Maggie's head?
Yes.
All right, let's talk a little bit about Paul. And you heard the defense pathologist and their subsequent expert talk about there being a contact wound to the top of Paul's head. Is that correct?
That's what he said.
All right. And you, of course, have already testified during your direct testimony that there's no way for this to be a contact wound, but now you have specific observations about the defense
Yes.
conclusions.
Well, I didn't think it was necessary for me to point out every physical feature of the wound that demonstrates that the entrance was to the top of the left shoulder and then went into the left side of the head before exiting the top of the head. Now, before I go on, I do want to say that I agree with the book that keeps being brought up, that when there is a contact shotgun wound to the head, there's massive gas expansion within the cranial cavity, within the skull. And what that does, it doesn't just create a hole with some, bones. I understand this was like the most severe thing you have ever seen. And you probably can't imagine that the damage to the head could be any worse. But a contact shotgun wound to the head with the associated gas expansion to the skull would not have, his face was basically intact. We would have had tears of the skin, and his eyes would have been either displaced from the orbital bones. The orbital bones were intact. Anytime there's massive gas buildup within the cranial cavity from a contact shotgun wound to the head, which the book does say is when we have the worst gas expansion, the entire face, he would have not even had a face left. I mean, I know what you saw was awful, and it was absolutely awful, but the damage would have been a lot worse. He would have had, like, the sides of his head would have gone, he would have had, his entire face would have been split open, because there's no way all of that gas expansion could occur and not cause fractures of these delicate bones in the face. His forehead was even still there. So, I agree with the book that a contact shotgun wound would cause severe gas expansion and damage to the head. What we have here is not consistent with a contact shotgun wound to the head. Damage to the head would have been much worse, even though this was already horrible. Okay, that being said, there are photographs. Okay.
Yep, and I'm going to put up what's already been admitted into evidence as States 486. And if you could, Doctor, just talk a little bit about this image as it illustrates what you're talking about with the face, but also, if you could, we'll go ahead and talk about with the face, and then I want to talk about the shoulder a little bit as well.
There's no skin, like, torn apart of his face. His eyes are still in the correct locations. It's hard to imagine that, anything could be worse than a hole at the top right side of the back of the head. But in my 20 plus years of experience doing autopsies and seeing contact shotgun wounds to the head, which are associated with massive gas expansion in the skull, his entire face, he would have had tears. The eyes would have been either hanging down or lost, blown out. There's no way that these features are consistent with a contact shotgun wound to the head.
All right. Now, there was some discussion by the defense pathologist about shaving the top of the head for stippling or checking for stippling. And can you comment on the necessity of that in your actual autopsy that you conducted?
Okay. So, he also said that sometimes we actually don't see the soot. Like he said, if Dr. Riemer shaved the area, she would have had the opportunity to see the soot. So suppose I didn't see soot, or I did see soot. First of all, I'm confident there would not have been soot, because the features of this wound are not consistent with a shotgun wound to that location. First of all, the damage to the head and face would have been far more severe than it was. And then also the wounds to the shoulder and left side of the cheek have all the features of entrance wounds.
Right. And one of the things discussed by the defense experts was sort of the large sort of oblong shape of the shoulder. Can you explain how that does not contradict your findings of that shot coming this way, that we see this injury here? And I'm going to actually put up Defense Exhibit 162 to illustrate what you're talking about.
All right. Well, so we've got basically an oblong wound here, and that's because the wound is entering at an angle along the top of the shoulder. It's not hitting the shoulder at a perpendicular angle. So it kind of grazing along the top of the shoulder. Okay, now is this, okay. So, and actually, he said that the pellets are going down. Okay, well, if you look at it as an entrance wound, they're actually going up. So it depends where you're looking at it from. If he's thinking that this is an exit wound, that this is, that the end of the wound path, then it would look to him as if the pellets are going down. But we can see this is actually an entrance wound for a few reasons. First of all, if it were an exit wound, do you remember all those pellet exit wounds on Paul's left arm that came from the chest? The pellets are not just going to stop in the shoulder. There's like no resistance there. The pellets are going to continue going until they exit the left side of the arm. Okay, so they don't just stop there. The reason they're there is that's because they started there. Okay. In addition, you see all of this white material here on the edge of the entrance wound. That's styrofoam packing material that's between the pellets. So the pellets are contained within wadding, and there's styrofoam packing material between. And that would never have been deposited there. So I did not think it was when I was telling you the direction, my determination of the direction of this wound. I did not have to necessarily, it was my expert. I'm an expert at determining forensic pathology includes establishing the direction of wounds. And because of all of these things, this was my determination. Okay, now there's another feature of this photograph. Do you see that this is coming into the left side of the, this is what I determined, left side of the cheek, and we've got all sorts of abrasions around here. Now, it doesn't have the classic, what we saw on Paul's chest had those little petals. So we knew that the wadding was starting to open up. But in this case, there was wadding that was probably open as well. So we have some pellets already starting to come out. It's not entering within the wadding, but the wadding is going along and entering them. And we have all this abrasion around the left side of the chin neck area. And that's consistent with, we're not going to have that abrasion if it's coming out. It's going to push the skin out. We're not going to have an abrasion. So, all that but even just common sense, we have that styrofoam packing material on the outside of the arm. My determination, this went up through the left cheek, out the right side of the top of the head. If it were a shotgun entrance wound, contact to the head, I don't care whether there's no way his entire facial bones and skin, his ears would have been flopped down. There's so much gas expansion that the damage to his head would have been much worse. So that's based on my experience for doing this. And, I just don't know how, I didn't mention that styrofoam packing, but that's from when the pellets are coming in. And he said, oh, you can see they're going down. That's because he's looking from above. So but if you look at where I believe and I determined by doing this autopsy that the entrance wound is, it's actually going upward. So depending which side of the pellets you're looking at. And if just logically, if this was an exit, the pellets wouldn't have just stopped there. They've got a huge amount of energy. They're going to continue through the arm and have individual pellets. They wouldn't have all just been concentrated right there. So, we can use our powers of logic, which I think, we all have, to understand how this is an entrance wound that exited the right side of the top of the head.
Dr. Riemer, having specifically, and you can take a seat now, thank you very much. Having specifically addressed the specific criticisms of the defense pathologist, in your expert opinion, having actually done the autopsies in this case, is there any way that could have been a contact wound to the top of the head?
No.
And having addressed the specific concerns and testimony of the defense pathologist as it relates to Maggie, is your conclusion still that the shot went in the direction as you described before this?
Yes, I disagree with his conclusions.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Riemer. Please answer any questions the defense counsel may have.
Dr. Riemer, good to see you again.
Hello.
So, you took pictures, correct?
I took pictures. I wish I took more pictures. now, but I took
I'm sorry-
pictures.
I'm sorry.
Yes, I would have, I wish I took even more pictures.
So do we. So, you made notes, which you converted into an autopsy
Yeah,
report.
it's a standard operating
Yeah,
procedure.
no. But so, and that's done so that somebody else can look at your work and see if they agree or disagree with you. Because
No, the notes are a work product for me while I'm preparing, doing my examination. I don't always, I take notes, I write numbers, but that is really for me so I can incorporate findings into an autopsy report that I'm going to write. And I don't write it the same while I'm at the table. I need to go away. Maybe I'm going to do it the next day, that night. So, but it's not done. People say, oh, can I have a copy of the autopsy diagram? Well, these are not autopsy diagrams that are meant for other people to look at. And sometimes they're not even completely accurate because I mark things on the outside of the body that later on during the course of the autopsy, I determine, I'm like, oh, well, that's what that is. And it may not be what I initially wrote down. But by the time the autopsy's over, I've put it all together. And that a diagram or notes do not necessarily reflect everything, that I concluded.
do you still have your notes in this case?
I imagine they would be in the file, but as I told you, this is, my notes are not necessarily the conclusion that I came to.
Did you produce them to the state?
I don't know what I did. I personally, yeah, if they were asked for, I'm sure I did.
Did you produce them to us?
No, I don't remember producing them at all. I don't have a request for those notes in my file.
But those notes would be your present sense impression as you're doing the autopsy, correct?
Well, they can have a lot of things written down on them.
But we don't know because we didn't get them, right?
Well, they're not important. What's important is they're my notes. They're for me. They're an aid to the pathologist. So even if I thought something initially, and then while I do the autopsy, by the time I get to the end, it could disagree. I don't necessarily go back and change the diagram. It's my work product. It's for me to aid me in writing my autopsy report. It's not for public view. It's not a,
Okay, so you just go with your report.
well, I reviewed my report, correct?
Right, but you don't go back and look at your notes.
No.
So let me ask you some basic questions here. You've previously testified that the muzzle of the shotgun for this wound here that goes through his neck and out the top of his head was about 3 feet away.
That would be about right.
Okay. Now, you're familiar with this page from, I believe you've described it.
Oh, yes, I've seen it many times.
Okay. And as you see, the gas comes out, right? In the first shot, the top
Yes.
shot. And then actually there's sort of a blowback of gas as as we can see right here, the projectile, which is the pellets, are extruded from the barrel, right? I mean, the gas pushes the pellets out.
Well, there's gas expansion and that helps propel the pellets. Yes, I agree with the book. This was
Okay.
not a contact shotgun wound to the top of the head.
Okay, well, the book doesn't say that, but what the book does say is that as the pellets come out, at some point they begin to, the container opens and the pellets expand or move out in a pattern, a circular pattern. It becomes bigger as the further away you get, correct?
Yes, and that's what we have here.
Okay,
But this is actually demonstrating specifically a contact shotgun wound to head. But we do have splaying outward of the pellets. We can see on the left shoulder, they're fairly clustered together because they're first starting to be released from the wadding. And they did spread out. We have some of them down in the neck, some of them in the brain. And so they are spreading out. I don't see how, yes, it's a respected treatise, but this is specific to a contact shotgun wound to head.
This
This
is?
is what this is describing.
Really?
Well, it's fine, it doesn't matter. I can look at my photos. I can look, if you're going to talk about theory, the
Doctor,
photos.
Doctor, Your Honor, I would ask you to tell the witness to be responsive. She is going on a diatribe. Excuse me. I'm asking the court to instruct her to answer the question as specifically as she can. She goes off on tangents and I'm sorry.
Harpootlian, you may continue answering the question.
You remember what the question was?
No, that's your question.
Is this series of shots from the book depicting a contact wound? I think that's what I understood.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So where, if you step down here, show me please where the contact is with the body or the head. Here, let me give you this pointer.
Well, the contact would be at the first area.
Right here?
Yes.
Well, what's it contacting?
It's not, it's just a theoretical depiction. It's a theoretical.
Is that what the book
depiction.
says?
Yeah. Well, go ahead. I don't recall the exact, why don't you read it to me?
Well, why don't you tell me, is that a contact wound?
I don't know what this is. This is.
That's a shotgun.
That's a shotgun.
That's a shotgun being fired. Those are the pellets coming out.
Object,
Those are the
counsel
pellets.
testify.
Yeah, I think, this is a book, showing the series of steps after a shotgun is fired. But it has nothing to do with what I found in the body and does not help me determine the direction of the wound.
All right.
And
So
I'm not going to describe to you, you can read it in the book. I don't remember how he says all of this.
the book isn't testifying. You are. If you've testified, that depicts a contact wound. Yes?
Well, I don't know what this is depicting. It could be that this is a contact wound. I don't know where you're going.
Here's I'm going. Is that barrel in contact with anything?
It's not in contact with anything. It looks like it's just flowing into the air.
Okay. And that's fine. And your testimony is that barrel is at least 3 feet away from Paul's shoulder. Is that correct?
It could be, depending on the weapon, it could be, it's not closer than 2 feet because we don't have the slip ring. But we
No
do
slip.
have packing material.
Okay. So as we see here, these pellets are beginning to separate. Is it your testimony that those pellets had separated when they hit Paul's shoulder at all?
They are starting to separate. We don't have the complete, widening of it. They're still relatively clustered together, but they're not as close as they would be if they were still contained within the widening.
Okay. Now, at 2 feet, is there any gas left or is it all dissipated like this picture shows?
Well, what we have here, if there was more gas, if there was a contact wound to here,
It's not a
I
contact.
understand. The gas, you're wanting me to say yes or no, and
Yes or
I
no.
can't because I have the knowledge to explain how this relates to examining the body.
Okay,
I
so-
don't give theoretical talks or I don't start looking up in this book while I'm doing an autopsy. I use my practical reasoning and my experience and knowledge of things.
If there'd been gas in the wound or when it hit his shoulder or his neck, would you expect to find some physical manifestation of that?
Well, there would have been, a lot more expansion, shoulder expansion. This was fairly contained on the
So
left shoulder.
your testimony is there would have been little or no gas going to his shoulder, to his neck.
Well, there is always some gas, but it's not the kind of gas that we get in a contact shot.
Exactly. So, and you can go ahead and take the stand. Sorry, it's going to take a minute to get, no, not that one. Paul. Paul, when that one.
I don't remember the number off the top of my head. It'll be over there somewhere. 160 something.
Ladies and gentlemen, have you go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case.
This is lit. I don't know why he's taking such a risk. I realize he needs to counter fiercely, and by he, I mean Harpootlian in the defense. I realize they got trouble here because you
Down,
bring
please
back
do
the
not
experts,
discuss your testimony with anyone. It'll take about 10 minutes.
but he could definitely turn off the jury here. Seriously turn off the jury with this. He needs to be clear and concise and challenging without being like a sniper or an attack dog. Otherwise he's looking a little bit desperate. I'm gonna put the link down there in case anybody wants to come up for a few minutes. No pressure though. I'm seriously. Hey Petty. I'm just saying that this is absolutely crazy. I knew he was, a sneaky sniper, but now he's just out there being a bulldog. It is quite annoying, but I think that the jury's going to lose patience with this quite clearly. Hopefully they see it for what it is. But the risk here is the reason he didn't want, in my opinion, the reason that he does not want so many rebuttal witnesses is they each have the opportunity to tear up the defense's testimony from before, especially Alex Murdaugh's repeated changing of the story on the stand. That's going to get addressed. It's going to make him look like a liar and a manipulator. And the harder that Hrpootlian pushes against it, the more it comes out, as we saw with Crosby. With this witness, with Dr. Riemer, they should just let her testify. He just looks uneducated, like he doesn't know what he's talking about, which makes this expert also look a little off, that Hrpootlian would have believed anything he said. He really needs to come off a little more intelligent here instead of the buffoon, because it's not looking good. It's not looking good at all. At least in my eyes, but I will admit to being a little bit jaded about it. He is annoying me like I don't know what. That would be wonderful, Petty. I look forward to seeing you at lunch then. That's great. Maybe Liam, maybe he was the roof ninja sniper. That's how they know so much, because I'll tell you, that theory doesn't make any sense to me at all. Exactly, Bearded. Imagine someone discussing with him something about the law and saying, yeah, but this one page in one textbook describes. Would he accept that? Absolutely, he would not. He would be insulted. And yet he was quite insulting to Crosby to attack his integrity as a lawyer. Can you imagine being a lawyer up there, dealing with your partner who was a lawyer, finding out that your partner who's the lawyer had absolutely no integrity, would lie to your face, and is being represented by a lawyer who actually called it honorable to represent him. And then he's going to sit there and try to tear at your integrity? I mean, I thought Crosby did pretty well under those circumstances. I think I would have had a fit. I can't imagine keeping my composure. That man tried to keep his composure and said, yes, I am upset about you insinuating that I would do anything but tell the truth. I hope that really spoke to the jury, because it really should. These people, Dick has a point. There's so many people that are upset with Alex, but whose fault is that? Alex's. It doesn't mean that they created all of the scenarios around it to make it not what it is. Nobody told Alex Murdaugh to keep changing his story and lie. What is he going to use as the excuse next? I lied because everybody doesn't like me? Well, go eat a worm, Alex. You don't need to lie. Just go eat a worm. Hey. Crosby really saw what he was doing. Liam says, try showing a random picture to get the witness to testify to something which he can. after showing the actual text with the picture. I know, like, she did not fall for his trap at all. That's right. She didn't fall for it. She quickly just explained exactly where she was coming from. And she did get a little riled, but she did speak to what it was. And I can't wait when we come back. Yeah. Bearded, this is why the justice system is so messed up. All expert witnesses should be independent. Second opinions should be allowed, but they should be independent too. Exactly. And they should give their testimony independent of any side, state of prosecution. Exactly. Just say exactly what happened instead of I'm for this side instead of that side, you know. Dr. Silkman, hello, how are you today? You must always go with the official autopsy result. She saw the entire body of the defendant of the decedent while performing the autopsy. This allows you to determine directionality of the shots. Exactly. And that's what she said. The body told the story. There's more information than what I could possibly convey in a sentence about what I saw, what I did. Everything kind of goes together. And they didn't have that information. And she clearly stated that. She said, I could see why they're thinking what they think. They only had limited information. Clearly, they didn't have the whole picture. Yep. I'm telling you, it is absolutely this has got me up. I mean, I knew it was going to be something when we opened up with the defense kind of whining about the fact that they even have to go through rebuttal. I don't know what he was thinking. I mean, Creighton Water sure did get him riled up with his list, that's for sure. I don't think he's ready. I don't think he's ready at all for all the cross that's going to happen, like to do the cross. I hope they do address all of the information that Alex Murdaugh put out during his testimony that he changed. They've already addressed the one with Crosby, or actually two of the issues with Crosby. Exactly, Liam. She actually physically touched this body and did the autopsy. And the more she says that, the better. And also her lovely shot about the 5,500 autopsies she's done compared to the 5,000 of the 500 of the other gentleman, who was quite proud about that 500, and he should be, but still. I think he's just shocked at the time it's going to take. It was his opportunity to again say that Creighton Waters is wasting the state's money by taking as long as he is in this testimony. Good morning, Godless Granny. I don't know. Somebody really messed with Mr. Harpootlian's breakfast this morning. He came in there on fire, man. He complaining about everything. I don't even know if complaining is the appropriate word. It sounded more like whining to me, almost borderline tantrum. Well, what do you guys think so far? With Crosby, do you think the points were made? Do you think that who gained? Okay, let's just do a poll. We'll do a poll on both. We can't do on Riemer yet. She's not done. But in regards to Crosby's testimony, who benefited most? And we'll just say state or defense. Oh. What is going on with my keyboard here? Okay, here we go. There you go. So, in regards to, regarding the Ronnie Crosby's testimony, the attorney who was on, who was his ex-partner from the law firm and a friend, very close with Paul, very close with the family. Let's see who benefited the most. I know what I think. I want to know what you guys think. Good morning, Godless Granny. What a
Good
morning. How much
I
did you get to see so far?
almost nothing.
Mhm.
I had to run some errands and do a few other things, and I got
Mm-hmm.
here just as they were calling for. I saw the state's expert on the stand,
Mhm.
and then I heard the judge call for a break. And I went, oh, brother,
Yeah.
bad timing.
Basically, with rebuttal, as you know, they're going to bring in witnesses to counter what Hrpootlian put on the stand as far as what his theory was, and they can because they attacked their theory, so they get to come back. But here's the thing: Hrpootlian came in there first thing and complained right from the get that they shouldn't even be able to, that the state's going to be trying to retry the whole case over again. And then, Creighton said, no, clearly I'm just going to address things that came up on the witness stand
Right.
that have to be straightened out. Like, for one, Alex Murdaugh's continually changing the story and adding new things and lies. They get to be readdressed. And
Absolutely.
Ronnie Crosby, his ex-partner, did.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I texted, you asked why he was doing this, and I said desperation. He's
Mhm.
I really think that he knows there's a very good chance that his client's going to get convicted, and he's in a
Mhm.
corner at this point.
He is acting like it, though. That's the thing. He is
Mhm.
literally letting the jury see he's desperate. He's acting like a bulldog today.
You're right. He's not
Point.
helping his case.
He's not. He objected 9 times in a 15-minute testimony by Ronnie Crosby. 9
Mm.
times. Not one of them was sustained. I mean,
Wow.
that's not good. That's not good. Especially not in Juddge Newman's court. He don't like that. He tried to
Mhm.
get everything tossed, and Juddge Newman said, I don't know what these witnesses are going to say. We're going to have to do it case by case. You're going to have to go with it, because he's saying he's going to be objecting. He's going to be bringing witnesses forth to go against information you brought up. He's allowed to do that. But the problem is he went from 2 to 4 yesterday to 7 today. I guess
Mm.
Harpootlian blew a gasket.
Yeah.
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 I don't know.
I can see why.
Yeah. As much as he complained about what those witnesses cost him and everything, his experts, I'll bet you he sent them home already, and that's what he's really upset about.
Mm.
They can't come back and fight
Right.
whatever Dr. Riemer says.
Yeah, they can't rebut the rebuttal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what it is. But she definitely just blew it away, that shotgun to the head from the top. She just
Uh-huh.
blew away the whole testimony. She just said, he's forgetting the fact that I actually saw the entry wound. He doesn't in the photos. I literally saw the hole where it came in. Like she said, I had hands on. He didn't. She
Uh-huh.
also said she did 5,500 autopsies to date, and I believe that expert only said he did about 500. So it kind of like really slammed it home. But the most poignant part so far for me was Dick Harpootlian went for the integrity of the lawyer, Ronnie Crosby, on the stand. He tried to make it look that the only reason he was testifying is that he had to pay money out that Alex stole. And that witness had the opportunity to say no. He actually made Alex look out to be a very good trial lawyer who would lie to anyone to get what he like. He made it. He used the word theatrical. We all know that means actor. Okay. He used the word theatrical. He said it was something he was really good at. He was known for it. He actually, because he kept attacking him that way, let him actually say, I'm a man of integrity, and I found a way not to be mad at him anymore, but I don't forgive him. He's and I knew him since the 90s, but I never really knew him. He would lie to anyone. He would.
Yeah.
That's damning testimony from somebody you worked with, in somebody that knows you. He and it's like Harpootlian was in a cloud. It's like he just kept going, and giving him opportunity to say that. I think he thought he was gonna. He did get under his skin, obviously. The
Yeah.
man was very insulted, and he told Dick Harpootlian that. And then the Waters gave him the opportunity to say, "Why are you so upset about what Dick Harpootlian was getting to?" And he said, "Because I'm a lawyer, because I took an oath, because it meant something," which shows you the exact opposite of what that Alex Murdaugh represents as far as a lawyer and all
Mhm.
of that. Gave him the opportunity to put like an upstanding lawyer next to what Alex was doing. Really bad look for the defense. Really bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Yesterday I was predicting that the jury would have this by Thursday, but if they've got 7 witnesses now, it might be Friday.
Well, they're going pretty quick, though. I mean, I
Okay.
thought Dr. Riemer would be the longest, but he's already done the direct. It's on cross now already. Only a couple of questions he had for her. So I'm wondering who the long witness he spoke of is, because he was pretty quick as far as Waters. He being Waters was really quick as far as getting his points out there. I think he wants it to the jury quick. While they're upset about the changing of the testimony, I think he wants them to have it. I think that would be the best. Petty Mango says that Ronnie was one of the few people that did not sue Alex for his losses, but Ronnie did provide affidavits and testimony to help with the Satterfields, exactly, because they had all the information. And that, you know what, it's a shame they didn't say that, because that would have spoke directly against what the defense is trying to say. It almost seemed as if Dick was trying to say that everybody's just mad at Alex. That's why they think he killed his wife and his son. It's like they all got together to complain because of the money. I think that just adds to it, but I don't think that's why anybody thinks he did it.
I think Ronnie not suing him was a practical decision that there isn't going to be any money.
Exactly.
If Alex had the money, I don't think he would have done this. I think once it started coming out what he had done, he would have fled the country and taken his family with him, and that would have been the end of it, because nobody would have found him. He would have gone to a country with no extradition, but he didn't have the money.
Right. All the questions. They just, Dr. Silkman, you're welcome to pop up if you're interested. If you'd like, I'll drop the link.
I like Bearded Heretics theory. The shooter had drones with remotely fired guns attached to them.
For anyone interested, I pinned the link up above. But you know what? Everybody, okay, I've got 12 votes. There's 30 of you here, people. Come on, do a vote.
Oh, I gotta go over there.
Less than half of you. Yeah, less than half of you have voted. But those of you that did, 100% said the state actually made out better in Ronnie Crosby's testimony than the defense. I'm telling the gun, anytime it has anything to do with the guns, or I just get lost because I don't know a lot about guns. But the way
I don't either.
Dr. Riemer explains things so well, like really well.
Shelley was at Michael's looking for yarn. That's where I get my yarn too.
Yes.
I will not go to the HB store.
No.
We don't go there. Michael's is closer too.
Oh, they're back. You're welcome to stay or come and go as you wish. Welcome back, Juddge Newman.
You may bring the jury.
And while the jury seats, I will leave the mic open. But man, Yes, I realize so how late it is there, how early morning, Dr. Silkman. Just know you are always welcome. If you see that link up there or you want one anytime during the day that we're doing this. But surely when it goes to jury, we should talk again. This is lit. Bearded says there were 2 killers. There were not 2 killers, that's for sure, because 2 killers twice as likely to have evidence of another person. I agree with you, Bearded. Not one scrap of evidence of anyone else at the scene. Exactly. Not even evidence of one person being there, let alone 2 difference. Hold my beer. Everybody loves that chair. My friend Wrecker is obsessed with that chair.
All right, you may continue.
Here we go.
Oh, I know. I'm sorry. I got it right here. Show these guys first. We have her idea. Doctor, I'd ask you to look at this photo and tell me if this is one of the photos from your autopsy.
Yes.
Okay, that's all I need. Thank you. John, I'd offer this defense exhibit number 195 into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admit it.
So can we put that up on the screen, please? Before I lose it, let me hand this to. Thank you. So, what are we looking at here?
Do you want me to come? Oh, here it is.
No, just tell me what it is.
Yeah, okay. So this is an entrance shotgun wound to the left shoulder area.
Okay, and you a moment ago said something about packing material. What is packing material?
Yes. So there's foam that is frequently within, between pellets.
I'm sorry, just a moment. Your Honor, I can't hear her because of the noise coming through the door. I apologize, but I just need to understand what she's saying. I apologize. May I begin?
Yes, sir.
Packing material. Let's start over again. Tell me again.
Yes. So it's frequently present in the wadding along with the pellets that sort of help keep them together.
Okay, so the wadding, you got the powder wadding shotgun pellets, and are these, is it in the pellets or is it closer behind it in the wadding, or?
It's within the wadding.
Okay, and you indicated you saw some packing material.
Well, that is very consistent with, with a little bit of packing material that would, as we have pellets going into the shoulder and some of the packing materials depositing on the skin.
And is this a picture of the packing material?
There is some of the white material, yes, on the skin. Correct.
Did you note that in your autopsy report?
No, it was just a general observation.
Okay. Is it important it was?
It didn't matter to me whether it's there or not, but it does reinforce that it is an entrance wound.
But you concede it was not in your autopsy report.
The totality of my, I don't always write every little thing in my autopsy report. I could go on, that it could be 50 pages an autopsy report. I include the findings, my determinations, and I could have mentioned it, but I did not.
And why not?
Because it's not always necessary to mention that kind of thing.
Is it evidence of anything?
Well, I do believe that supports an end wound, although I don't require myself to see it in order to make that determination.
But you agree with me, it supports your conclusion, correct?
Yes,
And you didn't put in your autopsy report.
that's correct.
Would it be in your notes?
No,
Okay. So and you have, and there's a point over here so the jurors over there can see it.
yes. This is what I believe to be consistent with pathology.
And did you remove any of that to be analyzed or forensically examined?
No, I did not.
Okay, and while we're looking at this picture, you can actually see some shot in there, right?
Yes.
And that shot is that, I mean, that's pretty, that area right there is much wider than this entrance wound in his cheek, is it not?
Yes, this entrance wound is larger than this re-entrance wound here. And I believe I actually went over this last time. Frequently, there's enlargement of wound as it goes along. But in this case, we have a wound going along the top of the shoulder, so it's going to be oblong. As it enters the left neck area, it's entering more at a right angle, perpendicular to the jaw, so it's going to appear smaller. And that has nothing to do with spreading of pellets.
Okay, well, let's pursue that a little bit more. You see that pellet that's clear, I mean, clearly there. You
This
see,
pellet?
right, and then you see a pellet above it. You see that? Right.
Where?
Right. Let me put my glasses on. Is that a pellet?
Yeah, it may be a pellet.
Okay. So we have, if you step back just a little bit so this juror can see, we have pellets coming in like this, correct?
Well, you know, they're kind of banging against each other. We have the wound track is from left to right. And we do have pellets that are in there. They stopped in there, so they're not all continuing through.
Okay, how many pellets were captured in his shoulder?
I captured, I don't know how many I captured. I collected a sampling of the pellets that were along the wound path.
But you took x-rays.
Yeah, but you know, that's not necessarily the total amount, because some of them, you know, exited and some were in the brain. So the x-rays were taken without the brain in the head because the brain came separately.
Okay, but they did send you the brain.
Yes.
Did you take x-rays of the brain?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I didn't take x-rays of the brain
And the
because I
reason, oh, go ahead.
determined that wasn't necessary for me at the time.
To support your conclusion.
I didn't take the brain. I guess hindsight is always 20/20. I could have taken x-rays of the brain. I could have taken more photos. I could have taken a photo of the brain at the autopsy. I did not. And I would have liked to, but you know, I can tell from the examination of the body that I had an entrance wound in my left shoulder and it's exiting at the top of the head. It's not a contact wound to the top of the head.
Okay.
That's my determination.
Okay, but the reason you didn't take x-rays of the brain was you'd already reached your conclusion, correct? That you didn't need it because this was an entrance wound.
Well, I did not, because I felt comfortable with my determination.
And decided therefore not to take x-rays of the brain.
Well, I don't always take x-rays of every organ. I was comfortable I would be able to recover some pellets on the brain, and it wasn't necessary to show the spread.
How many cases have you been involved in where the brain literally exploded out of the head? I mean, that weren't suicides.
Where the brain exploded out of the head?
Well, as the book describes it,
Well, I think that the determination that wound to the top of the head expansion would not have, the brain would not have escaped that. There would have been a defect, cavity, or fragmentation of the brain, which was not there. You can see the brain.
original question.
What was your question?
Okay, my question was, how many cases have you done an autopsy of a contact wound to the top of the head, which wasn't a suicide?
Very, very few.
Less than one?
I don't remember exactly, but it's not a tip. Usually contact shotgun wounds. Usually contact shotgun wounds are suicides.
And typically it's in the mouth.
They can be under the
Under the
chin,
chin.
in the mouth, sometimes they're to the side of the head. There are people that do shoot themselves to the top of the head as well. And I can't recall exactly if, I remember any of those.
And in all those cases, the brain explode out of the cranium?
No.
Okay. So you would agree with me that the way that strike, let's go a little bit further with where we're going here. Could you put up the x-ray of the shoulder? You can go ahead and take your seat and testify from up there. Can you tell us what this is?
Yes, they are pellets, and I have his shoulder, kind of out when I take the wound. We have some pellets remaining in the shoulder area. We have some disruption of the shoulder tissue here, some of the bone, and then we have we actually have less, we have more spread. They're more spread out as they're going closer to the neck.
So there are pellets in the top of the arm, the shoulder. Where is this? Right up in here?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's additional pellets, it looks like, down below that, like near his ribs, correct?
That's because it's starting to spread, yes.
And it's starting to spread to get to this place right here.
What place?
Is this where
No, it's in the neck.
It's in the neck. Okay.
And indicated that I recovered. It's over here. Some of it is actually in the trachea as well. So that's the windpipe of the neck. So we have some in the neck. This is the chest area. It did not go into the chest.
Okay. Let me see another x-ray, please. I don't, what was that exhibit? I didn't announce it. 112. Okay, let me see the next x-ray. Okay, and where is that?
That is the top of the left shoulder and the left arm.
Okay. And you see a number of pellets there.
Yes,
That would be right in this area right here?
yes.
Okay. Next, there's, I think, one more x-ray. Okay, and are there any pellets here? Or are those the same pellets down there at the bottom?
Yeah, well, we have, you can see, there are pellets here. We can see them in the head. There's some pellets in the head. The brain is not within the cranial cavity, but we do see some of the pellets ended up over here on the right side. See, R right. There's the hole at the top of the head, and some of the pellets they're spread out on the right side of the head.
How many?
Well, I can see there's 3 here.
3?
On the right side of the head.
Okay.
Yes.
So if how many pellets are there in a 12 gauge shotgun shell? And these are used primarily for duck hunting.
I don't know the answer to that. I'm an expert at examining human bodies and determining the injuries that occurred. And, I don't know how many pellets would be. When I took my boards, I may have had to actually know that, but I don't use this information in order. You can ask your ballistics expert.
Well, we did. And I think they said something like,
Objection, Your Honor.
I don't really know the answer to that. I'm not going to disagree with the ballistics expert. I do have a trajectory that an exit wound on the right side of the back of the head.
how many pellets were in the body? Left
I
in the
did
body?
not count them. I just collect a representative sample of it. I don't collect all of them. And I don't count all of them.
And we know you don't know how many were in the brain because you didn't x-ray the brain, correct?
That's correct.
But if there were 70 pellets or 75 pellets in his shoulder, his chest, and his neck, and hypothetically, there are anywhere between 135 and 160 pellets in the normal duck shot. I mean, that's 40 pellets that travel on for the sake of argument, correct?
Well,
My math.
I don't
Use
really,
my math.
I don't feel comfortable answering these questions because it's not, the specific ballistics are not my area of expertise.
I'm not going to ask you about
I really don't
ballistics.
feel comfortable answering them. I
Just-
examine human bodies
I-
and come to my determinations based on the wounds. And I can see I was correct that this is a shotgun wound to the left shoulder that's going up to the right side of the head. And questions about numbers of, I really don't want to just, I can't answer that because, you know, I don't know everything. I'm an expert, I'm a physician, I'm an expert at examining human deceased individuals, determining cause and manner of death.
Okay, let's go back to the original question, and I assume.
I don't know the answer to the shotgun, how many pellets there would be.
We're not asking you how many pellets, but if there's 75 pellets, let's do some math here. This is simple math.
Okay, I can do math.
Okay, 75 pellets we can count in the body, the chest, the neck. And there's anywhere from 135 to 165 pellets in the normal duck shot, 12 gauge shot.
All right, so 75 plus 60, that would be 135. And then what did you say, 70 or 80?
75.
Okay, 75. So we started with 75 plus 75 is 150. So that's your answer. If your question is, you're asking me to do the math.
So my question is this. After those pellets have gone through the shoulder and hit bone, apparently, correct?
Yes.
And then they go through the neck. Do they hit more bone there?
There was some damage to the cartilage of the trachea. It was in the tracheal wall and some muscle. You know, there's not a lot of like bone in the neck. The only bone really in the neck
Right.
is the spinal column.
Well, I guess what I'm saying, when you were talking about Maggie a moment ago, and you talked about a shot that I think grazed her skull, you said there was a lot of intracranial pressure. Is that right? Created a lot of intracranial pressure.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm trying to figure out, and maybe you can help me. Your testimony is there was enough from the less than half the load that goes through to, I mean, was it one place it hit? Was it had to go through the brain still?
Yeah. Well, you know, I didn't say that less than half the load went through. Some of it may have actually exited the top of the head. I don't know, or went into the brain. I did not x-ray the brain. And so I don't know exactly how many, but we can tell that this is the direction.
Was the brain macerated?
No, it was largely intact. There was some maceration at the base of the brain where it was torn from the brainstem. Okay, the brain went up and torn from the brainstem, but it was pretty much surprisingly intact, you know, from a shotgun.
Have you?
I really didn't look at the crime scene photos with any kind of, you know, attention.
Okay, so, but you are aware that the brain was catapulted out of his head, probably hit the ceiling and then landed outside.
Well, I could tell from examining the body that the brain catapulted out of the head. because I
Okay.
received the brain and a hole that was consistent with the brain leaving it.
Can you and I agree, and based on your testimony when you previously testified, that there would not be, that the gas from 2 or 3 feet away would not travel through the arm, travel through the neck, and then go into the brain?
Well,
And
there's a lot of material that's going through, and plus we've got fragments of the brain, the skull, of the base of the brain that can also, there's a lot of energy going in that direction. Whether it's gas or not, it's energy from portions of ammunition propelling in that direction. So, whether you want to call it gas or whether it's other thing, I really don't know the theoretical explanation. I'm sure it's in the book.
It
But I
is.
examine the bodies and I make the determination on the direction and the type of injury from examining the human body.
The book seems to indicate that the primary cause for an explosion such as this, the brain exploding out, is the gas. You would agree?
Well, I think each case is a little bit different. And the kind of gas that would cause the head to explode would also, I think the book is talking about gas, gas in a contact shotgun wound. So what is your question about the book? I would actually have to refresh my recollection
Well,
because I don't really I haven't read the book in a long time, but I know what I've seen on the body.
If I quote this to you, I can show it to you. The gas entering the closed chamber of the head expands rapidly, adding to the pressure waves acting on the bony framework of the skull. The only way for the skull to relieve the pressure produced is to shatter. Do
Yeah.
you agree with that?
That actually must be describing a contact shotgun
It is.
wound. Okay, yeah, because that really makes sense for a contact shotgun wound.
And your reasoning for this, the same phenomenon to happen without the gas is?
Well, we've got injury coming from beneath. The skull is, like I told the jury, that is not shattered. We do have some horrible injury, but the shattering of the skull, much of it is still up intact. We don't have shattering of every bone. We don't have shattering of the face. So
Why didn't you shave the head?
why didn't I shave the
Right, were
head?
you looking for any, if much of the skull is still there?
Look, my determination, I didn't shave the head because I was confident that that was an exit wound on the right side of the top of the head. It wasn't necessary for me to shave an exit wound.
So, but if you had shaved the head, and again, apparently you'd already come to your opinion by this point, you could have seen whether it was soot or stippling or any distortion around, or taken samples of the hair and determine whether or not there was any sort of GSR in it, which would be more consistent with a contact wound.
Well, no, GSR can just be we know gunshot residue can deposit in, I'm not like ballistics is not necessarily my strongest suit, but I know that GSR can deposit, within a few feet. Somebody doesn't have to indicate a contact wound.
Okay, so did the shot penetrate the jawbone?
It went through through that area. I believe it actually may have went underneath the bone.
So it did not connect with the bone. Correct?
Yes.
Are any of the pellets that you see in the shoulder, the left shoulder, heading down instead of up?
Well, there is probably kind of a billiard ball effect when these things are going through, and there could be some, directionality but I didn't make that determination because it wasn't important to me to
See
make
which
that
way the pellets were
determination.
going?
What?
To determine which way some of the pellets were
Yeah.
heading?
I can tell from the entirety of my finding at the autopsy. I'm
Think
not
so?
the thing is, if you look at something like, a postcard photograph, that doesn't necessarily tell you the whole story. I did my autopsy. I viewed all of the wounds. I was confident in the direction of this wound path. And I'm not trying to say, oh, well, which direction are the pellets going? I can see that there's the entrance wound was to the top of the left shoulder, went through the left side of the neck and out the top of the head.
And how many pellets made it through the brain to the skull? To fracture the skull? How many pellets?
Oh, well, there were some pellets in the brain. I don't know how many.
Because you didn't x-ray it.
Correct.
So since you don't count the number of pellets, tell the jury, please, how you know how many pellets hit the skull and fractured it and allowed this eruption to occur.
I don't know how many pellets. I never said that I did.
No, I didn't say you said it. I just want to know if you know it.
I don't know the answer to that.
And it's not important to you.
It doesn't really matter. It's really very theoretical. I examined the bodies and I made my determination based on examination of the body.
Is it true that an autopsy report should be able to be read by an independent pathologist to come to a conclusion?
Yes.
Okay. Are you ready? Okay, how about put that up for us, please?
Noises,
I'm sorry, sir?
some strange noises. Who's talking? Your question, let's proceed.
I'm asking Doug to put up exhibit number.
I didn't hear you talking. I heard
Oh, I'm
you were
sorry.
questioning the witness and
I
then
may
a
have
strange
mumbled.
voice
I
coming from.
apologize. What's the exhibit number? Okay. So, how about step down here, please? And get the pointer for me, please. And stand over there, please, so the jury can see. So you indicated there were, I asked you if you shaved the head. You said no. You said there wasn't, I think your words were there was enough of the skull there to determine what happened. Is there?
Well, I know this is an exit wound from examining the entirety of the findings, and I did not need to shave the hair. That was my opinion and determination at the time of the autopsy.
Yes, ma'am, we understand that, but what, did you look at this to confirm or question your opinion, or have you already come to your opinion?
Well, I always am questioning it myself during the autopsy. It's not just, I look at take a long time to look at everything before I reach a conclusion. Okay, so the totality of findings here told me this was an exit wound. The brain came pretty much intact. It was propelled out of the top of the head. I believe and I'm confident that this is an exit wound, and I did not do further investigation to rule out an entrance wound because I was confident it was not.
So you just said you were confident and you did not look further because you were confident you were right.
Well, I looked at it, and in fact, I took a photograph of it, and this is consistent with an exit.
It's what?
Consistent with an exit. The brain came out of that defect. If it were a shotgun entrance wound, there would be a lot more destruction of the head.
And again, you've never seen a contact wound to the head that wasn't in a suicide case.
You know, I don't honestly remember that.
So you don't remember, let me just rephrase, you don't remember having a case involving a contact wound to the head that wasn't a suicide case. You just don't remember it.
I may have, it's possible I did not survey, I may have seen one where somebody was shot at point blank range with a shotgun, and then the entire head is gone. So when I get that kind of, if there was a contact shotgun, whether it's suicide or homicide, the entire head would have been basically blown off.
And so in every case, well, there's no reason for us to go there because you don't remember ever seeing a case where there was a contact wound and to the back of the head.
Objection asked.
I think it's honestly, whether it's self-inflicted or inflicted by somebody else.
Well,
The features of the body are going to be the same. So that's my answer. And I
Okay.
can't, whether I remember it or not, I've done a lot of autopsies. I don't necessarily remember how many or if I've done one, but I imagine people are shot at close or contact range with a shotgun. And in a contact shotgun, whether it's by suicide or homicide, the entire head would have been basically blown apart. This is terrible. And I know it's terrible. It's probably the worst thing you ever saw, but there would be a lot more damage with a contact shotgun. And that's my professional opinion based on my experience. And if other people disagree with me, that's fine. I don't have to convince them. This is my determination based on my education and multiple years of experience doing autopsies and being a forensic pathologist.
And you, I think in your testimony, whenever that was, weeks ago, you conceded that reasonable pathologists can differ, correct?
Yes, I think a reasonable, I said, you asked me if a reasonable person, you didn't actually ask me if a reasonable pathologist, you asked me if a reasonable person could have a different opinion. And I remember that because I was sorry that I didn't say, well, of course, reasonable people can think that, but a reasonable pathologist could also think that, but I would disagree with that.
Okay.
I don't think all opinions, a reasonable pathologist could have an opinion like that, but I think it would really be wrong.
Okay. Go ahead and take the stand, please. Have you discussed you've met and discussed with Dr. Kinsey, Kenny Kinsey, about his findings?
I did meet with him once when a couple of weeks prior to the autopsy, I really never, prior to this trial, I met with the prosecution's team. And I would have been available to meet with you if you called me as well. But Ken Kinsey was responsible for the crime scene. What he had to say was, I really wasn't, I had already written my autopsy report. I already came to my decision, my determinations based on my examination of the body. And whatever it was, he's going to do the crime scene. So I don't remember having any specific conversation.
You don't remember talking to him about vectors and where the blood spatter would have gone? And
yeah, well, he asked me, he said, do you know anything about this? And I said, that's your department. I really am not a blood spatter expert. So I had nothing to offer, and I really didn't encourage listening to it because it's not my area.
And let me say a couple things. One is, you indicated that you did not put that packing material in your autopsy report, correct?
Yes.
And today's the first time you've ever said anything about packing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Secondly, let me just sort of summarize this and see if we can get this over with. There are certain things you did not do in this autopsy because you concluded it wouldn't be helpful in reaching your conclusion, correct?
I agree with that.
Like no x-ray of the brain.
I would have been, I did not x-ray the brain, right?
Okay. Your belief is that the shotgun wound to the shoulder being so much bigger is because of the angle?
Yes.
Okay. And then it narrows down to, you would concede as a hole in his neck.
Yes.
Okay. Shotgun starts out wider. That shot starts out wider. I think we confirm that.
The defect on the shoulder is
Right.
wider because it's kind of going across the shoulder. So it's going to create a defect on the shoulder that's wider than something entering at a right angle or perpendicular. So that's And I think that makes sense to me. It's consistent with what I've seen in more than 20 years of my practice, and there wasn't anything that seemed odd about that.
And you would concede you're not a ballistics expert.
I know the kind of ballistics. Some forensic pathologists know a lot about ballistics. I know probably an average amount.
Okay, and so when you say it started out wider and then came down to this hole, have you discussed that with any ballistics experts?
It doesn't require, that's forensic pathology. That's damage to the body. I don't need to be a ballistics expert, and I've done enough autopsies on shotgun wounds to make that determination without requiring additional ballistics knowledge.
But we can see that a shotgun starts out, the shot starts small and then the pellets expand.
Objection asked and answered, Your Honor.
Objection sustained.
Why are there no shot, why there's no shot in his cheek if it's expanding? Why are there no pellet holes here?
Because they probably we have some wadding going in there.
Probably.
Yeah, I think that is consistent with the wadding. And there are, there's some pellets remaining in the wadding as well.
The wadding going where?
That's an entrance wound. Okay, it's entering perpendicularly. Why do we have, the pellets did not terminate in the cheek. They continued upward.
But a number of them terminated in the shoulder,
Yes,
in the chest, up here, right?
yes.
And then
Not
they-
the chest,
then
the
they
neck,
stop-
not the
I'm
chest.
sorry?
Not the chest, the neck.
But the neck, the shoulder and upper neck, right?
Yes.
And then, if they stop expanding here, so the cheek isn't, one of those pellets is,
Objection asked and answered to the former question.
Your Honor?
It's been asked and answered. I sustain the objection.
And you say these x-rays are consistent with your opinion?
Yes.
Beg the court's indulgence. Oh, let me ask you one question about the Maggie wound. Your position is that the tags don't indicate anything?
Well, they're not determinative. They're something we look at, but the tags on the breast are very non-specific. They're not very good tags. We happen to have nice tags on the back of the skull. Frequently, the tags are more reliable when the skin is tighter over an area.
So on Maggie, you're saying one shot's going up and the other one's going down?
Yes.
Beg the court's indulgence. Oh, anything else? Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you, doctor.
Just two questions. 5,500 autopsies, you said, correct?
Yes, and since I was here last maybe, I've done another dozen, so over 5,500.
And you rely on practical observations of actually observing the body, is that correct?
That's correct. I do my autopsies, and based on my experience and knowledge as a forensic pathologist, I know about the bodies, examining the bodies. That's what I rely on.
And your,
Two questions, more.
have, just a couple more, Your Honor. In your opinion, is there any way Paul's face would have remained intact if he had suffered a contact wound from the top of the head?
No,
And in your opinion, is this obviously a wound in this direction as you've described?
Objection, Your Honor. Repetitive. She's testified 5 times. That's her opinion.
Objection is sustained.
Further on.
Thank you. Nothing
Further. Thank you. You may step down.
thank you.
Your next witness.
Your Honor, state calls T.C. Smalls.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You will please sir, sit right up here. State your full name for the record and spell your last name, please.
My name is Thomas C. Smalls. Folks call me T.C. Smalls. S-M-A-L-L-S.
Sheriff Smalls, how you doing today?
I'm doing good.
All right. Tell the jury just a little bit about yourself, and I called you sheriff, so if you just kind of explain that to them a little bit.
Okay, in law enforcement for 39 years, 8 months. I retired in December. 16 years of those 39 years was, I served as sheriff of Hampton County. Been in Hampton County all my life. I'm a pastor. Pretty much married, 4 kids, 7 grandkids, and just trying to enjoy some retirement. I retired December 31st day of December 2022. Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry to pull you back in. You said you just retired, huh?
Yes.
All right. Do you know the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, I do.
Have you known him for years?
Oh, yeah.
Did you ever have a conversation with Alex Murdaugh about him asking you permission or even telling you about installing blue lights in his private vehicle?
No, sir. I never had a conversation with Alex Murdaugh. Matter of fact, I never had a conversation with anyone in my 39 years about installing blue lights in their personal vehicle.
That's not something that's done, is it, sir?
Oh, no.
Did you know anything about the defendant claiming that you permitted him to do so until he testified to that last week?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Didn't know anything about
Didn't
it?
know anything about it.
And he never approached you at any point about that?
No, sir.
Did he ever approach you about any threats or anything as a result of the boat case, the boat wreck case?
No, we never have.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Well, it's 12:01. Good afternoon, Sheriff Smalls.
How you doing?
My name's Jim Griffin.
Okay.
I'm a little hoarse. This pollen's getting to me, but it won't take long. You've known Alex Murdaugh for many, many years. Is that correct?
Correct.
And he was a volunteer solicitor in Hampton County, 14th Circuit, for a number of years, correct?
I realized he worked along with his father
Right.
as I don't know whether I thought he was an assistant solicitor, but he worked along with his father as in Hampton County.
But he held the position of assistant solicitor of 14th Circuit,
Yes, he did.
and he worked with his father,
Right.
trying cases in Hampton County and perhaps Colleton County and other places. You aware of that?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And are you aware of him trying any cases when it wasn't with his father?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. And his father was, we're talking about Randolph Murdaugh,
Correct.
and he was previously solicitor. Is that correct?
Right.
And are you aware that Alex Murdaugh was issued a badge for that position?
No, I was not.
Okay. And there's you were questioned about permission, that whether you gave him permission to have a blue light installed in a vehicle, and you said you did not, correct?
Correct.
Do you know whether Anthony Russell gave him permission?
I can't answer that.
Now, who's Anthony Russell?
Well, during my time when I was sheriff, Anthony Russell was a captain in my administration. He later became sheriff after I retired. He ran and he won the office of sheriff, and he holds the office now.
And he was maybe not your right-hand man, but he was pretty high up in your administration.
He was the captain.
Okay. And then Chauncey Solomon, what was his position?
Chauncey Solomon was a lieutenant.
And Perry Singleton, he was passed away. What was his position?
He was a lieutenant.
And you know that Deputy Russell, Deputy Solomon, Deputy Singleton were very close to Alex Murdaugh. Were you aware of that?
Well, I know they knew him. I don't know how close they were.
Okay. And did Eddie Gibson install the blue lights on the vehicles for the sheriff's department?
Not for my cause. Most of my vehicles light was done with a company out of Orangeburg, and then later we started working with a gentleman by the name of Charles Mitchell that installed lights, and he out of, I think, Hardyville or Bluffton.
So you don't know who do you know who Eddie Gibson
Oh, I
is?
know who Eddie Gibson. He worked for me at one time.
And when he worked for you, did he install blue lights? He worked on the vehicles, the fleet of vehicles?
No, not my vehicle.
Well, when he worked for you, what did he do?
He was a deputy sheriff. He patrolled.
And so like you're unfamiliar that at any point in time, Mr. Murdaugh had a blue light in his vehicle.
I never had any knowledge that he had blue lights in his vehicle.
Oh, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Okay.
Your Honor, may we approach very quickly? Sheriff Smalls, when did you retire again?
I retired December the 31st, 2022.
2022, so just a couple months ago.
Right.
Thank you for coming today.
No, you aren't.
Thank you, sir. You call your next witness.
Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You would, sir, please be seated. State your full name for the record and spell it. Last name, please.
Paul McManigal, McManigal.
All right. Good afternoon. Sergeant McManigal, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you're employed with the Charleston County Sheriff's Office?
I am.
And you testified previously in this trial, correct?
Yes, I have.
Just briefly remind the jury exactly what topic you testified on earlier. Briefly, please.
I was tasked with redacting Alex Murdaugh's cell phone records to remove any possible client-attorney privileged information.
All right. And during that testimony, you were not qualified as an expert, correct?
That is correct.
All right. But you have been qualified in previous trials.
Yes, I have.
And approximately how many times have you been qualified as an expert previously in other trials?
About 10.
10 times. Okay. And is that in cell phone forensics?
Part of it was about, refer to my notes. 1, 2, 3, 4. 6 times of that was in cell phones forensics. The other was crime scene investigation.
Okay. All right. And just let's briefly go down as quick as you can. Let's go through your training experience in cell phone forensics, please.
Okay. I'm currently assigned to the United States Secret Service Cyber Fraud Task Force, which is where I received most of my training. I have been trained in basic computer evidence recovery, advanced computer forensics, oxygen forensic suite training, blacklight examiner, advanced mobile device examiner, Celebrite physical and logical examination, XRY certification training, Macintosh triage and imaging, Apple iDevice forensics, Celebrite advanced JTAG extraction, network intrusion response, vehicle forensics, digital video recorder evidence and recovery, ransomware investigation response training, and several other webinars.
At this time, state would seek to admit Sergeant McManigal as an expert in cell phone forensics.
So qualified.
Sergeant McManigal, last week you were present when a gentleman named Micah Sturgis testified for the defense, correct?
That is correct.
And specifically, he testified about this feature in iPhone known as wake.
Raise to wake.
Raise to wake, correct?
Yes, sir.
And briefly explain to jury what that function is and what it serves as in the cell phone, for the iPhone, excuse me.
Raise to wake is when the cell phone is laying down and you pick it up. It realizes that somebody's picking up the device and tries to assist by turning on the display so that you could possibly unlock it with your face unlock.
All right. Or read a notification, possibly if there's a notification on the screen.
That's correct.
And so it's designed to turn on that screen when it thinks someone's picking up the phone to look at the screen, correct?
That is correct.
All right. There's been previous testimony, I think, by Mr. Sturgis and other experts in this case that the iPhone, if the screen is off, it will not record an orientation change, correct?
If the screen is off, it will not record an orientation.
You agree with that opinion?
I agree, yes.
And you were asked after Mr. Sturgis' testimony to investigate a little bit more about this raise to wake feature, correct?
I was.
And specifically, as demonstrated with the jurors, the screen is going to turn on when the phone is picked up gently, correct?
That is correct.
Because the phone thinks it's being picked up to be looked at, correct?
That is correct.
You're asked to investigate with a test device whether that screen lights up every time a phone is picked up in a more violent fashion or quicker fashion, correct?
Correct. When the phone is picked up more aggressively or moved more aggressively, the device will not turn on the screen.
And that's because the way raise to wake feature is based off of what in the cell phone? What's telling it to wake up?
The accelerometer primarily.
Okay. And so the accelerometer is sensing motion, correct?
Correct.
And so if it senses a slight amount of motion, it's going to turn the screen on because it thinks someone's picking up to look at it, correct?
Can't lead the witness.
And so if the cell phone only detects a slight amount of motion, what does it do? What does the iPhone do?
So if the iPhone registers a slight amount of motion, it thinks it's being picked up, so it will turn on the screen. But if it's being picked up more aggressively, it won't. And that's a battery protection feature. If you had the iPhone in your pocket and you were jogging, you don't want the screen to stay on the whole time. So when the phone is moving more aggressively, the screen does not turn on.
And so you're asked to do some tests in your lab with a test device, correct?
That is correct. I obtained an iPhone 11 Pro Max, which is the same make and model as the phone that Maggie had.
All right. And what software version was on your test device?
The software that was on my device is iOS 14.8. The one that was on Maggie's was iOS 14.6. So the iOS that was on my device that I tested was slightly newer.
Okay. And did you perform a series of tests with various motions and various throws with this phone to determine, and were you able to develop an opinion of when the screen might come on and when it might not?
Rule 5, this is an experiment on evidence, actually something seized, and we have not been provided this.
Objection is overruled. Rule 5 does not apply.
Thank you. So you did perform a number of tests, correct?
Yes, sir. Performed many tests over the weekend. I pick it up and shake it, pick it up and throw it. I threw it off to my desk. I knocked it off of my desk. I tried to flip it end over end. I tried to throw it like a Frisbee. I did each one at least 10 to 20 times.
Okay. And were the results 100% conclusively? I mean, did the phone do the same thing every time?
No, not at all. Sometimes the screen would turn on. When I threw it, land face up, and then the screen would turn on. But a lot of the times I would throw it and the screen would not turn on. It depends on how the accelerometer registered that movement.
So based off your test, is it your opinion that an iPhone of the same make and model as Maggie's could be thrown and the screen not turned on?
Can't leave the witness.
All right. Did you develop an opinion about whether the screen would turn on every time a phone was thrown?
If the phone is thrown, the screen does not always turn on. In my experimentation, I determined that when the phone is thrown more like a Frisbee, 9 out of 10 times, the screen does not turn on. The times that it did turn on most often was when I pick it up and tried to shake it, then the screen would come on briefly.
Okay. But 9 out of 10 times when you toss a phone like a Frisbee, the screen would not turn on. Correct?
That is correct.
Not far from the state.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
When you performed these experiments, did you record them in any way?
I did not.
You didn't video record doing any of this?
I did not.
Did you consider video recording any of these experiments?
Actually, it never crossed my mind.
You just did the experiments and then just sort of orally relay when you could have had a video to show us?
That is correct.
If you were going to throw a phone out from a moving vehicle, wouldn't you need to pick it up to toss it?
Certainly.
And if I understand the previous testimony, when you pick it up, the screen comes on.
When you pick it up gently.
So if you pick it up to toss it out the window while you're driving, you got to pick it up. Is that correct?
Correct. And if you pick it up aggressively, it will not.
But not always.
Not always.
Sometimes will, sometimes won't.
Correct.
According to the experiments that you conducted since, when did you do these experiments?
I started it Friday afternoon and into Saturday.
So you did these experiments this last weekend.
Correct.
You did not record any data.
I did not.
You just played with the phone and are coming here to express your observations.
That's correct.
Do you have the phone that you used to do these experiments with you?
Not with me.
Are you aware of how the phone in this, Maggie's phone in this case, how it, when it was located, what its position was? Have you seen the photos?
I have.
And was it screen up?
It was screen up.
Would you agree then that it had to be thrown from a screen up position, because if it was screened down and you turned it over to throw it out, the screen would come on?
Of course not. It can tumble through the air.
So if the phone was screened down in the car and it ends up screen up over here, it has to turn over, right?
At least one time. Yes, sir.
And do you, I guess, disagree with the previous testimony and demonstration that when you take the phone and turn it over, the screen comes on?
No, when you pick it up gently, the screen does come on.
We say pick it up. If you rotate it on that axis so that it's screen down to screen up, does the screen come on?
If I pick it up gently and rotate it, the screen comes on. If I pick it up aggressively, it does not.
And if it's facing you and rotates 90 degrees, does the screen come on?
Only if you do it gently. Again, if you do it aggressively.
How
it will not.
gently? Did you measure any of these forces?
I did not.
You just threw the phone around in your office?
Absolutely.
So you didn't record what you were doing and you did not measure any data. Was this because you were afraid that you would have to disclose that data if you recorded it?
Of course not, no.
Do you normally do experiments and don't record any data or video record anything?
It never crossed my mind to record video.
Do you believe that you would have to have disclosed that data if you had recorded it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
I believe so, yes.
So the reason you didn't record data was that it would have to be produced, and then we could examine it and discover whether or not it was accurate.
No,
You
sir.
avoided that by not recording anything, correct?
No, sir. That's not correct.
Why didn't you record any data?
It did not cross my mind to video record my experiments. I just did the experiments to determine whether or not.
And
the screen would
you didn't
turn on.
occur to you to measure how fast you were moving the phone, maybe to even find out what is that threshold you claim where the phone goes from turning on to not turning on? Exactly when does that happen? You have no idea, do you?
No, sir. It would take me much longer to do these experiments to determine the exact speed and force required to turn the display on versus not.
Did you discover any, or did you attempt to locate any documentation regarding the raised awake feature on the iPhone?
I did. I tried extensively. I reached out to several different forensic surface focus groups that I'm a part of, and we were not able to find any white papers on the subject.
So you were unable to find any actual data on it, so you resorted to throwing your phone around alone? Was anyone with you when you did this?
No, sir. I was alone in my office.
So you're alone in your office, throwing the phone around, taking no measurements, recording nothing over the weekend, and then you come in here and testify as an expert as to what the phone will do.
That's correct.
And testify that it's different than what we've seen it do right here in this courtroom.
That's correct.
Have you ever done this, anything like this before? You'd mentioned testifying 6 times before. Was this your expert testimony in any other case?
When my expert testimony in other cases was always about cell phone reports and the data contained therein. I've never actually done physical experimentation to come up with a realistic result.
So your previous experience was extracting data from cell phones. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Is that what you're trained to do?
Yes, sir.
The training that was listed, it was to extract data from a cell phone?
Yes, sir.
Are you an engineer?
No, sir.
Do you have any certification in engineering?
No, sir.
Do you have any degree, academic qualifications in engineering?
No, sir.
Have you ever worked as an engineer?
No, sir.
You're trained in extracting data from the cell phone.
That's correct.
And when it comes to tossing it around and seeing how it moves, you don't know anything more than anyone else, do you?
No, sir.
So you had this, Your Honor, based on the previous answer, I would move to strike the expert opinion.
On what basis?
The witness just testified he has no expertise in this. That he just said he has no more knowledge about this than anyone else in the courtroom. That his expertise is in extracting data from the cell phone. And that this opinion is therefore outside of his expertise, and this is inadmissible opinion testimony.
Previously stipulated that he's an expert.
Yes, Your Honor, in extracting data from the cell phone, which was before we got to this testimony about
Says
this.
state.
Your Honor, this witness performed a series of tests. He's reporting on, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
We know that. He's testified to that.
And he's expressed his opinion of what the phone will do in those series of tests. It's not an absolute opinion, but I think his opinion of when the screen would light up is something he tested and something he can testify.
Anything further?
Your Honor, simply that when he was proffered as an expert before this testimony, it was in extracting data from the cell phone, not in engineering, electrical engineering, which is where he's gone now.
Objections overruled.
So you just testified you have no more knowledge about engineering the iPhone than anyone here, correct?
I know more about how the iPhone works, but no, sir, I'm not an engineer.
You're not an engineer. When you said that the accelerometers are what trigger this feature, how do you know that?
That's from data that's on Apple's website.
So you found something on Raise the Wake that says that the accelerometers are what trigger this feature?
No, sir. That's the only thing that is capable of detecting motion on the phone besides GPS.
And you have no idea how much motion is required because you didn't measure, correct?
No, sir. I don't know the threshold.
Okay. You, this weekend, sat around your office by yourself, recording nothing, tossing the phone around here, and are now reporting those results as an expert in what?
In cell phone forensics. I understand how cell phones operate more than most people.
Do you understand the electrical engineering? Do you have any background in that?
I am not an engineer, no, sir.
Do you know how the accelerometers in the iPhone work? Can you tell us?
Not exactly, no, sir. But I know that they exist, and I know that's how the iPhone determines motion.
So there's an unknown device within the phone that detects motion in a way that you don't understand, and some amount of motion that you don't know how much because you didn't measure it does something that only you saw in your office this weekend. Is that
Well,
correct?
no, I know what it is. It's the accelerometer. The accelerometer is what detects the motion, and that's what causes the iPhone to race to wake.
How does an accelerometer detect motion?
I'm not an engineer. I do not know how it detects motion. I just know that it does.
But sir, you really haven't said anything you couldn't quickly find out on Google. Isn't that correct?
Probably, yes, sir.
So you have no expertise in this.
I have expertise in how cell phones work.
What do you mean by that? How cell phones work?
So I can tell you all about the knowledge C databases. I can tell you about the way iPhones are not iPhones. I can tell you the way some software is written, what kind of code is written in. I can tell you how data is stored on the cell phone, the programming that's involved with the iOS feature, and the different databases that are involved.
Can you tell us that if somebody was driving down the road, picked up a phone that was either on the seat or pulled it out of a pocket or something like that, and while continuing to drive, threw it out the window, that the screen would not come on if it landed face up?
I cannot tell you that it will not come on. I can tell you that it might not come on.
Because when you were alone, throwing your phone around, you think it didn't come on sometimes.
Objection sustained. Anything further?
Just real quick. When Mr. Barber was asking about picking up a phone and then tossing it, about the razor weight, what Mr. Sturgis demonstrated jury was a gentle pickup, correct?
That is correct.
You test a more violent pickup or a more aggressive pickup and then moving to a throwing motion, correct?
Yes, sir. I just picked it up and threw it.
All right. And based off of what you tested and you observed, the screen does not come on most of the time?
When you throw it like a Frisbee, it's most of the time. When you throw it end over end, it's more than half the time it will not come on.
All right. And Mr. Barber asked you several times whether you knew more than anybody else about these cell phones, correct?
Correct.
And in particular, in this instance, you do know more than most people because you performed a series of tests, correct?
Objection sustained.
You performed multiple tests over the weekend, correct?
That's correct.
Objection sustained.
What did you do this weekend?
This weekend, I performed multiple tests on a device matching the same make and model as Maggie Murdaugh's to determine whether or not the raise to wake feature would always enable the screen to come on whenever the phone is thrown.
And Mr. Barber asked you several times about being an engineer, correct?
Correct.
And did you hear anything out of Mr. Sturgis last week that indicated he was an engineer?
No, sir.
And do you testified you don't know exactly how the accelerometer works, correct?
That is correct.
Is that knowledge necessary to observe when the screen turns on and when it does not turn on?
No.
Not further.
Anything further?
One question. How many times do you have to run this experiment for your results to be statistically reliable?
I'm sorry, say it again.
How many times do you need to run this experiment for your results to be statistically reliable?
More than 10?
What your basis for that is?
It doesn't take that long to figure out that sometimes it turns on and sometimes it doesn't.
Do you know how to measure reliability using statistics?
I took statistics in college. Yes, sir.
Do you know how to measure reliability using statistics?
Yes, sir.
How do you do it?
Well, you have to have a performative sample. You have to have a default group that has no change to it, and then you have to have your sample group where you actually perform a change. You take the data, you put it into a formula. It gives you a degree of reliability.
Did you do that here?
No, sir.
No further questions.
Step down. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, state calls Mark Ball.
Do you swear any testimony you give today will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? All right. Mark, thank you. You'll be seated and state your full name for the record. Your last name, please, sir.
It's Mark Ball, last name B-A-L-L.
How you doing today?
Be doing better if I wasn't here.
I hear you. Well, we'll get you out of here pretty quickly. I wanted to just ask you a few very quick questions in response to the defense case. And first question I'd ask you is, prior to the murders of Maggie and Paul, did you ever hear Alec express any distrust of SLED?
No, sir.
Can you tell the jury what your observations were of his relationship with the law enforcement community?
I thought it was very good. I mean, he interacted with them regularly, as most civil lawyers do, and then with his side gig as, solicitor, he obviously had interaction with them as well.
Do you remember coming to find out that Alec had installed blue lights in?
Yeah.
And tell the jury roughly how long ago that was?
I can't tell you precisely. I can tell you it wasn't the vehicle that's been seized. He got that vehicle in the end of December before the murders occurred in June. So he'd had that vehicle about 6 months roughly. And it was on the vehicle that was prior to that. And it was a Suburban as well. I don't remember when in that chain that they were actually installed, but it was some time.
Do you have some property around in this area?
I do.
And are you a hunter and an outdoorsman and shooter?
I am.
All right. Do you ever shoot hogs and other nuisance creatures?
A bunch of them.
And when you're riding around looking for hogs, what can you do that in the daytime?
Yes.
And is it not uncommon to see hogs during the daytime?
I shot 2 weeks ago. I shot 5
during the daytime.
During the day, 4:30. They come out, all different times, but the more pressure you put on them, the more nocturnal they'll become. But they eat all the time, and they root, and the rooting's what the real problem is. They root up your roads and fields and everything else.
Have you ever known the defendant? You've known the defendant for how long?
34 years.
You aware the defendant and his family had a number of long guns, rifles, and shotguns?
Yes.
Have you ever known him to talk much about target shooting a pistol?
No, sir.
You know what Paul's weapon of choice was when shooting hogs?
Shooting
hogs.
The 300 blackouts were bought for hog hunting. I assume Paul would have shot him with anything he had, but that's what the 300 blackouts were bought for.
Did you have any conversations with the defendant when he was purchasing the original 2 blackouts as it relates to hog hunting?
I did. I'm not a big 300 blackout fan, and I told him that, and he bought them anyway. And I think his cousin actually put them together, who was a game warden.
In the time after the murders, did you have a number of conversations with the defendant about his activities that night?
I did. I had that night and then subsequent days.
And did you go over those in fairly some sort of detail?
Yes, sir. At times, sometimes it wasn't detailed. It would just be checking on him to see how he was doing and to see, if they'd come up with any leads or where things stood. I mean, everybody was trying to figure this out. I mean, this is one of those lightning strikes in life that just jolts you and there's no rhyme or reason.
What, if anything, did he say about or not check Maggie and Paul before he called 911?
As I testified before, recollection of it was that he testified, or he told me, not testified, but he told me that he went to Maggie and then he went to Paul, rolled Paul over. His phone, I didn't hear the phone the first time he said that. I think that was about the second or third time. But I also wasn't really listening. I was listening to what occurred, who did this? Why would they have done this? But the second time he went, it was reversed, where he went to Paul and then to Maggie. And like I told you before, I don't know whether that's just a slip, from one to the other or vice versa, but he definitely went, checked on him, then called 911.
When first told his admission and claim now that he did go to the kennels around 8:44 p.m.
Last
Thursday.
Yeah.
And was he clear prior to that he did not go down there in his conversations with you?
Never said anything about that or any reason for it. He'd never been there.
You said you've known the defendant for how long?
34 years.
Knowing what you know now, was he able to look you in the eye and lie convincingly and effortlessly to you?
Objections overruled.
I mean, it's pretty obvious. I didn't know the stealing. I didn't know any of that. And, it's not the way a plaintiff's practice works. You work on your own cases unless you're working with somebody else. And so you wouldn't necessarily be talking about his particular cases. So it's sort of yes and no. I mean, obviously, a lot of things that I was told and a lot of things just weren't there. I mean, the blue lights, the reasoning for the blue lights, the money missing from our account when he cashed the 2 checks, all of those types of things, obviously they weren't truthful.
And did you feel like you knew the defendant well prior to June?
Sure thought I did.
Defense.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wall.
Good afternoon.
Just be clear, after the Labor Day weekend when Alex was confronted by the law firm.
Well, it was before Labor Day.
Yeah,
It was Thursday.
Friday or Thursday
Right.
before.
It was the Friday before we confronted him.
You ever talked to him since the day he was confronted?
I talked to him on that Monday when I believe that he and Randy and John were going to, I believe, Atlanta, to the facility down there. And I got a phone call, I don't know, 1 or 2 o'clock, whatever it was. I was coming from the office. I'd been digging through his files and stuff, and I got a call. It registered as John Marvin, and I picked it up and said, "What you need, John?" And it was Alec.
And that would have been Labor Day 2021?
That would have been Labor Day 2021.
And since Labor Day 2021, you've not spoken with Alec?
I have not.
And since Labor Day 2021, Alec has either been in rehab or jail. Is that correct?
He has been, to my knowledge. I mean,
So you've not had any opportunity. I mean, he's been represented by counsel as well, right?
sure. I mean, I wouldn't expect to if, he's being charged with crimes.
Right. So you wouldn't have any expectation that since September of 2021, that he would come to you, talk to you about whether he was on a video, whether he was at the kennels, or where he was, correct?
No, not since September.
Okay. You were asked questions about Alex distrust of SLED, and you testified that he had a good relationship with law enforcement.
He did. I never heard any mistrust of SLED or anybody else.
Well, let's talk about that.
From him, I mean.
Well, did Alec take the position that his son Paul was wrongfully charged for felony boating under the influence, causing a death and serious bodily injury as a result of the boating accident?
Yes, I mean, I think he disputed that and was planning a vigorous defense of that.
And that happened, those charges have been pending since 2019, is that correct?
4 years ago, a couple days ago.
Right. And so he did express some dissatisfaction over that case, correct?
Well, over that case, but I don't know that it was directed at law enforcement or who it was directed at. It was just, it wasn't, he didn't specifically say or didn't say, I distrust SLED or I distrust Beaufort County Sheriff's Department or DNR or whoever. It was just, he thought that there was defensible, it was a defensible case, the criminal charges against Paul. And, you know, there was this back and forth as to whether it could have been one of two people driving.
And you were informed, I believe, sometime in the spring of 2021 that SLED was actually investigating Alec for obstructing the boating accident investigation, right?
No, sir.
You were not aware of that?
I was not aware of that.
Do you know whether Alec was aware of that?
I have no idea what he was. He never said that to me. I didn't know about anything to do with the investigation until the grand jury, when I went to the grand jury.
Were you aware that he and his father sat in on the criminal prosecution of his good friend, Greg Alexander?
I became aware of that. Well, back up. Yeah, I knew they went over there. I didn't know much about the detail until after the SLED came in after the 3rd of September 2021.
And Chief Alexander was prosecuted after SLED investigated him, correct?
I think that's the case, yes.
And that Alec and his father thought that Chief Alexander was wrongfully accused. You aware of that?
I don't know what they thought about it. I know that they were close to Greg Alexander, and Greg Alexander ultimately got off on a jury trial.
We do know that the Colleton County Sheriff's Department, in this case, recused themselves because Alec was.
Let me correct something. I said that he got off. He was found not guilty.
Right.
I mean, I don't want there to be a negative implication as well.
Sure. So, well, for clarifying that. And we know that Sheriff Buddy Hill and the entire Colleton County Sheriff's Department recused themselves in this case because of Alec's close relationship with the Colleton County Sheriff's Department and law enforcement. Is that right?
I know they recused themselves, and I know they called in SLED that night. I wasn't privy to the reasoning, but I would make that assumption.
And there are different levels of law enforcement agencies, like say the Town of Hampton Police Department, Hampton County Sheriff's Department, and Alec had a really good relationship at that level with those folks, correct?
He did.
And he had a really good relationship with the Colleton County Sheriff's Department, to your knowledge?
He did as far as I know, yes.
Right. But I think I covered that. So you mentioned become nocturnal when there's a lot of pressure on them?
They can.
They
But
can?
It depends on a lot of things. Like right now, the swamp's up. They're much more on the hill
Right.
than when times are dry. They go out into the flat swamp and root up everything out there.
And the pressure that you're referring to is hunting pressure.
Yeah.
And are you aware that Paul put a lot of pressure on the hogs at Moselle?
I knew Paul hunted hogs a lot of places. At one point, Paul had hog dogs and would hunt on people's property. He came to my property. He went to Ronnie's. But how much pressure they were putting on them, I don't know because I wasn't over there. I mean, I'd ridden around their property several times, but it wasn't about hog hunting.
Sure. And I want to ask you about the Moselle property track. So, we've all seen drone photos of the house and the kennels and Moselle Road. That's sort of right in front of the residence.
Yes.
Fair. And then if you're sort of looking from a drone and seeing some aerial photos, I guess if you're headed south, there's the dove field right adjacent. Is that south, I would think?
Yeah, at least east.
Okay. And then back behind the Moselle residence, I think there's a river.
Well, there's a swamp.
A swamp
and then
again.
the big Salcahatchee is back in there.
So the swamp begins behind the house and goes, I don't know, is that west?
Sort of south.
Right.
If not east and west.
Okay.
Then it would be
But
south.
But the swamp is behind the house.
It's behind the house.
Okay. And across the street from the house is duck pond and shooting range and no swamp.
Correct. And timberland.
And all the hogs are going to be behind the house.
They're all over. They follow. There's a watershed ditch in there. They follow wherever, but predominantly they seek refuge or whatnot in the swamp. But they can be anywhere. I have them. There's gum ponds and every place else, and they just trample wherever they want to go. But you're right. By and large, they're in the swamp because it's wooded.
Right.
And thick.
And in the month of June, pretty warm, is it not?
It usually is here in South Carolina.
Yes, it is. And do hogs stay in the swamp more in the heat of the summer?
I haven't noticed that, and I've killed probably well over 1,000 hogs.
All right.
And so we trap them all the way through. I mean, I've got 2 traps well, actually I got 6 traps, but I mean, I trap them, I shoot them, they're just a scourge. They eat everything. They root up your roads. They get in your pine trees when they're little, they'll root them up. They're a teetotal nuisance. I carry a gun with me most of the time.
Do you have a gun with a thermal scope so you hunt them at night?
I do have a thermal, and then I have others.
Yeah, Mr. Murdaugh, is there ever a time when you don't have a gun with you when you're traveling around?
Only if I forget it.
Okay.
But
that's what I thought.
Usually I have one.
And you understood that Maggie and Alex got 300 blackouts from Paul and Buster for Christmas one year, and they came with thermal scopes.
I do.
And are you aware that Paul had his lost or stolen?
I was.
And then he received a replacement without a thermal scope.
Right. My understanding was it had a red dot.
And that he didn't use that one very often. He used Buster's that did have the thermal scope. You've learned that?
I've heard bits and pieces, been watching everything, but I did.
Right.
Somebody told me that, or I heard it, one or the other.
And Buster's is sitting here in the courtroom. Were you aware of that?
I didn't. I assumed y'all had.
Okay.
I know that the black one was taken from the house because I was standing there.
Right. That's fair.
But you wouldn't use a thermal
In the daytime.
In the daytime, for the most part. I mean, you could, I suppose, but it wouldn't serve much purpose.
There's been some discussion about Alex emoting and being emotional during trials. He's an emotional person altogether, isn't he?
I think he probably is.
You remember him speaking at when his dad got to order the palmetto, for example.
I do.
And he get emotional then.
Yeah.
And you remember him speaking at the trial lawyers after he had finished up his term, and he got emotional then.
Well, I wasn't there for that. So.
Oh, you missed that. Okay. But you've seen him get emotional frequently.
Sure, everybody gets emotional.
And he was extremely emotional after losing Maggie and Paul.
There's no question about that.
One last point. Do you recall reading or learning on the morning of June the 8th that statement was released through the Colleton County Sheriff's Office that says, at this time, there's no danger to the public. If information is received that dictates otherwise, we will immediately notify the public?
Yes.
Did that concern you?
Very much.
And why did it concern you?
Well, I had been over there that night. I left 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, came home, laid down for a little while, took a shower, and then I heard that. And I got on the phone with Sheriff Smalls on my way into work about 7:30 or so. And I asked him if he knew anything about what that was about. And he said, I don't know, I'll check. And then later that evening, the lieutenant from over here called me and he explained that they didn't have any credible threats against anybody other than, they didn't have any threats, period, but they didn't have any, there was no knowledge, no information about anybody else being in harm's way. And we had probably a 30 or 45-minute conversation, and it didn't leave me any more. I guess I still had questions because we have 60 or 70 people that work for us.
Sure.
And the last thing I wanted was somebody coming in and blasting up the place. And so we made the decision to lock the doors, and we did that for probably a couple months.
Right.
And just like we're doing now.
Thank you. That's all.
Further.
You were asked a little bit about Colleton Sheriff's Department recusing themselves. Are you aware that they continue to assist on the case?
I know they were out there, and I wouldn't, the internal politics of who's lead and who's not lead. I mean, I know that they were there because one of the deputies called me the next morning and asked me where Paul's truck was, and I called Alec and verified where it was, and told, I had several interactions with them. So yeah, they were still involved. They weren't.
And for the first few months of the investigation, the local solicitor's office was still running the investigation, to your knowledge?
As far as I know, they were out there. Mr. Stone, his chief assistant were out there, and an investigator were out there the next day. And I want to say they were out there maybe 2 days, but to lend whatever assistance they could lend, I guess.
And that'd be the same
And then I think it was August. I saw it like everybody else in the paper that Mr. Stone had recused himself.
And that'd be the same office for which the defendant had a badge. Is that correct?
Correct. He was an assistant, and so was his father.
All right. Thank you. Nothing further.
Just briefly, Mr. Hall, isn't it correct that law enforcement does the investigation, solicitor's office does the prosecution?
That's the way it normally works.
Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break, excuse the jury now till 2:15. Please do not
Wow.
discuss the case.
Looks like we are on early lunch. Well, timely lunch. This has been quite the interesting morning. Quite the interesting morning. Lunchtime. We have an hour and 15 minutes to go over the testimony that's already come, and it's been kind of fast paced, but they are definitely hitting it
Everyone be
all.
seated.
Looks like there's something up.
How many more witnesses do you have, Mr. Waters?
I believe just one, Your Honor. At lunchtime, there's one more that I might talk about, but I believe just one. And that would be Dr. Kinsey.
I've received an email that want to have counsel look at. Let's see who, trying to figure who works here.
This is interesting. I get it, Aaron. More unsettling. Tell me which ones were sticking out to you, please. Because there are some things that are coming out. The way that Phillip Barber went after the witness, I get it about the cell phone data and about how he did the test, but it's the way they're doing it. I think they're going to be turning the jury off.
Got it on the other side of.
It's about an email, Liam, that the judge got.
Anything else before we break for lunch?
Your Honor, very briefly, I know that there'd been a request by the defense for a jury view, and for planning purposes, I didn't know if Your Honor had if we had some plan for that, to do that, I guess, after this last witness, or at what point?
Yes, after the state rests.
All right.
And it'll, depending on what time you rest today, it might be this afternoon. Yes, sir.
Now or after lunch, whatever the court prefers, but I would like to make a counsel motion for the record regarding the cell phone testimony we just heard.
Okay.
Your Honor, and the previous objection was that it was, which you further ruled, which I was objecting to it being beyond the scope of the expertise for which he was offered, but the Supreme Court and counsel.
That wasn't your objection.
That was the objection. I'm now making a motion under counsel, Your Honor, for the record. And counsel, the Supreme Court said that when admitting scientific evidence, the trial judge must find the evidence will assist the trial fact, the expert witness is qualified, and the underlying science is reliable. The trial judge should apply the Jones factors to determine reliability, and in the case gives the Jones factors as considering the admissibility of scientific evidence under the Jones standard. The court looks at several factors, including one, publications and peer review of the technique.
What the rule says beyond that.
Your Honor, the testimony we heard, which we had no notice of, so to make an earlier motion, there's no publications or peer review of the technique he described. There's no prior application of that method. He testified he's never done this before. Number three, the quality control procedures used to ensure reliability. No data was recorded at all, so there's none of that.
Your motion is late. You stipulated, you agreed that he was an expert. I gave you an opportunity to voir dire him, question him in any way.
Your Honor, we had no notice that he was going to offer this experiment. He was offered as a cell phone forensics expert, which he is. And there was no notice that he had done this engineering analysis throwing his phone around.
He did not do an engineering analysis. He said he didn't do an engineering analysis. And what was scientific about his testimony?
Well, yes, Your Honor, his testimony was not scientific. That's why moving under counsel that it is not reliable scientific testimony and should be struck.
All right. What says the state?
Your Honor, I think, again, as Your Honor's pointed out, there was no objection in the nature of reply testimony. And I think that, again, there's a practical experience that is acceptable for opinions to be offered. And that's kind of what we're talking about. He understands the raise to wake feature and the manner in which it works and in which it doesn't work. And he offered his testimony based on his experiments in that regard. Counsel was allowed to fully cross-examine the witness, and it will ultimately, go to weight and not admissibility.
All right. The objections are noted for the record. He did not provide scientific testimony. He conducted an experiment and told the jury about it. The fact that had the defense had any questions concerning his qualification to testify as an expert witness, the defense had an opportunity to do that through voir dire or otherwise. Rule 5 does not apply to reply testimony in the sense that the state is not required to provide any advance report or anything. Your objection is noted for the record. The testimony speaks for itself, and that's that. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, one other matter. The forensic pathologist said this morning concerning some of her testimony about the white material that was noted. She indicated that she had never put that in her autopsy report. She'd never given this opinion before. We propose in rebuttal to bring our pathologist back to testify when they finish their case.
I'm not inclined to allow any rebuttal based on what I've heard at this point.
Even though she said wasn't in a report,
yes, sir.
Revealed it today for the first time.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. So you're denying that request?
I'm not inclined to at this time.
Well, when would be the appropriate time?
Well, when it's time for you to offer it, then I'll hear it fully. But I'm telling you now, I do not anticipate allowing any rebuttal based on what I've heard at this point.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Anything else?
No, from the state prior to lunch break, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, we'll be in recess till 2:15.
Well, there we go. Now we are officially on lunch at 1:01 until 2:15. Anybody else think that was awful rude of the Hrpootlian, the way he just spoke to that judge?
Did he just say 3:15?
No, he said 2:15, 2:15,
Okay,
just
so
a
it is-
regular hour 15. But did you hear Dick Hrpootlian? Did you hear how he spoke to the judge?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I was like, I mean, I'm not a fan of his as it is, but damn, today he is really working it. Whoa. He literally just said, well, when would it be an opportune time? He's like,
Yeah, I really think it's a combination of desperation. I think he knows, I think he really thinks his client's going to get convicted. And I think if nothing else, he's really worried about facing Alex Murdaugh after he's convicted.
Perhaps, because I do think it's looking that way. They have actually poked holes in all of Alex's testimony so far. With their first of all, they did it with their own witness, with Mark Ball, their own defense witness. He said that he never acted like he was afraid about SLED. He actually gave false testimony to him and everyone else about when he touched the bodies, proving that he changed his testimony on the stand to fit the narrative to the jury. That looks terrible. And that's the third time today they proved it. Wow. There was also something interesting about, I wanted to show this real quick. I put a tweet in earlier in the chat yesterday in John Marvin's testimony. I almost missed this, but apparently we missed something rather large that he said in regards to timing. Like sometimes I have to go back and look at all the timing on everything. It's really hard to keep all this data straight. And Brandy Churchwell and a couple of other people have really done a good job of keeping that cell phone data and all that stuff like pretty much on the screen. But let me just read this to you guys to see what you think. But during John Marvin's testimony yesterday, they put a reminder about the phone records at 8:31 p.m. John Marvin Murdaugh sends a group text to the family, including Alex and Maggie. Remember they had that group about the illness for the dad? Right. And it says, and we saw that text. It said, I plan to go over to visit dad tomorrow afternoon. Is anyone else planning to go? Maggie's phone unlocked when it was received, and the text was read at 8:49:26 p.m. However, on Alex's phone, it's not recorded as opened until 1:44 p.m. the next day. In John Marvin's testimony yesterday, Jim Griffin asked him, had Alex called you that night on the way to his mom's? And John Marvin said, he called checking on me, and he said, I saw the news about dad. If he didn't see it on his phone, did he read it standing next to Maggie at 8:49?
That's possible. It's also,
if so,
I'm also wondering if he's referring to something else. Because this is just, I'm planning to go visit. This isn't news.
No, not the news. He said he saw the news. I saw the news about dad, meaning he saw the text.
That's why I'm thinking
they're inferring he's saying he saw the text.
I don't think he's referring to this text.
Yeah, because it says, if so, he says he left the kennels at 8:47, but he would still have to be there when she got that text. So he's saying he left, but he's saying he left right after that video was taken that Paul made.
One thing I'm wondering, and you probably know the answer to this, Claire. Did they ask Alex, did you see who murdered them? When Alex Murdaugh was on the stand,
I have not heard anybody say. I don't think they actually came out and said, did you see anything? But I do believe they've said, like, do you, was there anybody else there? Did you see anything odd? Like anything like that, asking for any kind of evidence as regards to footprints, anything, giving him an opportunity. That was during the interviews, I believe, by SLED. I don't believe the attorneys during the trial, either one of them has asked them that. I could be wrong, though.
He's already admitted that what he said in that interview was all lies.
Yeah. Well, he's admitting to like part of it being lies. Actually changing his statements on the actual stand is really admitting everything's a lie. Hello, Mango. Thanks for joining us again. I know you think it's something different too.
It is something different. So
yeah, what is it? Yeah.
So over the weekend, Alex had received a text. He even testified about this too. He received a text over the weekend about going to see dad because John Marvin was going to go, and he texted Randy, Buster, Paul. He texted everyone, but he was going to the baseball game, which we know that he was in the hotel room for, whatever. But then on Monday, the 7th, they're doing all of the hospital stuff. The doctor thinks it might be just like pneumonia. So John Marvin sends that text out to everyone. So when he calls, when they're on the phone, he says that he saw the news about dad because It
Yeah,
might just be wrong.
he means the news from the weekend. He doesn't mean that particular text that says, who's going. Right.
Right.
Right. So that very well, that's plausible. And that's what I like when they put something out like that, that we get, there's always two ways to look at something. So I'm glad that both you and Granny brought that up, because of course the timing does look weird, right? It does look, because it's right there. And so everybody's like, oh, well, were you right there or were you won't there? I mean, we know he was there. I mean, he's trying to now get the leaving from the kennels to as close away from the video as he can. Like he's saying he left right after that video was taken with the dog, that he was gone.
Yeah, and then he messed up, and he was like, I was there for, just a little bit after.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't just leave. I have to say goodbye.
Right. Exactly.
Well,
Well, here's something else that somebody brought to my attention. Now that we know that he was at the kennels, right? He was down there. He told Maggie where he was going. He obviously told Maggie and Paul, I'm going to my mother's now, right? And went to the house. That's what he testified to. So tell me, why in the car is he making an alibi by sending Maggie 5 voicemail messages that he knows she can't answer because she's already gone?
Oh, because he actually did not tell her that. You see, Alex doesn't go visit his mother at night.
I know that, but you see, we know he didn't say that, but his testimony is saying that. I'm saying there's contradictory in his own testimony by his own
It's
evidence.
full
Yeah,
of
he's saying I was going to see my mom, but the reason his first testimony was all along that those text messages proved that he was trying to get, I wasn't there. See, I was trying to let them know where I went because I wasn't there. So I was trying to reach her, like to tell her I'll be back from mom's, and maybe then they were going to, whatever they were going to talk about, going to visit dad or whatever. He was trying to reach her. But if he had just left her, why was he trying to reach her? The original story was I was sleeping and then I left. So I was trying to contact them to let them know where I was and what was going on. And now it's like, well, wait a minute, you were just with them and then you left. So why were you contacting them 5 times? Like, why is that? It looks like constructed alibi to me, like clearly.
It absolutely is, because, okay, so.
Well, that would answer why he deleted them. Because right? That's the answer as to why all of a sudden they disappeared off his phone. Yeah.
So the very, very first story was, I got back, took a shower, laid down, took a nap, woke up, decided I'm going to go see my mom, and I left. The second story, actually this was like iteration 4 or 5, when he's on the stand and he's at the kennels, he tells them again that he goes back. This is all in the same testimony, these next 2 parts. So he tells them that he goes back, he lays down for a minute, wakes up, decides that he's going to go to his mom's. But then the second time that he's talking about it on the stand, the third time overall, he said, I was going to go to the kennels and tell them where I'm going. 3 different stories.
Yep. And all of them under oath. It's remarkable. Yeah, it's remarkable how much he responds to oath and integrity. And then to have the defense attorney. Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
He absolutely is by the book, law-abiding citizen for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. What'd you think of that pot calling kettle black over there about Hrpootlian trying to talk about integrity and motive about somebody testifying? I was like,
and then he's like, he's just drawing it out. And we're like, are you kidding me right now? Dude, that is your goal, to draw everything out and make it more complicated and less clear. Yeah.
Exactly. And let's be clear. Halko's called it right there. An innocent person doesn't need to change their story more like once, twice, 3 times. I mean, I could see having to clarify things. Of course, we're all human. And it was a traumatic event. I get that. I want to give him grace there that he could actually need to clarify things. But the things he has to clarify are directly related to the testimony. Like he's coming in there and whatever he heard going on, he's made notes and he came in there and he hit them point. And he's actually given the state great opportunity to just show him as a charlatan, to show him as the theatrical lawyer, as his partner had said that he was, aka actor. I can convince anybody of anything. He's obviously manipulative and quite deceptive. He lied to everyone for 20 years. To everyone. You know?
I mean, there's something to be said about that though. So he's stealing all of this money from everywhere. Like, he gets caught.
Mm-hmm.
He got caught because someone found the last page of the Satterfield settlement.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the thing is, the law firm, it was doing all right, just doing personal injury stuff. It was being run by a Murdaugh that was the solicitor. It had put out a whole bunch of circuit court judges. It had people in law enforcement that used to work there, the whole nine. And then they decided to work together to exploit a law in South Carolina that was really, really vague and make it to where major corporations would rather just settle. And they did that for years. They sued a railroad company 4 dozen times over the course of 1 year for personal injury suits.
Wow.
This isn't just a one-off. This is just, oh shit, I got caught. Because as soon as that law changed, as soon as that loophole closed, Randolph III retired as solicitor and went back to working at the law firm.
Mm-hmm.
Who does that?
Yeah. Well, people that have a lot to hide, for one, or people that are smart enough to just read the room. And that's what I keep talking about, is that the reading of the room, the why Alex Murdaugh is stepping in it right now, is just not reading the room very accurately. Neither is the defense, in my opinion. I realize they have to come out really strong right now. This is their last ditch effort. But for Hrpootlian to come on from the minute he gets in the courtroom like somebody pissed in his Wheaties this morning was not a good thing. Like that is not. And let me just give you a little backstory about that. I just heard it's being reported in some little places and locally that when they made their reservations at the resort that he's staying at, the defense, they have to leave on the last day of the month because of a big event. They can't get an extension on their stay or anything. So he woke up having to pack his room and leave. And he knows he's going to have to bring witnesses and stuff. And he might have to go against the pathologist again. I don't think the state told him they were bringing back Riemer until last night or yesterday. I don't think they did. And now he's like in the thing. Does he pay for an extra expert witness? Does he pay overnight? He's got to look for a place for himself to stay if they're going to stay. Oh, he's cranky. And it's obvious. And he's also looking at Alex's testimony, and they know they've got issue there. They know they have issue there. They know he changed his story, whether it's the truth or not. The story changed several times on the stand.
Which is exactly why they begged him not to get on that stand. Go ahead, Granny. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. I'm going to take the conversation in a slightly different direction.
Yes.
One thing I wonder about is the religious aspect. I've noticed that nobody has objected to taking an oath that ends with "so help you God." I object to doing that because I think it undermines the oath. You know, if you asked me, "So help me Santa Claus," you know, it would sound silly. So swearing to a non-existent being is something I really don't feel is a good thing to do. Yet no one has made that objection. So I kind of wonder what Alex's religion is, that lying is okay. And swearing to God and then telling a lie is okay. Now, I don't want to blame Alex as an atheist. I certainly don't want him to be one of our own. But I can't wonder if he has any religious beliefs that he doesn't really believe them.
It's complicated. Okay, so I live in South Carolina. I did live in Colleton County for a while. And one of the things that is really important to understand about the low country rich white people is that they build their brand on going to church, being this good family, being prominent, being everywhere, being the God-fearing people that are what you would want your child to grow up to be. and then being a piece of shit. Like,
Well,
that's what they do, and it's
mhm.
unfortunate. But no, the South, especially that part of the South, is very much all about that fake platitude and using God as a weapon.
Right.
Mango, I'm even deeper south than you are. I'm in Alabama.
Yeah. But isn't it common in the court system? That's been there all along. And they actually make a big deal about like just not messing with, just let it go. They're not actually looking at what it represents in the eyes of so-called God, so to speak. It's more like the reverence for the system in not changing the system. At least that's how I'm looking at it when I look at it like just legally, why they're not like stripping it from everything right away. Also,
Well,
where
there's a
they
lot of
are,
courts that don't use it anymore.
the majority believe that that's a solemn oath, like because of those words.
Right.
The majority right there, you'd have to admit that courtroom is probably full of people who actually honor that oath. So, and then there
And,
are
you know,
those, of course, that honor it with platitudes, like you said, and are not genuine, just using it that way. But the thing is, the point is, the societal norm there is that that oath is a valid one.
It's really weird too, because there's I know where that courthouse is. I've been there, but there is a Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, like right around the corner. And then just across the street, there's a Catholic church. And well, the vast majority of people that actually do practice some sort of religion there, they're not going to be swearing on a Bible. It's great.
Exactly.
I love it.
Always Grateful reminds us that they do get the option. Some of them can just swear to tell the truth, and nothing but the truth. You can notice the oath change occasionally. For
Yeah,
certain
that's good.
people.
I had
Yeah.
not noticed that.
Oh yeah,
Whenever
you can
I
say
go,
no.
I go to court frequently. I'm in court probably about every other month, and I have never been given that option. And when I testify, never.
Because you're
Oh,
in
you
the
just have
Bible
to
Belt,
say no.
Brandy.
Right,
Mhm.
exactly.
That's what I was going to
exactly.
say is since this environment is so Bible Belt-ish, you know, I think in this area, you'd be hard pressed to get that Bible out of that damn courtroom, you
You
know,
would.
because
And that brings me
almost
Go on.
everybody's gonna go ahead and swear on it because they are all supposed to be of some kind of religion.
They
Now,
don't
if
want to
they
be the
had
ones sticking out that they didn't. Right?
exactly, you don't want to get picked on, you don't want people to look down on you, and if you're a member of the BIPOC community, oh, you better act like you're religious. Because all of them, Hispanics, blacks, all of them are very steadfast about their religions because it's always been like that and they don't know how to let it go, and they will disown their family if they don't, you know, go to Catholic church with them or go to the Protestant church with them or whatever.
Yeah, but
go
it
ahead.
can backfire on you too. I had a case where I had a mother that objected on religious grounds to having a hair from her head being plucked so that she could have a drug test. But for some reason, dealing drugs and stealing was not against her religion. Just having a hair plucked from her head was.
Oh gosh.
It's really weird.
Well, that was kind of like not really going in her favor when that like became obvious, huh? Like that. Whoa.
Nobody put that
Praise the
together
Lord,
except me, though.
selling crack. Sorry.
I didn't need to testify to it because the judge was so miffed over at her over so many other things that, you know, this was just a straw in the pile.
Yeah, and thank you, Kim, for taking the time to help, because I know you're from that area, and she checks this legal stuff in the court system itself so much. She's got a great interest in a lot of cases in the area too. So thank you, Kim. But on that, I'd like to bring it more towards the jury, since we know that it's a very religious area. There's the average person is supposed to be making up the jury, right? How offended do you think they are about Alex Murdaugh's actual actions, maybe even attempting to lie to them on the stand?
Depends on the age range, to be perfectly honest, because there are people that are my age, that are people that are younger that are more open about not believing.
They're more skeptical, yeah.
Yeah, it really just
How do you think that will affect how they heard the testimony, though, is my question. Because he's done quite a few what you would call sins. He has lied, he has cheated, he has thieved, he has disregarded his neighbor, his friend, his family. He has
He even cheated on his wife. He's done all of them.
Right. There's a lot that's been said. And even today, when we bring to light the fact that he was under investigation for obstruction of the law in regards to the boat case.
Beck, I'll bet he's never
ma'am.
boiled a goat and it smothers milk.
Probably not. Yeah. I don't think he
Oh,
cooks.
you're right, Granny.
I don't
I'm
think
sorry.
he
He
cooks.
can't cook. Yeah.
Yeah, he can't cook.
He has housekeepers cooking
That's
for
right.
him. You're
He's
right.
got
That's
all those
true.
housekeepers who's saving grace. They might go with him. No, I jest. I'm just wondering though that we're
Granny.
bringing up how religious the area is, if they're going
Oh,
to
I'm
hold
sure
him
it's
to that
highly
standard.
religious.
Yeah, regardless of his great entitled reputation and his family line, are they going to hold him to task, and are they going to hold him to task even more because of it?
I would say my opinion is this, because I can be pretty objective and look at different angles and stuff. I think that if I was the typical skeptical 20 to 30 some odd year old, I would not believe a word coming out of his mouth this entire time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering
Now-
about with Mango. Mango, you made the comment that, people your age would excuse him being unfaithful to his own religious beliefs. But how does it feel to you knowing that he lied?
Well, I've known about the Murdaugh family forever. So, I mean, my opinion's just based on like a lot of years.
So for you, it's just, this is typical Murdaugh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you think some of the jury could feel like that based on his reputation?
yes.
Because they're just known to be the black sheep of the area. Like they do
Okay,
what they
so-
want. Yeah.
Primarily, they were in Hampton, right? But being the 14th Judicial Circuit Solicitor family, they cover all of Colleton, Jasper, Hampton, Beaufort, and Allendale. But they primarily operate out of Hampton, and they fought really hard to make sure that like all of the judges would let their stuff stay in Hampton because they're friends with them.
Mm-hmm.
So people in Colleton, they know about how Hampton operates. They know that if you are part of the 14th Judicial Circuit in some sort of law enforcement role or some sort of high power, that you know them and that you're probably in leagues with them.
Mm-hmm.
It's just one of those things.
Well, they're going to think it's so commonplace that none of this really rings bells to him. They're not going to equate that he could have done the murder because this is just, standard operative Murdaugh tactics.
Oh, no.
Like,
They're definitely probably going to be like, yeah, he did it.
yeah,
and he tried to
because
cover it.
because it's not it's not that outrageous an idea that they would go that far. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Like they're not going to buy that the investigation of anyone in the 14th Circuit is done right because they know that they're friends with them. You don't just casually sit on the stand like John Marvin did and say, oh yeah, I called up my buddy, the police chief of Yesemi, and he escorted me out there.
You know what? Some people may not have caught that. Like I caught the admission there that they got it like that. That was one of those, yeah, we got it like that moments that maybe the defense wouldn't really want out there like that. But John Marvin didn't realize, what he's actually talking to. But he also put out that, he's saying that Alex really wasn't really that upset about the SLED investigation, but he's now noticing things. But he can't really say when Alex was actually complaining about SLED before. When Alex was he's saying on one hand, Alex is working with SLED all the time. But then at the other thing he's saying is that I was the one that made all the arrangements and I was the one that made sure everything happened. It seems like as far as the Murdaugh family was concerned, it was only JMM who was really working with SLED to make sure everything got taken care of. He was giving them access to all the properties. He was arranging the interviews.
And that's why I think that he really, truly thinks his brother's innocent.
He does not think his brother's innocent.
No,
You
I
don't
don't
think
think he
so?
does either. I think he's the conciliere of the family and he's taking care of business. But that's a Jersey thing.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, he's a
Jersey thing.
spokesperson.
He's the
Yeah,
spokesperson. He's the
Look.
good guy who's going to smooth it all over for all the bad guys. Yeah.
We heard them testify about the opiate stuff, right? of how they went and picked him up from the airport and they drove him to rehab. In every iteration of that story, no one said anything about Alex shitting himself until John Marvin, because I think John Marvin was just trying to make it to where, oh, he's going to have to say this if he gets back up here.
Yeah.
It was like he diarrheaed himself. It was everywhere.
You know what?
Yeah,
I
he's
almost,
like, "I'm not
I
talking about
was
the toilet."
so drawn out by his testimony. I was just like, "Ugh." I didn't actually miss that. I had to go back to play that. And I was like, gosh, damn, he actually said that. But yeah.
Claire,
How do
I
you
have a
think that's
question,
going to
and this is
play?
something I was
Sure. Go ahead.
this is something I was thinking about a little while ago when we were talking about his truthfulness or the lack thereof. And Turtle said, "Will the jury be more offended because he is a lawyer lying in court?"
They actually should be, because professional actually does mean something. And there is a long, whether they're dirty lawyers or they're not lawyers, reputation and character, whether it be a facade or not, weighs heavy in that culture. That I will say. Whether we believe it's a fake facade, character that they're putting forward or not, character and actually reputation mean a lot. Could you guys that are from the South agree with me? I mean, that from the North, I could say that that's a paramount thing. I think all the time they don't want anyone misrepresenting themselves as being anything but strong character, upright, standard. They had a long reputation of being something in that county. You know what I mean? Like, whether we think it was like organized and a little shady at this point, they were very proud of all their connections and their obligations. And I think it is going to stand to them that he was actually going out of his way to use that to do really bad deeds.
I don't think it's just the fact that he's lying as a lawyer. I think that for that area, what's really going to get their goat is the fact that he was a personal injury lawyer. He was a career personal injury and wrongful death lawyer that was supposed to help the people that were in one of the worst situations. And he abused that power and he lied. And because that area is not very rich, that area is
exactly
not doing well. And
Uh-huh.
he has hurt them in such a way that a lot of them can't recover.
He has proven the fact that not only was he has an entitlement thing, he came from a much better off situation and still went out of his way to hurt the little guy, so to speak, right? He still had to steal from them, disregard them, disrespect them, make them treat them like they're less than, like he was entitled to all their money. And they were foolish enough to give it to him because they didn't know any better to fight back. He actually thought he was above them and acted that way. And I think you're right, Mango. I think that's going to be the one thing the jury may really be offended about the months, because that's something they can relate to. If they trusted a lawyer and that happened to them, they wouldn't know what to do. They're like, my gosh, you have to trust these professionals to do this, and he literally took advantage of that trust.
Yeah, I mean, really, when you look at, the majority of that area, like you guys are saying, they don't have a lot of money. And that's why I think this whole thing with him being high and mighty will come back at him. Paul Baxter said, do you think there are any jurors wanting to stick it to the Murdaughs, knock them off their high horses? Oh, I'm sure somebody does.
Yeah,
Even
I
if they
think,
didn't know anything about them, and by the time they get to this point in the trial, yeah, I'm telling you, if I was sitting up there and somebody kept, oh, we just lived regular lives with our 3 properties. Oh, suck my ass. I've never even been able to buy a property in my life. I've been so poor. And you're talking about having 3 of them and you're just regular people, No.
But on the other hand, it takes only one to say, are we actually mad at Alex because he's better off than us because he had it? Like, let's just drill back a little. It takes only one juror to turn that tide, to actually use those statements against them. That's why I'm hoping nobody's gotten to the jury, because I know that this can happen. It takes only one person to actually say, you're all just piling up on him because he has more money than us and we don't understand his lifestyle. Can you imagine?
Oh, that has nothing to do with it. It was just a cherry on top of
Right.
the peanut butter parfait.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. It takes only one. Like, every day I get reminded that it takes only one juror to upset this whole apple cart. And I'm hoping that they're all unanimous about everything and that it doesn't get delayed up, because I do think now there is enough there. I think that Alex actually sealed the deal by changing his story on the stand. You know, if he had just came forward and said he lied about the one part about the video, that would have been okay. But he went and he, instead of saying right away, this is what I have to do, I have to retell the story, he waited until he was questioned and then rechanged the story every time he was questioned in a different way and put additional information in there and countered other statements that he had made. I don't think just the fact that everybody knows he's a liar is going to cover up for that. I think that shows more manipulation, and I think that may show to the jury that they were actually being manipulated in the process, that he was actively trying to manipulate them at the time.
Yeah, and remember, you guys, the jury's already heard from different witnesses about, you know, him being, even when he was up there, they were asking him, he was over at the boat accident, controlling the scene. He does it all the time. He is a manipulator. That's why he gets money he needs for his clients or his own pocket, because he is good at manipulating. You know, that's something you got to be born with. Like, you don't learn that. That's a talent to be that manipulating and get away with it for so long. So, you know, you think of the length of time, how many lies, all the money he stole, the people he stole it from, who were mostly hurt, you know, disabled, destitute people. And, you know, and also then you have a lot of people have heard the phone calls between him and Buster, where he's teasing Buster about having to fly commercial because they fly everywhere in a private jet. And he was like, well, did they at least give you first class? And Buster was like, no. And he was like, laughing at him. Like, it was so funny, you know? So yeah, that's why when they talk about like Buster needing money, Buster has a job, go pay for your own way. He's so used to that. He can't even, it's like he probably just blow up if he had to ever had to live the regular life, you know? So, all those I feel like are, you know, all that stuff added in. It looks really bad for them.
It
when
does.
it comes to the regular Joe Schmo that's sitting on the stand.
Yeah, what do you think about Hrpootlian going at Crosby about you're only testifying against Alex because you had to pay money back for him?
I saw all that. I cannot believe he insulted that guy like that and tried to say that he was lying because he was angry. Oh my God.
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
Yeah, I don't think that works
horrible.
well for Harpootlian. There were notes from some of, like, I saw like the one guy from Fitz News. He runs the right at a local paper right out of there, an independent one, and he just said that the jury hates Harpootlian. That was his notes, and he put a little square around hates at the way they were looking at him while that was going on. They couldn't believe. They were just like, oh, he's just crossing the line with the jury there. It's the more Crosby answered, the worse Harpootlian looked. Yeah. Yeah, it was very rough, Liam. And it's not just that I don't like Harpootlian. I guess it's pretty clear right now. I'm not a fan of his style. I just think it's the way he was walking in front of Creighton Waters, in between Creighton Waters and Dr. Riemer today, back and forth to distract the jury and to upset like I was like, why? Like, just sit down. Like, stop it.
Hrpootlian has a question for you. Has anything in the cross that Harpo did actually worked?
Yes, actually, one thing did actually work, and it's going to be an issue with the pathologist, and it's about the wadding, because they never mentioned any wadding about the brain injury or any of that, and she's not in her report. She didn't put it in her autopsy report, but she's now saying that, yes, well, this will actually prove that. And because she stated it that way, Hrpootlian made a big point there to make sure that their witness can now come back in and contest against that. So he did get a good hit there. He made a lot of personal errors, I believe, in perception on how the jury is going to regard his tactics. But what he did successfully do is rattle both witnesses. He got under their skin. He let their anger show. He let the anger towards the defense show, which could translate to the jury as anger towards the accused. And
that's
that
why I'm
would
so
not
glad
go
that
well for
Crosby
them.
confirmed I'm so glad Crosby confirmed. I am not angry at Alec. I'm angry at you for insinuating that
Right.
I would go against not only the oath I took in this court, but the oath I took as a lawyer. So I
Mhm.
think that right there saved Crosby's anger because he explained it. He was honest
Yeah.
about it.
And he
As far as
also
the
made a good
pathologist,
point
I
to the
mean,
jury that like there is an
Harpo's,
oath for lawyers, one that
yeah,
they
absolutely.
accuse is violated extremely. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like being a doctor and watching someone die on your table. They can't do that. It's against their oath. They have to do everything they can to help somebody. It's part of the Hippocratic oath. So,
Mhm. Yeah.
what was I going to say? Yeah, but I think with
Oh,
the
I gotta
way
cough. One moment.
Harpoo was questioning them and getting to going to the point of like being that aggressive, I think that made him look bad. I think it made him look more bad than it helped the defense with those witnesses, but that's my opinion. What do you think, Granny?
I agree with you. And yeah, I thought that Harpootlian's best point was, as you said, but I also think that the pathologist had a good reason. You don't put everything in the report. You don't anticipate every point that the defense might bring up. And because the idea that this gunshot wound came from above was so preposterous to her, yeah, of course she didn't think to put into her report that's where the gunshot wound came from, or here's the evidence that didn't happen. You can't think of everything that the other side might come up with.
Yeah, especially since she's not going off of anything but the bodies. She's
Right,
letting the bodies speak
exactly.
to her, and she's going in the direction the bodies are leading her. It has nothing to do with anything else. And I'm going to tell you, people in those kind of positions, like pathologists and stuff, they are very, very serious about being exact down to the I dotted every I, literally. Like these people
Mhm.
do not screw around. They are passionate about their work. They love what they do. They love solving the problems. And they are very, very, like, they're not going to write something in there unless they entirely believe it to be true. They are precise. So, from what I've seen. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, Hold My Beer said the prosecution closing arguments are going to smash the defense. I agree. I cannot wait to hear that closing argument from Waters. I think it's going to blow everybody's mind.
I agree.
What's up there?
No, I just thank you for. Excuse me, I had
Oh,
a
sure.
terrible coughing fit. I'm getting a head cold. Well, I agree that BCE is definitely going to pull it out for closing arguments. However, I don't think Hrpootlian's going to lay down. It's going to be a rough one.
Oh, it's going to be ugly. Yeah, I agree.
It's going to be ugly. And they're showing it today. They're showing their fangs. Even Phillip Barber. What was all that about the cell phone? How many people? There were so many people in my DMs showing me pictures that they threw their phone in what the guy said was true. And I'm like, you people are actually throwing your phones. They're actually throwing their phone.
Oh my God.
Yeah, there was.
Well,
one
it was
on
a gravel
Twitter.
driveway, so I threw it into a big pile of gravel.
No, they're just like tossing them aside. Like remember I said yesterday, like if you threw it like a frisbee, it wouldn't change. Well, that happens to be true. That's what he testified to.
Well,
Like,
one thing I found really interesting is that the defense really crossed him on, well, why didn't you record anything? And you didn't record any of this because you didn't want it to be discoverable. And I'm thinking, no, he just did this on Saturday. I mean, he only did this for the purpose of this trial. It wasn't like this was some kind of paper that he's trying to write or some kind of experiment he's doing for the purpose of getting something published on it. Whereas, like the autopsy report, that's something that's going to become public record. So of course you're going to write a report. But one of the defense's own witnesses, did exactly what he was accusing him of, which was, not writing a report just so that it wouldn't be discoverable.
both their expert witnesses in pathology and crime scene did not submit or write reports because they were not asked to.
Right.
Both of them.
So
So
I'm
I
wondering why
can't
he's
wait
making
till
such
they
a big
bring
deal
them
over
back. Yeah, I can't
Right.
wait till they bring them back because they'll just make another thing about it. That's already been stated. And
Mhm.
besides, this man did submit a report about all this. He was just asked about the open and close because the defense brought it up. And so
Exactly.
he said, well, that's a good question. Let me just see what would happen. Let me just run
Mhm.
it. And he did run it. He did the same thing 10 or 11 times, which is a reasonable kind of test, you know. But Phillip Barber is really pissed that the judge didn't go with them. He actually made a motion of counsel. And what that, right, Godless Granny, the way I understand that, that is when the objection or the motion doesn't go in your way and you want to add additional material in there because you actually are thinking this is going to get overturned and I've got a point of contention with this. You made the wrong call.
I would not characterize it as I think this is going to get overturned.
No,
I
but
would
it, like
say
saying he
you
made the wrong call. Like I don't
right,
like.
and he's
I
thinking
want it
it's a
known. I
possibility,
contest.
but
Yeah.
you know, anything is a possibility. You know,
Mhm.
I wouldn't read anything into that at all. Nothing.
Mhm.
I mean, even if it's a hung jury, even if something like that happens, he still has 127 financial crimes that he's going to go back to jail and be held for until he goes to
Mhm.
trial again. And his
Right.
bond is still set at 7 million. So that does give the state even more time because they can always retry it. So at least there's that.
Mhm.
Yeah, the question is,
Yeah.
will they?
Yeah.
Hey, Granny, question in the chat, and then I tried to answer it, and I thought, no, I'm wrong. Who goes first in closing?
The defense goes first in closing. I'm not
Right, because the
100% sure.
prosecution went first in opening, right? And then yeah.
Well,
Do they flip?
yeah, they flip because the prosecution has the burden of proof, and because of that, they get to go last.
Ah, okay.
Ah.
So I did guess
That's
right the
gonna
first time.
go really well. That's you did do well with that bet because I thought it was the opposite, and I was worried about it. But if BCE gets to go last, he's very theatrical. He knows how to bring it. It's going to be the last thing they're thinking of. That's
Yeah.
Yeah, I just
probably
I'm
figured
not
whoever
100% sure. Criminal law is not my forte.
In South Carolina, it is the plaintiff's attorney or prosecutor in a criminal case.
Okay, there is no plaintiff in a criminal case.
I said, or the prosecutor in a criminal case. The solicitor is the prosecutor in a criminal case. So
Okay,
it
so
would be hard. It would
so
be Waters. It would be AG.
Waters goes first. Okay, so
Yes.
that's not as good then because that means the last thing they hear is Harpootlian. Although Harpootlian said they couldn't do it in two. I don't know who's going to come up, him or Griffin, because he even said we want to do our close in two parts because not one of us could handle it.
Right.
And the judge said, no,
No.
I'm not going to do that.
Well, he
Like,
said he would think about it, but as it stands at that moment, he's saying no, is basically what he said. He said he would think,
Right.
I believe he said he would think about it, but he's basically telling him no. Yeah.
Yeah, because he said at this time I see no reason to allow that, but I'll give you some thought or something like that. But
Mhm.
I don't think he's going to allow it. It's not really
Yeah.
that usual, especially, and I think that lately Harpootlian has really been pushing him. And I don't think he's going to be willing to give them as much grace if he doesn't need to. He's very fair, though. He's very fair in what he's doing. Although I was surprised. I am kind of surprised he went with the prosecution on a couple of the objections. I'll tell you that. Especially the one with Conrad. Like, I was like a little surprised.
Yeah. Yeah. The other thing too, like when I first came into this trial, because I'd never seen any of these lawyers before, I haven't watched any kind of live trials in eons, So, when I came into this and I was just kind of looking at it from an outside perspective, I immediately saw Waters as calm, like intelligent, professional, witty, right? Hrpootlian, I saw him as an old lawyer who drinks too much at night, and is all high and mighty about himself. I feel like it's just like the whole table that him and Alex sitting over there just think they're better than everybody. And I feel like it comes out when Harpoo is up there questioning people. And
I
I
agree.
don't think that's a good thing. That's not a good look for the defense.
No. I think you have something there, especially the way they came out today. He came out today like they're worried. I think it was quite evident the way he's acting that they're very worried about Alex's testimony being tore up. The thing is, though, is they're allowed, like he did ask to bring that other witness in, right? Granny, he's got to ask to bring them back for. He doesn't get to just say that he's going to go against the rebuttal, right?
Okay, which witness is it that he wants to bring back? He wants
He
to bring back.
He petitioned the judge to
Mhm.
say that because the forensics pathologist, Dr. Riemer,
Okay,
entered
gotcha.
new statement. She made a
Right.
new statement of evidence about
Right.
the information that he asked her about. Okay.
Right.
He clearly asked her about it. She brought it in. It wasn't testified to before. He wants to bring his forensic pathologist
Right.
back to tear that up.
I don't think Judge is going to let him. I really don't.
He's thinking about it, right? Like he didn't say. He didn't
Mhm.
say.
But
So
I don't think he will.
mm-mm. So
Yeah.
far he's been saying the testimony speaks for itself. In other words, it's all there, people. They just have to look at it. The same thing with the cell phone guy. It's all there. They just have to look at it. You can't
I'm-
say he was an expert and then just because he said something you didn't like, you're gonna have to tear it up. I mean, they're just going for anything they can. They have to dismantle it anywhere they can.
I like Paul Baxter's comment.
Mhm.
Yep, defense came out gunning today. No pun intended. Or is there?
Oh no, there is actually because didn't Harpootlian already pull a gun on the prosecution? Like, yeah, I believe he did. Didn't he aim it at the table and say tempting when he was holding that gun? I've got a clip of it actually. Somebody sent it to me as a meme. He literally did that, joking around in the courtroom with one of the guns.
I
So
used a gun in a mock trial case when I was in law school. And I had my law, I borrowed it from my law partner and I had him demonstrate to me, okay, this gun is not loaded, correct? This gun cannot fire, correct?
Mhm.
I had him prove to me that this gun could not be fired before I would even touch it. But one thing that's kind of funny is, that was in 1987, before all these mass shootings started. Now, if we'd have brought that gun into school even for demonstration purposes, we would have
exactly.
needed prior consent.
Oh man, yeah. And there would have been all kinds of hoopla even if you got consent. Like,
Mhm.
yeah, it would have been. Does anybody think we've heard like way too much about hogs lately? What was all that about hogs today?
Well, the hogs are the ones that committed the murder,
I think Bubba and the hogs.
That's
Yeah,
right.
Bubba
That's
and the
right.
hogs. He's got a gang of hogs. Yep, Bubba
The hogs
organized.
got mad about Bubba always coming out and hunting them, and so they got a couple of guns and came in and decided it was payback time.
Yeah, and they're bad shots, so they missed Bubba and they got everybody else. There you go. Yeah, it's not having that opposable thumb kind of got in the way. I don't know. Oh. So we have no further information about the email that the judge got. We just know he needed to speak to both lawyers about it.
Yep. Yeah, I was really curious. I was curious if there was some kind of threat against the court, against the jury, against.
Well,
I'm wondering if it has something to do with them wanting to visit the murder scene. If someone's made some kind of a threat against them, if they do.
if they did, but then they still agreed to do that. So I was wondering, I was going even bigger into legal drama here, like as if it was like one of those shows on TV. What if Alex emailed the judge that he wanted to come in and plead?
If that was the case, we wouldn't be where we are right now.
Right. They would actually.
They would not have called the jury in at all this morning. They would have dealt with that before they ever called the jury in.
Mhm. Yep, I don't know which we have heard, more hogs or pawpaw. I wonder what it is. I'm gonna go look, Kim, because she said there's actually a poll on there by Brandy Church where it says, "Have we heard more about hogs or pawpaw?" Like, yeah, at least we heard the explanation about why he all of a sudden started calling him that, because he never had before. So his brother kind of gave some credence that that's a family nickname that everybody did know very well. It does sound like a bluegrass band, Liam. Bubba and the Hogs. I don't know. Yes, brilliant. I would agree that I don't want to hear any more about Paul Murdaugh's post-deceased face anymore. I don't. They're going back and forth. Nor to how bad is an exploded brain? Like, how bad can it go? Like, she literally needed to tell the jury that if you think just a big intact brain over there is pretty gory, if that had come from the headshot at the top with the gases that they're talking about, there would be it would be decimated. She's right. It would have been like blobs everywhere. There would be no large intact piece of brain like there was. And she was pretty clear and graphic. I felt bad for the jury. They have to look at those pictures again. I don't know. What do you think today the biggest thing for the state was, Granny and Mango and Vic?
Oh, let's see. I don't know. Probably bringing back the pathologist. She did have some good points. I think that they rattled her too much. I think she got too defensive, and there were times when she was offering way too much. They asked her a question, she answered it, and she should have stopped talking right then.
Yeah, because she got really annoyed, didn't she?
Right. And there were a couple of times when there was an objection and she kept talking. Once there's an objection, you're supposed to stop talking.
Yeah, Judge doesn't like that at all. And you could tell that he rattled her. Like those are the kinds of things she was doing that it was quite evident she was rattled. And a jury doesn't want to see you get rattled about your testimony. They would rather see confidence that
now,
you can't rattle me. Yeah.
Right. But on the other hand, I see she did have a place to properly get annoyed because it is annoying when you give testimony about your area of expertise and someone is trying to destroy your testimony that doesn't even understand what it is that you said. And that can get really annoying. And you're trying to explain it like you're a 5-year-old, but you're trying to explain to them a topic that takes considerable expertise to be able to fully understand.
True. And it's also when he's purposely going out of his way to be obtuse about it.
Exactly.
Like he gets it. He just doesn't want to act like he gets it.
He knows that it's not a contact. He knows it wasn't a contact shooting, but he chose to pull from a book and get a diagram from a contact shooting. Like, of course she's going to get upset because she said it like 30 times.
Yeah. They actually pulled that. They pulled that from evidence. He withdrew it because he knew it was going to be a bone of contention. He knew
I think she should have just stuck with, look, I saw the contact wound. I can see that this is an entry wound. Anyone who would have examined the body could see that this is the entry wound and it did not come from above. Now, if your guy examined the body and claimed this wasn't the entry wound, I would seriously question your person's credentials.
And she did actually kind of say that, didn't she? She just sort of stuck to it.
At
She
that
said,
point, she should have stopped. That's where she
or just at least reiterated just that. That listen, I know why they said what they said. They didn't have the benefit of what I did, but I'm the one who did the autopsy. I saw this, I saw that. They didn't. I'll give them fair credit that they just don't know because they weren't there.
Exactly.
That would have been because she was trying. She's not going to bash somebody else, Go on.
Yeah, she did make mention that she made sure to say, and I loved her for it when she said it, to say, well, I had the bodies in front of me.
Exactly.
The bodies,
and I'm like, ouch. Yeah, they had reports with partial without not even the entire report. So how in the hell could you go by his testimony anyways if he didn't have the entire report? I feel like he should have been nixed at that moment. They should have said, nope, take his testimony out. I would have. Because he didn't have all the information. How can you even say that he can have an expert opinion on it?
They only had the information that the defense gave them. And then in one testimony, the Savannah was actually to prove, well, then that the footprint belongs to Paul because that was identified. Well, no, I didn't clearly see any information.
Exactly.
So they didn't give them all of the footprint details either, or on Maggie either, about the sandal. You know, they only gave them certain things. They didn't give them the rest of the testimony that was made about it, so that they could make a
which
good.
is exactly why it swayed in his direction, and that's why I think that testimony should be stricken, because it's obviously the defense was swaying him, and he doesn't have all the information. It's like giving a guy a tape measure that only goes to 3 feet and asking him how long a 4-foot board is and measuring it. You just can't do it.
I
You
think
need the entire tape measure.
Yeah, I don't think the state. Well, obviously the state didn't move to strike the testimony or anything based on them not being an expert at that point, because they really were qualified. It's just the amount of information they had.
Well,
no, I'm not.
So it
Yeah,
was
it's
just
not
like
that.
it was just a
It's not
guess
that he
on
wasn't an expert. It was just
Right,
information.
exactly. Yeah, yeah. The defense had a point there that, you know, he admitted he's not an expert in this area, and that's what he's offered his testimony as. And so, yeah, at that point, he's no longer testifying as an expert. But he shouldn't have even admitted that.
I was talking about the pathologist, Granny.
Oh, I'm
not
sorry.
the
And
cell
no, but
phone
she's
guy.
right about the cell phone guy.
No,
and
she
he's
is right.
claiming not.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but you know what? You don't have to be an engineer to throw a phone. I'm sorry. They can't claim that you have to be an engineer to do testimony on whether a cell phone opens or shuts when you toss it.
Right.
Well, I think it looks
phone.
bad on him for not taking notes and like writing things down, you know, like I just remembered it. I don't think that was good procedure for him to walk into court with no paperwork in his hand, saying
I
this is what I wrote
genuinely
down.
think
This was my findings.
It was over the weekend, and he just gets to like do the experiment. I'm glad he did it 10 times, because then he could testify. They said, well, how many times makes it like credible to you? He goes, well, I did it 10 times. More than 10 times definitely means it's credible to me. The same thing happened 10 times.
Oh, okay.
And
I still would have
believe-
documented it just to, I don't know. I think he should do some kind of report.
I don't. I don't
if he
agree.
did.
Not for over weekend for rebuttal. I don't agree, because he's
Right.
already given a report on the other data, and
Right.
it's all there. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, fair enough. Okay. See, I didn't remember this guy from before. I forgot who he was.
He
so.
gave a very credible report and reams of paper, right? Godless Granny. He come like all of that. He had his files with him. He could tell you, listen, that man sat there and he told you, I have testified 10 times before, and 6 times was on cell phone data and 4 times was on crime scene. He could tell you. Like, he looked right in his notes right there. So he does keep good notes. He was asked about a specific part of testimony that came up on the other side about if the phone would actually activate if tossed a certain way.
Right. I get it.
And see,
no, I'm
something like
sorry.
that,
You're right. I spaced out on the fact that he was being recalled. So I apologize. You're absolutely right.
And then let's just say that he is actually only supporting other evidence that's actually already been presented, because wasn't it Rakowski who actually presented that evidence about the phone being tossed out the window and where it landed, right? Or one of them.
I believe so.
Well, Rakowski is the timeline guy. Okay, so it was either him or one of the higher up SLED agents that actually gave testimony about the phone that way. So he was really just supporting what was already being said, and he actually ran the experiment to prove it. So however he did it, I mean, it would have been nice to be all with a recorded like Phillip Barber wanted. He should have like can you imagine what they would have been saying, the defense, if the state made them sit through 20 minutes of this man throwing a phone across the room and documenting it? They would have had a fit. They would have had
Honestly, I think this was a genius move. Like, I think asking him to come back in and him just being himself, it really lends credence to who he is as a person. So they know that he brought in all of that data. They know that he's able to analyze, go over it. They know that he is good at his job. So when he sits there and he tells you over and over, this is exactly what I did. This is how I did it. This is what I found. And anytime they tried to argue, the defense tried to argue it, he was like, I am not an expert on that, but I can tell you that if you do this, this is going to happen because I did it over and over and over. Like, I think the jury's really going to be okay with that. They're gonna be like, oh yeah, he's credible. He's good.
I think they're going to wonder why they wanted it out so bad too. The harder that the defense pushes, I wonder if it will. I know with me, just human nature, somebody's pushing really hard for something they want out or they don't want in, then I'm wondering why. I'm wondering why.
Oh, the whole like 9:06 p.m. was the last time that the phone registered being held up.
Mm-hmm. And here's the
Like,
thing, like you want it out, that means maybe I should go look at it. Why do you want it out so bad?
maybe I
Like
should
they're
look at
going,
that
jury,
timeline
don't
again.
go look over there. Like they're going, don't look over there, don't look over there. And I'm like, okay, where? I'm looking right there. What are you talking about? Like, I want to see it now. I think that's human nature. The more they tell you don't look, don't check that out, the more you're going to want to.
Oh, you're being really weird about this one specific thing? I need to know all about it.
Like when Dick Harpootlian jumped up at the mention of the hose.
Oh
At
my
the
God,
very
the
beginning of the
hose.
trial, Petty, right? And I went, there's a thing. I'm waiting to listen to this. I wrote that down and I went, I want to know everything about this hose. That was the first thing. And sure enough, that actually leads to the piece of, could he have washed off before he went into the house? Why is there no DNA? It actually led credence to, there's something here. There's something they don't want us to know about.
The hose.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I
Wait
wonder,
in the beginning. Mm-hmm.
I wonder if Alex has told his attorneys exactly what happened that night. I wonder if they know.
Well, that would make for a cranky morning this morning, wouldn't it? if they had that dinner last night. But I
No,
don't.
I'm not thinking last night. I'm thinking, he told them at the time that he hired them, that he may have told them everything that happened.
Yeah,
Because if they know exactly what happened, it's easier for them to make a defense. On the other hand, there are
If they
some
don't.
defense attorneys that don't want to know.
I don't think they know. And
I
the
haven't.
reason,
Yeah, go ahead.
The reason I don't think that they know is because Alex Murdaugh, before all of the stuff about the financial crimes and all of that came out, he was friends with Dick. He was friends with Dick Hrpootlian. He used to hang out with him.
And Jim
then
too.
he hired Jim and Hrpootlian to do Paul stuff. And the way that everything has gone, you can see the growing frustration in Hrpootlian, because how is he supposed to make this go in his client's favor when his client very obviously did not tell him what's up?
I kind of agree with that. I've been thinking about this from the beginning of the trial. And the more that it goes on, I think so, especially when Alex took the stand and they were concerned and they didn't know what to expect. And when you look at the height of the frustration they're dealing with now regarding that testimony, all the holes that were left in it, all the lies that were put out there, all the things that just dismantled the case they already presented. Because remember, when Alex took the stand, the defense already had a case to present. Okay. And he just shot it in the foot. And I agree with you. I do not think that Alex told his attorneys anything. Also, look at how Alex has actually negotiated the whole trial to begin with. From the beginning, with all those folders and all those trials and all of the messages, he tells the attorneys exactly what he wants. He's taking all the notes. Creighton Waters pegged that. And he showed that. And every day that man leaves the court, he goes with tons of those files with it, plus the new stuff he wrote for the day. He's running this trial here as the defense on his own. And he's not keeping them in the loop about it. Because if they knew what to expect, they would have done everything they could to actually challenge. I heard not one single challenge about that video. Not one.
I was chuckling at Paul Baxter's comment.
Which one?
I've dropped, flipped, thrown, tested my iPhone. Upon further review, I now need a new iPhone.
You could testify to that, right? You're a qualified expert that you need a new phone. Okay. He's definitely qualified in that I need a new phone. I now need a new phone. Oh man, Paul. Oh no. Wait. Poor guy. Yeah.
I learned something about iPhones recently.
Yeah.
Whenever I would put my iPhone in my pocket, anytime I bent over, it fell out. And I really would get frustrating anytime my pants didn't have a front pocket, because if I put them in my back pocket, if I go to the bathroom, it's going to fall out. It's probably going to fall in the toilet. And I had a 6S for probably a decade and a half.
Mhm.
And
Wow.
I never wanted a bigger one because I said, if the 6S keeps falling out of my pocket, what's going to happen if I get something bigger? Well, it finally did fall out of my pocket and into some water. And so I got a new phone. I got a 13, and I got a new case, and my new case is silicone,
Mhm.
and it doesn't slide, and I can bend over and it doesn't fall out of my pocket. And I thought, all these
Okay.
years, my phone's been falling out of my pocket, and I've been bending over and picking it up. And I didn't realize the problem wasn't the phone, it was the case.
It was. I have an Otter case for that reason because they're just rough enough that the phone doesn't slide off any surface that you place it on, like accidentally, like
You know
the
what I
corral
always say, Granny?
countertop or anything like that.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Oh shit, what was I gonna say? Oh, I can always tell really highly intelligent people because things like that just slip right by them. So now I
Mhm.
just think you're more intelligent than I thought before.
Well,
That's
thank
a
you.
really good thing. That's a really good
No,
thing.
it's true. The
But
smartest
yeah.
people out there have no common sense about little tiny, because you guys are so busy thinking about the big shit, you just don't think about it. That's what
I
it
was
is, I swear.
I don't even want to tell you how old I was before I learned how to properly open a cardboard container of milk or something like that. I don't even want to tell you. Like there is actually a way to do it that is actually works every single time. And I didn't learn that until, oh my God, it could have been yesterday. Let's just say that. Close enough. Close enough
Case
to
in
be that
point.
embarrassing.
Mango, what did you
Yeah.
miss recently that was obvious? See what I mean?
Yep.
Okay, so for those of you that are like into or used to be into young adult novels, and those of you that really like science, I learned about a month and a half ago for the first time that John Green and Hank Green are brothers.
What?
Who are they?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Who are they?
There's a lot of people that know who they are. So Hank Green,
First tell them which YA series that's from, because that'll
oh
probably straighten
no,
it out for them.
so John Green is the author of The Fault in Our Stars,
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Paper
okay.
Towns, books like that. Like
Oh,
that's
okay.
him. And his brother is Hank Green, the dude that's on TikTok, like doing science for people and explaining science.
Ah, so they
I was like,
that
oh, they look kind
must
of
be an
similar. And then I
interesting
found out, oh,
family.
wait,
I'd
apparently
like
they
to
have a
have dinner.
podcast together.
I would like to have
Right.
dinner over there. That would be an interesting place to
No,
have dinner. Yeah.
not dinner, Claire. It would take longer than that. You need like a weekend hangout. You guys would
Yeah.
talk all weekend.
It's true. It's like, oh yeah, Ro, didn't you show up just to get me about my otter case? Of course I have an otter case. But I had an otter case actually before my obsession with otters, if you believe that or not. Because otter case is like you can literally drive, I kid you not. I have driven over my phone and it didn't break. So otter is like my case for life now.
Otter
For
is
life.
the best case maker. I have one that's pretty close to it.
Mhm.
It's a little more lightweight. But the Otter case, when I was a truck driver, I had that because I would get out of the truck and I'd have like the phone between my legs or on a clip on my belt, and it would catch the seat belt and it would go flying. And like I've had that same phone fly off of my hip from a tractor trailer, not a little truck, hit the hit the pump, hit the concrete, skid all the way underneath the truck to the other side. I go over there and pick it up. There's nothing wrong. Nothing wrong. The couple little scratches on the edge of the case, like literally. And I said, that's it. Otter cases are the best ever made.
Yeah.
Because I
What
ruined so many phones doing that.
I know. Go ahead.
I'm curious about the Turtle Moves comment. Wait, milk comes in cartons? Didn't you
Yes.
go to school, Turtle?
Yes, and also like nowadays,
and-
like the organic milk always comes in a cardboard carton here in the East Coast more often. Most of it comes in a cardboard carton. You can
Unless you
still
go to
get it in
Mexico.
bottles and plastic, like big gallons and stuff. But
Anybody
I,
been to Mexico?
I've been, but I
Yeah.
didn't drink the milk, nor did I drink the water
Well,
while I was
I
there.
went to Walmart while I was there.
They have
'Cause
Walmart in Mexico?
we
Wait a
stayed for
minute.
2 weeks. We
Wait a
stayed
minute.
for, yeah, they have Walmarts.
Wait,
But
well,
the difference is, the only difference is their produce section is absolutely nothing like ours. Half the stock in the store is absolutely different. There's not as many varieties of stuff. This Walmart is way smaller than, it's more like the size of, like, I don't know, a small Kroger, like a small Kroger.
mhm.
And all of the signs are all written in Spanish and then little words of English underneath. But let me tell you, you walk in there and they have you know the rack we usually have, it has like potatoes and onions and all that shit on
Right,
it. It's like
right.
the
Mhm.
hugest, the biggest part of the
Mhm.
produce. Theirs is all peppers,
It
different
should
kinds of
be
peppers. They have
because of
like
the
30
cuisine.
different kinds of
Yes.
peppers. Yeah, but
Yeah.
anyway, so while we were shopping there, we walked through because my ex was like, I want to see what their food and stuff's like. She was very interested in any of the Spanish culture at all. So we were just walking through the store. Their milk is in sealed plastic containers on the shelf,
Mhm.
like non-perishable shelf.
Oh,
That's the milk they
so
get
not
there. They don't get
refrigerated.
fresh milk like we
So it's
do. They
kind of
get
like
canned milk.
Parmalat. It's in like Parmalat containers. That's like the pasteurized that stays for months that you get for,
Yeah,
know.
exactly.
Yeah,
That's what they
like
have. It's on the
you know how
shelf
you
there.
have
It's
that in your
weird.
cabinet, so like when you run out of milk, like you can at least still have coffee or for
Yeah, it's
emergency.
kind of, they
Yeah.
look kind of like the containers someone would buy for like special cream for a dish or
Mhm.
something like that.
Oh,
Or
yeah. Oh,
yeah, you know what I
wow.
mean? Like
Mhm.
the plastic, they're not even like plastic containers like our little milks come in. They come in kind of like that,
Mhm.
cracked. It's more of a
I'm just still
you gotta
fascinated that there's a
open the
Walmart
top
in
of it and it's got a
Mexico
little weird thing on it. Yeah. Oh no,
because
there's Walmarts.
Walmart's
There's
policies
Of
McDonald's
course there is.
everywhere.
Yeah, but Walmart's policies are like really against immigration and everything. They were one of the biggest funders of the wall, and here they are. They got marketed. I'm sorry. To me,
They're not
it
against
just.
making money off of poorer nations. What do you mean?
I know
That's
they're
all
not
it
against
is.
that, obviously, but I'm just saying it just like stuck me as like,
Yeah, I know.
okay, like how you gonna
Uh-huh.
get there if you build a wall,
No,
Fun
we
fact.
saw Burger King in Costa Rica.
Wait a minute, you need to explain this, Mr. Recker. I don't know if you can because if you're actually still in the chat, because I know you only make comments because you should be you're usually with your
I've
day.
had milk in a
In a
bag.
bag? In a
Mhm.
bag? Like how
Mhm.
in a bag? Like what kind of a bag
Never.
is
The
this?
bag sits in a plastic crate. That's how we used to get it at the restaurant that I
Oh,
worked at.
okay.
And then you have
Mhm.
to, and you use that to put it in the milk dispenser, and then you flip the crate over to get the bag into the milk dispenser. I couldn't do it. They're 25-pound bags of milk, and I couldn't lift them.
Wow. Because like New Zealand's full of cows. They have a lot of cows over there. They have a lot of livestock, Oh, well, I'm
Fun fact
fascinated.
on half-pint cartons of milk. When I was
Mm.
in elementary school, a carton of milk was 2 cents.
I remember. I don't remember it being 2 cents, but I just remember it was like we just got them the little tiny ones. I
Mhm.
never opened those right, and
Mm.
I'm seriously, I just learned how to actually open those containers properly. It's not good. But there's all kinds of little tools that like, the proper use of like, that you don't know all the little gadgets that are involved in it and things like that. Just like something to do with the tab on a soda. How you can actually use that to push to turn it around to push the actual indentation in, so that you don't have to put your finger in there to push the little insert in. You know how like you just tab it and then
Yeah.
it
Did you
doesn't go
know
all the way?
also those are made that did you know if those are made that you can spin them around and it'll hold your straw?
That's what was just going to get to. That not only do you push it to push the little tab in, but then it holds your straw in place so it's not bouncing all over the place. I just see, Becca, how old were you when you learned that? Because like that was just not too long ago for me too.
Great minds and all that.
Great minds that are aging smarter, I guess, or getting a clue. And I just never paid attention to anything like that. But I'm not a big soda drinker either. So, but I have been drinking a lot of seltzer in like Trader Joe's has this sparkling water that just has a tiny bit of fruit to it.
Mhm.
Like And so I've been drinking a lot of that, and it happens to come in aluminum cans. Well, the reason I learned about the cartons is because I don't buy milk anymore in plastic because of its inability to be recycled beyond, like, you have to recycle plastic into existence because it will never go away. Like, you can't actually get rid of it once it's created. So, like, I decided to just not support it anymore. So, like, a little conscious thing that I made, I just buy my milk in cartons now. So I had to learn how to open it more properly. It's not going
Hey, the better
well.
milk is in the cartons anyways, Claire.
Well, did you notice that the organic lasts so much longer than the regular pasteurized milk? And I'm trying to wonder about
No,
that.
right?
What?
I
What's
can only
that?
have the organic because the organic doesn't bother me for the lactose. Like I get like I might like get just a little bit of gas or I burp or something. But with the
Mhm.
regular milk and like the plastic jugs, oh, it screws me up. Me and my
Mhm.
son cannot drink that.
Do
But
you,
I can
I
drink
think
the
that's got
organic
to
milk as
do.
long as I don't go more than like a cup at a time.
Listen, and Liam's right. The better milk is in the calf in its original container.
Well,
If you,
no, you don't milk a calf.
well,
So no,
not the
you're
calf,
wrong,
the
Liam. You milk
cow,
the
the
cow.
cow. Yes,
You
in
milk a
its
calf,
original.
buddy.
Yeah,
You're not gonna
yeah,
get
that's a little
anything.
weird, Liam. Like, you're gonna have to change that one. Okay. No, but I agree. I think it's in the production. I think it's when we mass produce things, we just alter them to the point where, like, they're just not the same. And then, and that's how come it sticks out so obvious, because it does taste different also. It's more like, maybe you remember, Granny, when we used to, it's thicker, like milk used to be, with just a different taste, like more of everything in it. Now there's like 2%, 1%, skim. Regular, even whole milk seems to be thinner than it was. I don't know if that's the cows or the production. I don't know, but yeah. I know we sound all froofy now, Beck, because we're talking about.
Well, they don't want to put the cream's the most expensive part of the milk, Claire. So the more cream they leave in the milk to make it whole milk or skim milk or whatever, the more they're taking money out of their pockets.
Right, less
So
profit.
I truly
Yeah.
do think that they
It's
skim off more
production.
cream than they
Yeah,
should.
it's in the production. They're just, it's the
I
way they're
don't
producing. Yeah.
I don't get why skim milk isn't cheaper.
It
Since
should be.
since
Right.
you can sell the cream for more, it should be cheaper to get skim milk or 1%.
But here's what they do. They'll factor in the fact that it costs more to produce it more because they've got to do extra steps, but they don't factor in the extra, like you said, what they're taking out to make money on that. They never factor that back in, because if they did, you're right, it would be cheaper.
Liam says
I mean,
nope,
it's-
in the calf where it belongs. Yeah, he's going with what I was saying is, the calf is drinking it from the cow and the best milk is inside
Oh.
the calf's stomach.
Oh, okay. That's
Yes,
what
that
you
is
mean.
where it belongs,
Okay.
Liam. You're
Thanks
right.
for
Okay.
clarifying. Then that's what
I
it
was
is.
thinking the other direction.
Yeah. So only the calf
I was
needs to be
confused.
drinking the milk. Okay, I get it. I get it now. Okay. Well, yeah, but I don't know. We got, like, they said 2:15, and they're not. Whoa, they could be back because I don't have it up. Oh my gosh, where did it go? Shit. Holy
Hold
crap.
on,
Oh
let me
no.
check my.
Yes, that's right. They
Let
made a.
me check mine real quick.
Nope, they're not. Thank God. They're late too.
I thought he said 2:45.
Oh, did he?
I don't know.
What?
Yeah, I was trying to remember correctly because
He
my memory
usually
tells me
says an
he's
hour and 15 minutes. No, Liam, I
right.
think well, I know, right? Liam, I had a heart attack. Did you have a heart attack with me, Liam? Because, like, I'm really, like, having issues here, but I'm gonna
Yeah,
get the right.
they're still going over the previous testimony from Crosby and stuff on the other networks.
Mhm.
So not yet.
I think the feed we had this morning was good. Do you guys think it was good? I mean, I thought it was okay. Wait a minute.
Yeah, I
So
didn't
this
see it
one.
once in
glitching
a
or
while.
anything.
Mm-hmm.
It did.
Yeah, during the
I think they all
pathologist
do.
testimony, it was glitching for
Mm-hmm. I'm wondering if that's because I was doing something. I'm trying to think what I was doing while she was because sometimes it's just all about. Yeah, okay, now we can see. I don't know if when you're up there, if you guys can see the feed down there or not, or you only see yourselves. When you're
No,
in the
we
No,
can
back
we
only
just
see
see ourselves.
ourselves.
oh, you can.
Only people with
Mhm,
permissions like you and Wrecker can see who's down there in the basement and if
mhm.
there's a screen up or
So,
anything. Yeah.
so if they have keys like Wrecker and High, like production keys, then they can
Yeah,
see
they can see
everybody.
everything.
Okay, but you
Yeah.
can only see yourself if you're a guest. Like I wondered that. I
Correct.
never, although I'm a guest on other streams, I don't recall ever noticing if I could see more than myself in the back room or not.
Case Allers.
Yeah, no,
The,
you can't.
the judge isn't taking breaks for himself 9 times out of 10. They're not just because he wants to take a break. Or someone in the jury pool will be like, I need a minute because it's a lot of graphic information. You also have the fact that he knows that people are going to get tired sitting there for 7 hours straight. So get the wiggles out. It's actually a learning technique for children.
Yeah,
Some
and you
people
have
need to
jury
use the
members that
restroom more
can't, and
often.
you have jury members and people at the defense and state table that can't just get up and go to the bathroom too.
Right.
So do you
Right.
want to make them make them wait 5 hours to 4 hours to pee? Like that's really, and actually this judge is brilliant, and I adore him. I think he's honest. I think he's by the book. He's straightforward. He's not pulling any punches. He runs his courtroom a certain way, and and as far as what I've seen, it's run way better than a lot of places I've seen where people are jumping up and yelling at each other and stuff. He just will not have it. So I like him. Yeah, right, Hrpootlian.
Boy,
I need a break
was he
after
so-
every time Harpo
Right.
talks.
I know, me too. Like he's giving me agita, Verugian, but I'm keeping it together. You'd be proud of me. I haven't lost it at all during this trial. You'd be proud of me. But he is giving me agita today. He really is, because he's coming out so angry, and I want to try to remain unbiased and really hear what's going on. He's making it difficult. Like I'm just like, I have to mute because I literally, when he was walking in front of the witness in between Creighton, Waters, and the witness, I was like, sit down. Damn it. Don't be such a doddering, distracting. I know what you're up to. Stop it. Stop it. Go sit down. Like, I was just like yelling at him. Like, and I was like, this isn't a good look. You need to stop. Stop yelling at your computer. You know, but he's infuriating to me. He has such bad manners, but he does it on purpose. I know he knows better. He's a man of a certain age. I know he knows better.
Did you see Recker's
there's
comment about
plastic.
the cartons?
Yes, and here in America, that plastic is not on the inside that much, and they are waxed, not
Yes.
not plastic. So we can recycle our milk cartons 100% because of the waxing that is done. But I know what you're talking about, Recker. I've seen those cartons with the plastic. In particular, I buy a product of tomatoes that are just crushed tomatoes, nothing else added. And because of the acid and everything in tomatoes, they are lined with a little bit of plastic inside the carton.
That's interesting because our recycling tells us that we can't recycle anything that has wax on it.
Ours is taking it and they're doing something with it. They're using it for something else. Like they take everything. They actually mentioned the cartons, the milk cartons. Yeah.
Our state is so backwards. They won't take glass either.
Our-
Glass is the easiest thing there is to recycle, and our recycling does not.
Wasn't it the number one? I remember
Yes.
a long time ago, you could bring back empty bottles, glass bottles. You got money for it, a nickel.
Right.
Yeah, you
or
got
a dime
deposit
or
back,
whatever.
5
Yeah,
cents,
you got a
1
deposit
cent.
back.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
But our
But-
recycling does not take glass. We have to throw that in the trash.
Our recycling in
That's
the
insane.
state is not regulated by the state. It's done by each individual county and each individual community. Because where I live, we have to contract our own recycling company to come, like itself. It's not part of the county. And it also our trash and stuff like that. So it's all independent on what you actually contract for and how it'll go. So
We have to use the recycling. Well, we don't have to. I mean, we could throw everything in the trash if we want to, but we're billed for recycling pickup. So whether you use it or not, you're going to pay for it.
we will be penalized for not recycling here. There will be actually sanctions if they find recycling in your regular trash. So they actually we made you we're paying for this. We want you to do this. They supply the containers. They give you the rules. They make it easy. And they actually, because it was too difficult to do 3 containers, we had aluminum, we had glass in plastics, were in one, and then there was aluminum, and then there was cardboard and paper, and that was too difficult for people, so they contracted at the next referendum to get a company that would do all the sorting for us. So now we have one big recycling, and anything recyclable goes into that bin, and they pick
That's
it
what
up,
we have.
and then they sort it later at the factory. It's much more expensive for the town to do it that way because they're making a lot of money sorting it. And also we have less control over what they do with it. We don't know if they're just actually taking only one particular thing out of it, like say glass, and tossing the rest in the landfill. Like we have a
Right.
lot less control over the actual recycling process itself,
Yeah,
which
we
I'm
don't have
not
any
comfortable
choice at
with.
all. We have to pay a monthly fee for them to do that.
Because I did ask, like, what are they doing with it? What are you actually pulling out of that? And we couldn't get very much detail, except for that they said like clean cardboard. And I'm like, if you're putting it all together, there is no clean cardboard. What are you talking about? You're
Mhm.
putting it all in one big bang. Like, how is the cardboard clean? So anyway, yeah, they said clean cardboard and glass and aluminum were being pulled, and like level 4, 5 plastics, or level 2, 3, 4, 5 plastics, which is a lot of the levels of the plastic. So I was happy about that.
Come to order.
Oh, they're here. They're finally back. I wonder if we're going to go right to whatever the email was.
Be seated.
State's Exhibit 521 is a worksheet showing steps and time steps were taken, along with some calculations about how many steps per minute. It's come to my attention that there's a math error contained in the previously submitted exhibit, and I think the error bled over into the defense's exhibit. I think it's 156. And so at this time, with the state's consent, the state would like to just simply substitute a worksheet with the correct math for the previous incorrect worksheet.
And defense would also ask you to consent.
Okay. Yes.
They do not want us to hear what they're talking about. The sidebars here, they have to be kept private because they're not going to be part of the record until after the jury does their verdict. So, wonder if it's about the email or if it's about correcting the record. Because I think that's nice. They want to correct the record for the math error, so there's no problem going forward, and correct it on both sides. I am curious about the email. I have found nothing online. I've been looking. There's nothing, of course, because it didn't happen in the courtroom. So there's no really credible information out there yet, unless it's coming right out from Juddge Newman or one of the attorneys. I don't know if we're going to know what they're talking about there, what the concern is. And I'm thinking they're talking here about this evidence piece that they want to change. But usually they would let us hear both sides of the argument. So maybe it is about the email. Well, we sure did cover the gamut for lunch, huh? We're talking about all kinds of nifty little tools, not to mention all the testimony and everything. And then we get on to recycling. Well, I'm glad you all were here to entertain. And thank you so much, Godless Granny, and for Petty Mango, and for Beck for coming up and helping along with that. You guys are all welcome back anytime during the breaks. I have pinned the link. That goes for anyone familiar, here all the time in the chat. Any of you? You got something you want to talk about? Looks like we're coming back.
You'll bring the jury.
Okay, we have another minute or two. It looks like it's tight-lipped. Whatever they were talking about, Juddge Newman is not going to tell us. At least not without the jury being there. Is your volume good, everyone, with actually the feed?
All right, thank you. Your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Dr. Kenny Kinsey.
Okay.
Do you swear the testimony that you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. If you'll have a seat, adjust that microphone for me. If you'll state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Kenneth Lee Kinsey, Kinsey.
Welcome back, Dr. Kinsey. It feels like a year since you were here. You were qualified last week as an expert, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
What I would like for you to do right now is just to remind the jury, give them a little bit of background on your education, your work history, your credentials that made you qualified to be an expert witness.
Yes, sir. I've got a degree from Clemson University, a master's degree, that's undergraduate, a master's degree from Troy University, a PhD from Walden University. I have formerly been certified by the International Association for Identification 2 different times for crime scene investigation and reconstruction. I've worked approximately 800 death scenes in my career, and I've handled and processed countless evidence in crime scene and the crime scene related disciplines. I have completed and passed proficiency in those disciplines as recommended by the International Association for Identification, which includes oral exams, research, technical work, and also I worked under a qualified examiner for a determined amount of time. And I've been a police officer for approximately 30 years in various capacities.
And just to remind the jury, you were qualified as a forensic or crime scene forensics expert in this particular case.
Yes, sir, I was.
And real quick, what other types of qualifications as an expert do you possess?
I'm also a firearms instructor for handguns, shotguns. They call them patrol rifles, but that includes subguns, fully automatic and semi-automatic platforms. I have endorsements through the South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy. I'm also a SLED concealed weapons permit instructor, and I'm formerly a law enforcement firearms instructor through the NRA.
Now, you've had an opportunity to review the case file for this particular case, correct?
Yes, I have.
And you have actually been out to the crime scene, correct?
I have.
Thank the court's indulgence. I would like to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 526. Do you recognize this map?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is it?
That's a satellite map from the Moselle property.
I would like to offer this into evidence. I assume no objection.
Submit it.
Dr. Kinsey, we're going to keep our testimony today narrowly focused and tailored to a few witnesses that the defense put up this past week. Did you have the opportunity to observe one witness named Michael Sutton, who was a forensic mechanical engineer for the defense?
I did.
Now, do you recall any of his conclusions or what his main conclusion was regarding the size of the shooter?
I do.
What was that conclusion?
5'2" to 5'4".
I would like now, Doug, if you would, I would like for you to publish or cut on Defense Exhibit 140. Go to page 49. Okay, now what I want to do is we're going to get into this in just a moment, but they published this into evidence last week. And you recognize these green lines coming out?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, and what do those green lines represent?
Those green lines represent a predicted static angle or I don't know what you would call it, trajectory for possible shooters.
And Doug, if you would go to page 74 of this presentation, please. Do you recognize this photo on page 74 of the defense exhibit?
I do.
And what is it?
It is Mr. Sutton pointing a pump action shotgun into the feed room at Moselle.
Okay, and did Mr. Sutton develop his conclusions as to the height of the shooter based on math that he did in this particular case?
He said it was trigonometry, but yes, sir, he did.
Based on your many years of law enforcement experience, education, and training, what is your overall opinion on his conclusions?
I think his intentions are well, but I think his methods were flawed.
So what I want to do is I want to go back, and there were 3 previous angles that we just looked at in the previous slide, correct?
That is correct.
And then he also determined an angle here in this photo, correct?
That is correct.
And those are the angles that he used to determine the height of the shooter, correct?
That is correct. And Mr. Wilson, I don't know the totality of what he considered, but that was one of the elements, one of the criteria he used.
Okay, just to refresh the jury's recollection, Doug, if you go to page 4, it should be state 62. It's a picture. What is that a picture of?
That is a picture of what's been described as a quail pen.
Go to page 5, please. And what is that a picture of?
That is a close-up of that quail pen, and it has weathered cardboard on one end.
Okay, and that, for the record, is exhibit 63 that is a picture of. And go to page 6, which should be state 64. And what is that a picture of?
That is a close-up of what appears to be a bullet defect or bullet damage in that cardboard.
Okay, now they base their angles of at least 2 angles. Let's back up. There were 2 angles taken from this particular one bullet hole. Why is that?
There were, I believe the original crime scene agent gave a possibility of 2 angles of the angle of impact in the cardboard.
Okay, and what are some things that someone can determine from examining a bullet hole in this cardboard?
Well, the first thing is direction. It lets you know that you had one or at least one projectile fired from that direction. It's a pretty good indicator for direction.
Okay, what's another thing that you can determine?
Sometimes you can determine the angle of impact and whether that bullet was affected before it struck that object. And what I mean is, was it deflected by flesh, or did it hit its target, or is there an internal problem with the weapon that would cause that bullet to be off center?
Are you comfortable with the direction that was determined by Special Agent Worley in this particular photo?
I'm very confident of that direction.
Okay. The defense determined that there were 2 potential angles. How confident are you that the methodology used to determine those angles are accurate?
I have zero confidence from this piece of evidence as far as establishing angles.
So that's interesting. You feel good about the direction of the bullet going into the quail cage, but you have a concern about the angle, correct?
That is correct.
Do you have a concern about the angle?
The angle of impact, yes, sir, that is correct.
What are 2 things that could affect the angle of impact on a surface like this cardboard?
As I mentioned before, you could have, that bullet could have hit an object, which we don't know, or it could be an internal problem with the firearm that causes it. When you think about, if I could explain,
yes.
When you think about a quarterback throwing a football, they spin that football and it makes it stable in flight. Well, a projectile coming out of the muzzle of a firearm, a single projectile firearm, works the same way. You've got little lands and grooves in that barrel. And as that propellant pushes that projectile down the barrel, it twists. Now, there's different twists depending on the firearm, but that twist, called rifling, most commonly, that's what my grandfather called it, but it makes that bullet stable in flight. Anything that can throw that projectile off of battery, whether it be striking something or a firearm problem, maybe fouling too much lead in the barrel, those kind of things will make that bullet off center. Now, it still may go the general direction, but the rotation of that projectile could be off just a little bit when it strikes a target.
So a good analogy would be a lineman getting his hand on a football and making it go wobbly, but it keeps going, correct?
That would work. Yes, sir.
I'll leave the witness.
Doug, could you zoom in on this hole real quick? Dr. Kinsey, I'd like to ask you to step down here, and for demonstrative purposes, I'd like you to demonstrate how an angle of impact can be affected in cardboard with a dowel.
Yes.
Describe to the jury what you've done with this box.
I've placed 4 strategic holes in this box representing a bullet defect in cardboard. As you probably saw in the photographs, as a crime scene investigator, we use dowel rods to help determine direction and angle of impact. Now, they can be as simple as a wooden dowel rod like you get at your hardware store, or they make some real complicated ones made out of fiberglass. If you can afford it, you know, most agencies and most crime scene teams will use a fiberglass rod, but the wooden rods, as long as they're pretty straight and true, they work just the same. So if this represents a projectile defect in cardboard, and may I say weathered cardboard, because this has been out there at least a year and a half since this incident took place, you place that dowel rod in that defect, and then you can get an approximate angle or angle of impact on it, but you definitely the shooter here, I can explain that to you also.
Okay. So how could you demonstrate how, well, back up. First conceded, if you would. You saw
Call and I will come.
You saw the defense expert's testimony, Mr. Sutton, I believe, last week, describing this hole. Can you explain to them how he determined the angle of impact based on what he was observing in this bullet entry?
I can, Mr. Wilson.
Please do so for the jury.
What Mr. Sutton did with geometry and trigonometry and a whole lot of tools, but basically a protractor, as we use when I testified previously, if you had a confident bullet defect, you can run a string and then put a level or it's a type of protractor, it's a bullet angle finder on top of that rod, and you can get a general angle of impact in a fixed object. However, this isn't a fixed object.
He referred to that little mark around 3 o'clock. What did he call that?
I think he called it a bullet wash.
Could it be a bullet wipe?
Bullet wipe, yeah, something like. It's not a term I use. But,
okay,
I'm familiar with it.
And what was he assuming that bullet wipe was caused by, based on the testimony you heard?
From the angle. He's assuming
the angle of what?
The angle of impact.
Okay. What else could cause that?
As we mentioned, striking the surface beforehand, fouling in the barrel, something internal. It just throws the bullet off course a little bit. It's not spinning the way it normally spins. So when it strikes, it doesn't strike. It doesn't enter the way it normally would. It wallers a little bit, like that football we talked about.
What about the dowel rod?
Well, the purpose of inserting the dowel rod is to try to get the best angle or the best direction you can. And in a perfect world, the angle would be fairly confident, like another bullet defect we're going to talk about. Remember, this is weathered cardboard. So once that examiner, and these rods are not caliber specific either, because a crime scene investigator or an examiner can't look at a bullet hole and guess what caliber it is. That's nonsense. So you try to pick the one that fits the hole the best. And with some of the fancy kits, you get a little shim kit with some little rubber grommet that you can place in there, make it fit a little bit better. But more typically, you just pick the dowel rod that's closest to the hole.
Could a dowel rod affect the angle of impact?
Upon me inserting this dowel rod, I can do damage to that bullet defect. But more importantly, when I remove it, I could do damage. And it's very deceptive damage. It's not intentional, but it can damage the angle of impact, especially in a soft, unreliable object like cardboard.
You can return to the stand. Thank you. Please go ahead.
What I'm saying, once a crime scene investigator gets what they need, they get their photographs, their measurements, their direction. So now this dowel rod's here. And none of us know this unless you've got a video of the examiner taking that dowel rod out. So we don't know what direction he or she might have pulled that dowel rod out because she's got her measurement. She or he is not considering someone coming behind them and measuring again for something in a piece of cardboard. And we're not talking about in wood or sheetrock, we're talking about cardboard. If you pull it to the right, you cause that same bullet wipe that we got in the photograph. Likewise, if I pull it to the left, now it looks like that projectile has entered from a left to right direction. And you can go on and up or down. That'll influence the appearance of that bullet defect because you've got an object like cardboard, something that there's no confidence in.
Thank you. You can set that down. So do you recall what the defense expert testified to the direction and angle of that particular angle of impact?
I do.
And what was it?
I think 1 and 3 degrees.
But do you remember, like, was it left
Going
to right,
up.
right to left?
Going up.
And from what way to what way? What direction to what direction?
Left to right, or right to left.
Right.
Yes, sir, right to left. I have to think about the quail pen in my head.
Are you confident that the direction was correct on this?
Yes, sir. I have no reason not to believe the direction. I mean, that would have to be a huge defect hole for it to throw the direction off.
How confident are you in the angle of this?
I have zero confidence in that angle of the bullet entry.
Doug, if you could go to page 21, which I believe is State's exhibit, a picture of State's Exhibit 38. Can you describe for the jury what that is right there?
Like the first defect, this is also a defect in a wooden, it's been described as a doghouse.
Now, you can also determine the angle of impact and the direction here, correct?
I can.
What degree of certainty do you have that they were right in the angle of impact and the directions in the doghouse?
I place a lot more confidence in this angle because that wood is fixed. It'll show a much truer projection of the angle of impact.
Can you, hold on one second. How is this particular, I think you just described it, but real quick, how is the doghouse different from the quail cage in determining the angle of impact?
Well, the doghouse, if you look at it, is at least a ½ inch to 3/4 thick. So like I said, you've got a stable, dependable bullet defect. The cardboard is 2 pieces of brown paper with corrugated paper in between to cause, for strength purposes. But as I mentioned, not only is the cardboard, in my opinion, not a good substance to shoot into, it's also weathered. So that makes it even weaker.
Doug, can you go to page 42 on this exhibit? All right, can you, it doesn't have an exhibit number at the top, but this is page 42 on Defense Exhibit 40. Can you describe what this photo is?
Yes, sir. That is a computer animated drawing of some potential trajectories into that quail pen.
And the two gray boys here, what are they?
They are, they're two figures that were placed in that CAD presentation to represent shooters.
Go to 46 of the same exhibit and describe what this is.
This is one animated suspect, I guess, or shooter placed in a similar CAD drawing, photograph, animation.
Okay, now go to page 49. And what is, sorry, go back, that's the picture I wanted. So there's three angles represented in this picture, correct?
There are three angles.
Two of them are from the same hole, correct?
Yes, sir.
One of them is from the doghouse, correct?
That is correct.
You believe that the doghouse angle is fairly reliable?
I do.
You question the quail house angle, correct?
I place no confidence in that angle from the quail pen.
Explain for the jury, and you observed the defense expert last week talking about this, how did they come to determine, based on these lines and where these gray figures are placed, how did they come to determine their heights were between 5'2" and 5'4"? We'll get to your opinions about that in a moment, but just explain for them how the defense expert got to that decision.
The defense expert said he tried plugging in different heights, and he had to place those animated figures on a plane, that line, that laser line, and he determined that they go back and forth on that plane to achieve the defects that are documented by the original crime scene examiner.
Doug, go to page 51 real quick. Let's see if that's the... So there's some yellow placards here on the ground. You see them?
I do.
And what do those yellow placards represent?
Cartridge cases that were found on the ground. They're markers, so once you find the cartridge cases, you put them there for documentation purposes, photography, and sketching purposes.
And why? Explain to the jury what the defense has determined that their angle is based on those static lines, those green lines, correct?
That is correct. Back and forth on that one static line for one angle and one static line for the other angle.
And they've placed them right there at that particular location. Why?
I think the defense expert was taking into consideration the location of the cartridge cases, and he was showing how it would fit those 5'2" animated figures that he placed in that presentation.
Is it your understanding, and I'll demonstrate, the gray figures are holding the firearm, and those gray lines represent like a string. They would run up and down, correct?
Yes, sir. That was the testimony. You go back and forth on this green line.
Okay. And that they would be right here because this is where the shell casings are. The shell casings are ejecting, correct?
That is how I understood his.
What?
Restate the question.
I'll restate the question. Why would they be placed right there in that particular location along that static green line?
Because they were in proximity to some of the shell casings.
Okay. Can you explain for this jury why their assumptions on the math they did are incorrect in determining that the shooter had to be between 5'2" and 5'4"?
Well, there's a bunch of variables. Variables do matter. There are a bunch that you would have to consider. First, you'd have to consider this to be a static crime scene. Very little movement, and when it is movement, it's controlled movement. Second, you would have to place some confidence in that angle of impact on that cardboard. Third, as I testified in my previous testimony, we're not able to test fire or with confidence what we know to be the weapon used in this situation with the same ammo. And they don't throw the ammo the same place every time. It may be in the general vicinity, but as I said, I believe in my previous testimony, if you knew exactly where it was going to throw that cartridge case, you could carry a bucket with you and sit that bucket and all your cartridge cases would go in the bucket. But like we see in the sketch and in the animated drawing, those cartridge cases are throughout. They're in a pretty large little area. And what I also saw that I noticed from this CAD drawing is there's cartridge cases to the left of these animated shooters, which means that sometime at least 2 of these shots were fired with the shooter far to the left and not on this static green line.
Could you come down here real quick and point out what you're talking about as it relates to the location of the shell casing?
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure if this is a shell casing here, Mr. Wilson, but right here, that is a shell casing, and it would not eject this direction in any situation depicted here in the presentation. It's not a left-handed, nobody's ever testified it was a left-handed AR-15, and like I said, they're kind of uncommon, and if it is, and that's a left-handed, then we couldn't explain the majority of them being to the right. So that's what makes this static line flawed.
Thank you.
And in another photograph, you can actually see a larger area of cartridge cases back here.
Thank you. Let's assume for a minute that the angles are correct. And they very well could be, correct?
They could be.
Why is the defense's theory as to the height of the shooter represented in this picture still wrong? What else could affect it?
Distance and height.
Would you like to take a moment to demonstrate for the jury what you're talking about?
Weapon position. Yes, sir. Will you tell me which angle you'd like me to demonstrate first?
Let me ask you this question before you step down. Can a person be on their knee and get the same angle and be standing and get the same angle?
Yes, sir.
Can a 6'4" person and a 5'4" person still shoot the same angle, just at different distances?
Absolutely.
Can you demonstrate for the jury why that is one way that this could have changed their math?
I can.
Please.
I measured this depth on the witness box during the break. It's 8 inches. I used to be 5'11", but as I get older, I'm about 5'10". But if I'm here, or I could be 5'8", or 5'2", or 5'4". Here I'm 5'10". Here I'm 6'6", and here I'm even over 7 foot, and I've still got the same angle. I have just added a little bit of distance to it. And as far as the quail pin angle, I'm 21 inches from the floor to my knee. I measured it. I believe it was testified that the defendant is 25 inches between the floor and his knee. So there's 4.5 to 5 inches difference in our heights. Here, I'm probably at 4'10" if I'm shouldering this weapon. And I don't know the mechanics or how it got this way. I'm just saying it's possible. Here, I'm at 39, 38 and some change, or I can even take it lower or higher. And please don't ask me to demonstrate that twice, because I don't think my knees can do it again.
I think I heard him crack.
Yeah, but that takes me to 36 inches, 37 inches. With the defendant, it would be about 39. So it's definitely possible. Even from a shoulder weapon, it's possible. And we do not know how the weapon was being held.
From what you've observed in this crime scene, was Maggie moving at the time she was shot?
This was a very dynamic crime scene. I believe everything was moving. The victims and the suspect were moving.
And how do you know that?
Well, suspect would be the different firearms evidence, the cartridge cases. Like I said, there's no absolute. They're not going to throw them the exact same spot, but they will throw them in a similar direction. We've got cartridge cases in a pretty nice size perimeter. We've got them at different locations from where Miss Maggie Murdaugh's body, the final resting place. And different angles and different positions in different directions. So that tells you it's very fluid and it's very dynamic.
So if I'm holding a gun and I'm moving and shooting, what is happening with those shell cases as I move?
They are moving as they're ejected.
Where was Maggie's head pointing when she hit the ground?
Miss Maggie Murdaugh's head was pointed in the direction of Paul Murdaugh, where his body rested, back toward the feed room.
What is your opinion of the defense's expert that says the shooter could not have been 6 feet 4 inches tall like the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
I think that's a flawed opinion.
Could it have been a 6'4" person?
It could have been a 5'4", 6'4", or in my opinion, a 7'4", as I just demonstrated.
Doug, let's go to page 59 in the Defense Exhibit 140. That should reflect State's Exhibit 57. Dr. Kinsey, can you describe that picture for the jury?
Yes, sir, I can. That is a shot from inside the feed room, that back window pane where the buckshot exited Paul's left arm and then continued and exited the feed room.
Please go to page 67. Should be State's 45, I believe. And what is that right there?
That's a pink string from the window to a pine tree.
And then go to page 69. And what is that a picture of?
I don't know if it's the same pink string, but it's also a pink string coming out of a window.
Okay. And go to page 74. And that is labeled Exhibit 54. And what is that a picture of?
That's a picture of Mr. Sutton with what looks like a pump-action shotgun pointed down into the feed room.
And what do you notice about the angle that he's holding the shotgun and the angle of the string?
Well, the string is parallel.
Let me correct you. I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. What is the defense's theory right here, represented in this picture?
I've heard so many theories, but I really believe Mr. Sutton was trying to show that the angle wouldn't match if it was a taller shooter shooting into the feed room.
Okay. Doug, I'm not quite sure what page it is, but I think it's 2 back. Go back one more. There you go. That's it's labeled Exhibit 53. And what is that a picture of?
That's a picture of Mr. Sutton holding, I believe, the same shotgun, more parallel to the floor.
And what is he trying to demonstrate in this photo?
I believe he's trying to follow that pink string to that pine tree or whatever got him to that pine tree.
Do you recall from his testimony how he got that angle?
I do, sir. I do. Mr. Sutton testified that he got to where he believes Paul was standing, and he got down and he peeped through the hole in the window, the one that he thought would match that corresponding defect in that pine tree, and he ran a string to that defect in that pine tree.
Are they trying to determine the angle of the shot is exactly the way the shotgun's being pointed?
Well, I believe they were trying to determine trajectory path of that projectile.
What is flawed about this?
Guys, with a rifle, you're talking about a single projectile, and most people understand the distinction. If you can find where it was fired and you can get a perfect impact, sometimes that'll give you an idea of the path of that projectile. With a shot shell, you're talking about 9, 12, or 16, in this case, 9 buckshot pellets. They're packed in a shot shell with filler, it's like a styrofoam material. They're packed in a shot shell. When that cartridge, the primer of that cartridge is ignited and those pellets exit the muzzle of that firearm, they start to spread. We've heard a lot of testimony about that. They start to spread, and they spread in a cone. Okay, you got some at the top, some bottom, some left, and some right. And the more the distance becomes, the greater they spread. They're not like a mother duck with the ducklings right behind it and all the buckshot are in line. So you can't get a true trajectory on this shotgun. You can't even measure a true pattern, not even close to a pattern, with one pellet. So it's my opinion that that pellet that definitely impacted that pine tree, that's the top of the cone. So you've still got a bottom and you've got two sides of that cone. And unfortunately, none of those pellets were located.
So in your professional opinion, can you exclude a 6'4" defendant like Alex Murdaugh, or anyone for that matter at that height, from shooting that shotgun at that angle?
Absolutely not.
When the defense expert says that the shooter has to be between 5'2" and 5'4", do you disagree with that?
I do disagree with that wholeheartedly.
With what degree of certainty do you think they're wrong in their conclusions?
I just think it's an unknown. I mean, there's many more variables you have to know. How the shooter was holding the gun, you know, how his proportion to legs matches up with body. I mean, that's something that we're all a little bit different. And unless you've got a video of that or someone tells you how they held a weapon, I think the notion that being able to look at this evidence and determine that is unscientific.
You said something a minute ago. You said there's so much we can't know. Could the shooter have been running laterally?
Certainly he could have.
Could the shooter have been running toward Maggie?
Certainly.
Maggie was certainly moving, correct?
In my opinion, she was.
Could the shooter have been on their knees?
Could have been.
But there's no way to know for sure, correct?
That's an unknown. Yes, sir.
And because there's so many unknowns, there's no way the defense expert can definitively exclude a 6'4" person from shooting the rifle and the shotgun, correct?
The defense.
Can I leave it with?
In your opinion, can the defense, based on what you just testified to, exclude a 6'4" person from being the shooter and with either weapon?
In my opinion, no. The defense witness is relying on math and absolute. And in crime scene investigation, sometimes there are no absolutes.
Dr. Kinsey, have you ever observed a contact wound to the head by a shotgun?
Yes, sir, I have.
How many times have you observed a contact wound to the head by? But in your experience as an expert in crime scene forensics, can you describe the kind of trauma you have observed in your career with contact wounds to the back of the head or any part of the head?
I have.
And specifically to the face?
Generally speaking, whether it be a shotgun or a large caliber handgun, the result is similar. You feel as though the forehead and the facial features have went away. And that's a kind way to put it. They're actually there, but they've been shredded, and the pathologist can actually put those features back in place, or the majority of it. But looking at it, it looks like from the teeth up, the person went away. It's just a mess.
Dr. Kinsey, I would like to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 486. Can you look at that and say if you've seen that picture before?
Yes, sir, I have.
And what is the picture of?
It's a picture of Paul Murdaugh at autopsy.
And what part of Paul Murdaugh is it a picture of?
His face and his forehead.
Does his face look like it suffered the kind of trauma you have observed in the past from a contact gunshot wound to the back of the head or any part of the head?
No, sir, other than some red features from, falling on the cement after the fatal shot and some blotching to his skin, his face looks fairly normal to have gone through what he suffered.
and I'm not going to publish the photo again because I think people are tired of seeing it, but I do need for you to describe what kind of things you've observed with the eyes and the bones with people that you've seen that have been struck or shot in the back of the head at point blank range.
Yes, sir. Well, it's not always the back. Now, I've seen some from the side also.
From any
But
angle.
yes, sir. Generally, like I said, it looks like the facial features have gone away, or they've at least changed drastically. A lot of times you will get large blood pockets or contusions under the eyes if the eyes don't pop out. A lot of times the eyes will pop out and they'll be on what's left of the cheeks. The facial bones, you can grab them with a gloved hand and you can move them around. And you will actually have pellet exits in the skin flap. If you pull the skin up, you can see where the pellets, whether they be buckshot or close distance birdshot, you can see the actual defects from those pellets.
Based on your training and your many years of law enforcement experience, are the wounds suffered to Paul at the back of the head consistent with a contact shot to the back?
Absolutely not, in my opinion.
Okay, Dr. Kinsey, we'll move on from that for just a second. You were here yesterday, correct?
I was.
Did you have the opportunity to observe, I want to say his name correctly, I believe it was Tim Pombach?
I did.
He was a crime scene investigator who was qualified as an expert for the defense. Isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I would, he came up with two significant conclusions, you could say three, about how Paul was shot at the feed room. Do you remember what those were for this jury?
The big one that I recall is that Paul was shot in the back of the head with a contact wound. And the other one, that strikes in my mind, I don't know, the shooter passed him and shot him from inside the feed room. Those are the two big ones that I recall.
There was another one regarding the number of people there. Was there?
The thing about two shooters, yes, sir.
Okay. We'll get to that in a minute. I would like to, Doug, can you get the Elmo up? I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 182. What's that a picture of?
That's a picture of that expert with his hands cupped opposite the hinges on the door frame.
Okay. I want to leave this picture up for a moment because what is the direction that the picture was taken from?
From inside the feed room.
Facing what direction?
Outside the feed room.
Okay. Now, you had an opportunity to hear the defense's theory on how Paul was shot, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
I would like to demonstrate that with you right now.
Yes, sir.
Can you walk us through the defense's theory as you understood it to be?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, for purposes of this demonstration, I don't know if the court would allow it, but it'd be nice if we could open this door. I want to make sure that there's security here, but if we could have that door open just for a minute or two. Thank you, Your Honor. I'm grabbing what Smart States Exhibit 4, which is a camo Benelli Super Black Eagle 3 shotgun 12 gauge. We'll use this for the demonstration, so step down. Now, is this door the same width as the feed room door?
It's a couple inches wider than the feed room door.
And of course, the feed room door doesn't have this, it's inset, correct?
That is correct.
So this is not exactly a replication of what happened at the feed room door, correct?
No, sir, it's not. The door swings the same direction, though.
Now, you have given me permission. I'm very careful about muzzle velocity, muzzle awareness, but you've given me permission to point this at you, correct?
I have.
Okay. You actually asked me to, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. So go in there and stand a couple of feet back. It doesn't have to be 5 feet, but you have since testified that Paul was 5 feet inside the feed room, correct?
Can we demonstrate the first shot out here?
I am.
I believe they.
All right, stand back a little bit because you got to
Okay.
stumble toward me.
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to point like I'm pointing at you.
Yes, sir.
Paul is shot. Where's the shooter approximately outside the door?
The breech phase for the ejection port of the shotgun is just past the door frame.
Okay, Paul has just been shot.
Yes, sir.
And then in the defense's theory, you tell me what to do, and you act this out, and I'm gonna do what you tell me to do based on the defense's theory of the case.
The defense agreed with the assessment that Paul stood there for a moment, bleeding down his injured left arm, and he slowly walked toward the door.
Okay, and what does the shooter do?
The shooter's coming in the door.
And then what does the shooter do?
He shoots Paul in the back of the head after he passes him.
Okay, and then shoots Paul in the back of the head like this, and where does the blood spatter go?
The blood spatter, the pellet defects, and one that I didn't know about that the expert collected was in the door frame at the top of the door.
Now, I understand this is a little different than the feed room door. That's the best we can do. So what did you find odd about the theory, first of all?
I think the theory is preposterous, in my opinion.
Can you walk me through why you think it's preposterous?
Absolutely. Number one, that dry lock number 2 shot shell fires a projectile at 1,450 feet per second once it leaves the muzzle of that weapon. As was mentioned, that's a millisecond. That's fast. To think that the pressure from flesh and bone will cause that pellet, those steel pellets now, we're not talking about lead. Lead's a little bit more giving. Lead is malleable. It will crush or flatten. We're talking about steel, BB pellets. They will turn around because of the pressure, go back the opposite direction, 180-degree direction at enough velocity to dent a steel exterior door and embed in the door frame. That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen, in my opinion.
I don't know if you mentioned this earlier, but can you talk about, make sure I get it right.
And can I add?
Please do.
Also, there's no defects to the OSB or the T111 siding in the bottom of the room.
All right, wait a second. You said a lot right there.
Yes, sir.
TS what?
TS111. It's like a exterior paneling that people put on their buildings. That's what's on the building.
For all us city boys, we appreciate you describing that. Thank you.
Yes, sir. It's a whole weather paneling. There's no defects at the bottom. And if that theory is correct, if this is an entrance and this is an exit, the shot still had to go somewhere. There's no defects down there on anything. The door frame, as I mentioned in my previous testimony, the door frame has a clean void. That would be perfectly in line with those shot from that shot shell. There's no cracks, chips, pellet holes in the cement. There's nothing in the OSB. That's cheap plywood. That's man-made plywood. There's no defects in the plywood. There's no high velocity blood spatter on the floor. What was pointed out to you is medium velocity, and that's from coming out of the wound and gravity bringing it down to the floor. You would see a pattern on the floor, just like what you can see in the photographs at the top of that door. None of that's there. So I have to look at the science, and I look at inertia, and I have to look at that shot shell and how fast that shell out of that barrel. And I know that it can't turn around 180 degrees and go back the other direction. Some tissue, we're talking about steel pellets.
Dr. Kinsey, are there studies on percentages of blowback when you're shooting into someone?
There are.
And based on your expert opinion, what percentage of blowback would come back at a shooter if they were able to shoot at that angle?
Well, I don't think there's any definite, but what I read is 8 to 10%, except in, like I said, it's not an absolute every time, but 8 to 10%. Remember, the most of your force is going out the front of the barrel.
And a moment ago, you were just talking about the defects and all of the trauma that would have happened to the paneling and the floor. Can you point on this photo with the dowel stick behind you for the jury? I just want them to see in this photo.
Right here, the void, as I documented in my original testimony, the void was from here down, other than one stray satellite drop of blood that was fairly clean. From here to at least right here, but there's no defects here. There's no defects in that in and outside. There's no defects in the inside seam, and none of this be right here. And that was still there when I did the tour. They ripped out all the shelving and some of the insulation, but this was still there.
A little bit, explain for the jury, if someone is shooting down, as we just demonstrated a moment ago here in the doorway, you're leaning out, the shooter is shooting down. How do pellets get embedded into the door frame up here? How is that possible?
I think it's impossible myself. Physics don't work that way unless you're shooting into a trampoline or a huge piece of steel, and then you may have a pellet deflected back on you. It happens many times, especially when we're shooting steel targets, but not at that velocity. It will not sink into the door frame, and it definitely will not dent that door with what I documented, in my opinion.
What is the restate for this jury what the defense's theory based on that blowback that would have exploded into the shooter's face here behind Paul? Explain for this jury what the defense's theory is about how that shooter would have been injured.
The defense expert testified that that shooter would be most probably incapacitated from blood, bone, and body fluid, and there was a high likelihood that he was injured by those pellets.
Dr. Kinsey, in your expert opinion, is there anything awkward about a shooter standing outside going into an enclosed area to turn around to shoot someone from enclosed? Is there something weird about that to you?
I can't figure out the methodology of a shooter. I've never done any crime like that, Mr. Wilson, but I don't see, if we talk about common sense and everybody's mentioned the totality when they don't have an answer for something, it's always, I looked at the totality, but I don't see any reason for someone to squeeze up past one victim in this doorway to go inside to shoot him back out. And if he did, if that scenario did happen, that doesn't explain all the pellets that are in the floor of the feed room that we've heard testimony to as to why law enforcement didn't clean those pellets up. If it happened the way the defense expert says those pellets would be out here in the yard, they would not be inside that feed room.
Dr. Kinsey, you ever had a chance to review the case file on this particular case and observe the defense testimony from last week?
It's two separate things. Yes, sir. I have reviewed our case file. All crime scene or what I felt was crime scene related evidence. I didn't look into the videos and a lot of that other stuff. And I have witnessed the testimony of the defense experts.
Are you familiar with what the investigation has determined about the tool marks found on the 300 blackout shells found around Maggie's body and the tool marks found on the weathered 300 blackout shells found way up by the house in the flower bed? Are you familiar with that?
I am familiar.
And what do you know about that?
The examination.
Of our case, it's going into completely new information. Their ballistic experts already testified. We didn't present a ballistic expert, and now they're parading him as a ballistic expert.
Response.
Your Honor, their expert said yesterday, about an hour and 9 minutes into their testimony, that it would be impractical for one shooter to bring in two long guns. It has always been the state's theory that the shooter owned both guns and had them on him. So we're rebutting what the defense expert said.
The objection overruled.
Please answer the question.
Can you ask
Dr.
me
Kinsey.
again, Mr. Wilson, please?
Are you familiar with what the investigation has determined about the 300 blackout shells found around Maggie's body and the 300 blackout shells found up by the flower bed that were appeared to be several months old and weathered? What relationship do the shells have to each other?
According to the firearms examination, those cartridge casings were loaded and ejected from the same weapon.
So a family-owned weapon is what was used to kill Maggie.
Leading.
What do you infer from that information?
I would infer that this is a family-owned firearm.
There was some testimony yesterday, Dr. Kinsey, about, well, it was from the defendant's brother, Mr. John Marvin Murdaugh. And it related to the following day, he came upon the crime scene. It had been cleared, and he saw how the crime scene was left. Can you explain, you've been in law enforcement for how many years?
30 years. Well, over 30, but 30 years getting paid.
And you're the chief deputy at a sheriff's department?
Yes, sir. Orangeburg County Sheriff's Office.
Just to clarify some things, can you explain normally or traditionally how crime scenes are cleaned up for this jury? Is it the responsibility of law enforcement, in other words?
No, sir. There are private companies that are contracted through SOVA. Well, it used to be SOVA. The name's changed now, and I'm sorry.
What does SOVA stand for?
It's Victims
State.
It's a State Office of Victims Assistance, but it's now changed. I can't tell you what the new acronym is, but it works through our victims advocates, law enforcement victims advocates. Almost every department has them, and there's funding provided from taxpayer funds to work through your victims advocates, and you go out and you clean these crime scenes for the families so they don't bear the burden of cleaning those crime scenes. Law enforcement in particular cannot collect and dispose of and transport sounds terrible, body parts or body fluids. That's something the coroner has to do because it's actually by permit through DHEC. But to make it easy on the family, these companies can collect those items and then they will turn them over with a chain of custody, or they will properly dispose of those items.
Dr. Kinsey, is it your expert opinion that a 6'4" shooter cannot be excluded from the murder of Maggie and Paul?
I see nothing that could exclude a 6'4" shooter.
In your expert opinion, can you tell this jury, is it right for the defense to say that there had to be two shooters based on the testimony you heard yesterday? In your expert opinion, can you exclude two shooters?
I cannot include or exclude two shooters.
Can the defense include, to the exclusion of all other possibilities, two shooters?
Absolutely not.
Thank you, court's indulgence. Please answer any questions the defense has for you.
Mr. Griffin.
Good afternoon, Dr. Kinsey.
Hey, Mr. Griffin.
And anyone who has a doctorate degree, I want to call doctor. It's all right if I call you doctor?
I'll answer anything you call me, Mr. Griffin.
I understand.
I appreciate that.
But now, your degree, though, is in criminal justice. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
You're not a doctor of pathology?
Absolutely not.
And you have no medical training?
I have training in pathology of gunshot wounds. Yes, sir. I've attended several courses, classes, and seminars. It was also included in the criteria for the certifications I mentioned for the International Association for Identification. I've also conducted extensive research on police officer use of force cases and the injuries that result from therein.
And your doctorate is in criminal justice, and I believe you're dissertation research is in use of force and perceptions of public attitude held by police trainers?
That is correct.
What was that?
Well, with the current atmosphere or what's been going on the last 5 or 6 years in our country, I was just trying to help. I wanted to figure out something that would assist with, because we've seen some law enforcement officers do some terrible things on video. We've also, we've got a segment of our society, the minority segment of our population. A lot of those citizens are in fear of law enforcement, and I wanted to study if the media perception as held by the 3 types of law enforcement trainers, if the media perception and the way they portray law enforcement, if that affected the way we train our officers, if we're too hyper vigilant, or if we tell them, look, there's death waiting for you around every corner. Is that going to make law enforcement more prone to use force or use less force, or those kind of criteria? And that's what I was interested in. I was laying the groundwork with a scientific quantitative study to allow someone to come behind me and do some further research just to expand that topic.
Right. But you've said you also have done some gunshot wound training as part of some certification?
Yes, sir. The IAI, as I mentioned, I was formally certified 2 different times. I think it's a 5-year certification. And I did let it lapse in 2015 because that's when I started my PhD and I couldn't study for both. But that is an extensive process where you do research and you have to do a written test. And then with my proficiencies throughout SLED, and then I still do some with our sheriff's office now where you have to pass proficiency, and that is practical examinations, testing, and that kind of thing.
Okay. Now, in this case, that the state did have a pathologist, Dr. Riemer, correct?
Yes, sir, they did.
And you reviewed her autopsy report as part of your work, correct?
Not so much as reviewed her report, but I went and spoke with her in Charleston at her office.
Well, did you review her report?
I have access to her report, Mr. Griffin. I can't tell you. I looked through the whole report.
And you understood that her opinion was it was a shoulder shot through the neck and then up out of the top of the head. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I believe we agreed on that. Yes, sir.
And your reconstruction opinion is that's the exact same angle that Paul was shot by the shooter. Shoulder, neck, out the top of the head.
Yes, sir. But I didn't just rely on her information. I also looked at the crime scene photographs and I went to the scene myself.
I understand.
Yes, sir.
But, and then did you hear Dr. Eisenstadt, his testimony?
I did.
Now, you worked with SLED, did you not?
I did. Yes, sir.
Dr. Eisenstadt worked for GBI, correct?
Yes, sir.
SLED does not have its own in-house division of medical examiners, do they?
No, sir. There are several fine medical examiners throughout the state. I've done autopsies in a lot of the bigger cities in South Carolina.
Dr. Eisenstadt worked, and he was the chief medical examiner toward the end at GBI, correct?
That's what he testified to. I don't know that doctor.
You didn't know of him before this case?
I did not. No, sir.
Now he says his opinion is it was a gunshot wound, contact to the back of the head. Is that correct?
That is what he testified to. Yes, sir.
And if he is correct, then your opinion is incorrect. Is that right?
I don't share the same opinion as that doctor. But yes, if he would be correct, that would make me incorrect.
Okay. Now, in your training, are you familiar with Mr. DeMayo's book on gunshot wounds?
I have read DeMayo. I've heard it described as the Bible. I don't consider, no do my cohorts consider that as the gunshot Bible. There's 4 or 5 different versions out. There's one called Terminal Ballistics by Dobb, and there's also one Gunshot Wounds by Doherty. And those are the ones that I'm more familiar with. But I'm not saying it's a bad textbook, and I'm not saying that the information in it's not correct.
Okay. Now, and we'll get to more of that in a moment. What I'd like to do is first address Mr. Sutton's work that you had criticisms of.
Well, I didn't have criticisms. We just have different opinions. He's an engineer and I'm a crime scene investigator,
Okay.
Mr. Griffin.
Well, I just, seems like you said that the angles of to the quail pen were unreliable.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I have several more criteria that I didn't mention earlier, but I mean, if you want me to go into those, I will.
Well, I want to ask you first, what's your understanding as to how those measurements were taken? Who took those measurements in the quail pen? The original angles were the original SLED crime scene agent that responded to the scene. Right. And took those angles. And you understand that Mr. Sutton relied upon Agent Worley's measurements? I do. Okay. I do. Now you were putting a dowel, shoving it in a box and taking it out of the box as if Mr. Sutton went back and tried to remeasure it. No, sir, that's not what I was insinuating. I said when the original agent removed her dowel, it wasn't nefarious, but depending on how she removed that dowel, she could have altered that impact. Well, let's take a look at that, Doug. And this is Defendant's Exhibit 140. And can you pull that up? The one you were showing with the state. Excuse me. Just go to the second slide to start with. There you go. So you understood from this exhibit that Mr. Sutton relied solely on the shot trajectories measured by Agent Worley. As I said, it wasn't his intentions, Mr. Griffin. It was his results that I disagree with. It's not absolute. And he gave, in my opinion, an absolute opinion to this. Well, why would Special Agent Worley take measurements if someone should not rely upon them? I can't answer that. You'd have to ask Special Agent Worley. But in my opinion, the direction, even though she can't obtain a perfect angle of impact, or even if that weathered cardboard was damaged, it's not a good substance to depend on because it's just not hardy enough. And she was showing direction. I'm not saying the direction's wrong. I'm just saying I wouldn't put confidence reviewing this case or work in this case. I would not put confidence in anything that angle of impact tells me because it's cardboard. All right. So if you can go to slide number 7, I believe I've numbered them correctly. And do you recognize that as being one of her measurements? I do. Yes, sir. And do you think she took the dowel out and then put it back in to put this measuring device? No, Mr. Griffin, I didn't say the angle. I said the angle of impact when he was talking about the bullet wipe and that part. That's what I was referring to. And that's what I'm saying. That hole can be altered when you remove those dowel rods. That shows direction, but that direction, I don't place a lot of confidence in it because we have more cartridge casings and we have injuries on Miss Maggie Murdaugh. We don't know if this bullet struck Miss Maggie Murdaugh. If it struck anyone else, we don't know that the defect in that doghouse struck Miss Maggie Murdaugh. Those are unknown, so we don't know. So all this proves to me is that the shooter was moving and more than likely Miss Maggie Murdaugh was moving. All right, hang on. So Doug, if you'll back up one to number 6. So are you suggesting that photograph, number 6, taken by SLED, Agent Worley, that was taken after the dowel was removed or before a dowel was put in there? Mr. Griffin, I don't know. That's what I'm telling you. I don't know how it was altered when she removed the dowel. I wouldn't place confidence in this before inserting the dowel because it's paper. It's not something hardy. Well, would your opinions be different if you knew she took the picture first before inserting the dowel? Still be irrelevant except for direction because we know we had a moving shooter.
We know we had a moving victim, and we can't prove one way or the other whether the projectile that caused this defect struck Miss Maggie Murdaugh.
All right. So if you'll go to slide 8. Again, this is Agent Worley's measurements of a dowel in the hole. Is that correct?
Same picture. Yes, sir.
Well, let's go to number 9. It's a little closer. And is this measuring up and down or left and right? Horizontal or vertical?
That is up and down.
Okay.
And I wasn't going to mention this, but the actual protractor or level finder is backwards. It would be a much more confident angle if the flat edge was up against the substance, but I wasn't going to bring that out.
And SLED did this, not
SLED did that, yes, sir. But I don't know what her intentions were. Like I said, she could have just been trying to show direction. I don't know that, Mr. Griffin.
Well, this is direction, but it's up and down direction, right?
Yes, sir. It's showing angle of impact also.
Right. And if you had confidence in the angle of impact, you could do, whether you're doing it with a ferro system or just, the old-fashioned way with some sort of colored twine. I mean, it's a legitimate way to determine shot angles.
I don't know what it would prove, and I've run it through my head a million times. I don't know what more it would prove other than you've got a moving victim, you've got a moving shooter, and that at some point in time, Miss Maggie Murdaugh was over there in the vicinity of that quail pen. And we know that because we identified that tire tread impression on her leg as being from that Polaris, another tire just like it. Okay. So I know that already.
So if you go to slide 12, please, which is exhibit 70. So you know that this shot angle through the quail pen also went through the feed room. Through the shed, through that wooden wall. That wooden wall there, correct?
I don't think I observed a photograph of the inside of the shed. I may have, but I don't believe I ever observed that.
Well, you see number 12 going all the way through. This is the dowel that goes from the outside, the inside, and then on through the back side of the quail pen.
I see it being held up by the cardboard and the rabbit wire, but I don't know what's behind that cardboard.
You're unaware that it actually went through the wood there. You didn't know that.
I do not know. And like I said, I don't see what would prove. I don't see any more that it would prove than you've got a moving suspect and a moving victim.
Well, if the measurement included going through fixed wood siding, that would give you more confidence that the angle is accurate, would it not?
Yes, sir. But the angle itself will prove no more for me than direction, because what this proves to me is at some point in time, Miss Maggie Murdaugh was close to this quail pen. If this shot is related, and I have no reason to believe it's not, and my shooter was moving, my victim was moving. I don't know forensically what else that can prove.
Well, you can certainly measure the angle of the bullet entrance to the quail pen and calculate backwards to see where that shot was fired from.
You could, yes, sir.
And that's what Mr. Sutton did.
And I predicted I'm being with his final analysis, his final results. You can judge how tall a shooter is without knowing a whole lot of other variables.
Understood that Mr. Sutton said that the gun, the barrel was somewhere on that line at to make the shot angle.
Moving back and forth on that line. Yes, sir. Yeah. I heard his testimony.
And that he picked a spot and said, if you put the gun at a hip level to get on that line, he used a 5'2" person as an example. That's
exclusively. Yes, sir. I do.
But he did not say the person had to be 5'2", did he? I mean, we all know it could be dynamic. A 5'8", 6 foot person can get low.
What I gathered from his testimony is it was his opinion that only a person in that height range could have fired that weapon. That was my opinion.
Well, his opinion was that it would be a shooter at 6'4", it would be an unnatural position for them to fire at that low of a level.
And that's the part I disagree with. I don't know how Mr. Sutton could publish an opinion about what's natural or unnatural.
Well, if it's someone's 6'4" and the muzzle of the gun is being fired at 28 inches off the ground, I mean, the 6'4" person either's got to get down on the ground or hold it down below their knees. Isn't that correct?
I have demonstrated several different ways, depending on distance and height, that a shooter can shoot. We don't know. We don't have a video of it, Mr. Griffin.
Right. But Mr. Sutton's methodology, I think what I'm hearing you now is you don't have a real dispute to his methodology.
He's an engineer. Yes, sir.
Okay. What you dispute is the accuracy of the angle coming out of the quail pen because of the construction being cardboard. Is that right?
Yes, sir. I said that if I was investigating that and even reviewing that case as a consult, I put little or no confidence in that angle of the impact of that cardboard. Now, I put much greater confidence in the one for the dog kennel.
Okay. Well, let's see if we can. You mentioned you had a fair amount of confidence in at least one of the angles coming out of the quail pen, right? Left to right?
The direction, yes, sir.
The direction. And so let's take a look at that right quick. And Doug, if you'll go to
Time. Please go to the jury room. Please do not discuss the case.
Okay, another little break. It's getting really interesting. Well, Beck, that was a lot, huh?
Well, I had to double. I put it at 1.75 to catch up because I missed, so many minutes of it, and then it naturally went down.
Before it needs a break, we'll take 15 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Damn, I forgot what I was saying.
I know. Sorry about that. He just
ADD.
busted in. We did 15 minutes. But you were saying that you had to speed it up so you could catch up.
Oh yeah, I sped it up to catch up, and then when it went down to regular, it was like and I was like, God, these Southerners talk slow after 1.75. Anyways, oh my God, can I just? Okay, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna brag. I called that shit. I called that shit from the beginning.
Oh, about the kneeling and everything? Yeah.
That
they're not
he
even
was
saying
kneeling for some reason.
They're not even saying he had to be kneeling. They're saying those shots were, they are actually capable in many different positions. He's not going with them saying you couldn't do it. And I think that's great. I think that they gave the jury so much more to listen to. And Arlo, what's that? I swore I would not watch anymore until the closing. Well, hey, this is Claire. Well, thank you, Arlo. Arlo, I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I've turned you, but I'm glad I turned you. I mean, you're welcome. Did he be here? You have a lot of fun. Everybody has fun in the chat. But I realized that some people were getting offended because the expert was chuckling a little. I don't think he chuckled out loud that much, but he did have a little hee-hee moment at the ridiculous. He's allowed to think it's ridiculous. He really is. And he was quite
he
literally
was like, "There's no way, man."
Yeah, I
And,
mean,
that's
he
one
was.
of the things that one of the things no one talked about was the velocity of the pellets coming back out of the skull. And when he said, well, they couldn't have made that much of an impact, that's directly shot out, not a deflection. And I was like, oh shit, that's the other thing. Yeah. So I hadn't thought of that one. And he said it, and it just I was like, yeah, they're definitely wrong. There's just, I couldn't, yeah,
But
I
the
just can't.
visual, the actual visual when they showed, like, because that doorway,
know.
they actually went out of their way to say this doorway is actually bigger than the feed room. Watch this. That's what the defense actually said in words happened. And you look at it and you're like, that is not possible. Nobody trying to kill somebody is going to do that. They're just going to walk up to you in the front of you and just shoot you. Correct?
It looks like a Larry Moe and Curly skit to me.
I was like, that was brilliant. And oh my gosh, my heart, A.G. Wilson is actually taking the witness himself. And I'm like, oh, damn. Like, damn. And you know what? I'm thinking, well, there's like, well, who you think they're going to have for cross, Jim or Hrpootlian? I said, well, if Hrpootlian can stop shaking enough, he'll be up there. But I knew he couldn't, because that is A.G. Wilson. That is, he do it right. Unimpeachable.
Yeah.
And actually, I didn't
like,
get
no,
to
Griffin,
see
you
Alex's
go ahead.
face. They didn't show us Alex's face at all today on this feed or the other feed I was watching, but I'm sure they did on Law and Crime. I'll have to go back and look. I want to see what he did all day, because when A.G. Wilson stood up there, I want to see Alex's face.
He had a lot of when they were showing him earlier, it was a lot of I don't give a shit, and then the furrow of the I'm pissed off, I'm daggers through you at Crosby, and then back to the that's pretty much what he did most of the morning, was just I don't care, this is boring look, I wish I wasn't at church today look, and then to angry, and then back to I don't know. Oh, when we were talking earlier about how Alex was acting and stuff, I meant to point out that during the testimony, the original testimony of Dr. Riemer, the pathologist, forensic pathologist, when they were talking about the bodies and how they were shot and everything, everybody knows that, like, he was crying, right? I don't know if anybody else noticed, but Griffin was watching him almost the entire time with a puzzled look in his eye as he's staring at him right next to him. He had his No. When the original testimony was going on, Griffin had that pen he's always chewing on and stuff, and he was looking up at the defense table and watching what was going on, and then he looked over at Alex, and he just like kept looking at him, like looking at him more than the stand for like 45 minutes while Alex was doing this big sobbing and wiping tears thing. And Griffin, literally in his eyes, it looked like he was confused, because Alex doesn't cry. There's no tears coming out of that man's eyes. And that's why I think I partly thought that Griffin didn't know what was going on. Now, whether Harpoo does or not, but I swear Griffin keeps looking at him funny, and Alex will comment to him, and he'll kind of like look over at him a little funny sometimes. So I don't think Griffin's as on board as Harpoo about, oh, this guy's so fucking great. I don't believe it.
Well, I don't know,
I think
but Jim
Griffin's playing along.
Jim Griffin has been a family friend of them. I mean, he was in a couple of those. He was at the house right after the murder, and he was in that room when they were
Maybe he's
talking.
seeing a side he didn't know, and he's like, "What the fuck?" Then, since he's known him so long, maybe that's what it is.
I don't know, but maybe just as an attorney, he thought he was playing it up too much, that he was going too far. Maybe he's just giving him the eyeball, like, really, dude? Like, could you knock it down a lot? Like, there is a big thing about too much, because actually that is what's going on with Alex Murdaugh. It's too much for them all to believe all at once. Because how are you so upset all the time about that, but then you can concisely recant what happened 2 years ago when it's something you want us to know about? You can tell us every minute detail of a scenario, as long as it's something you want out there. But when we ask you a direct question about something, it's like, I don't recall. I don't know. What's going on?
Well, if that's what the record says, Mr. Waters, I'm not disagreeing with you.
Yeah, it was kind of
loser.
rough. Yeah,
I
don't know what's
you're
going to happen.
brilliant. You have to be brilliant to get away with what you got away with for so long by yourself. It blows my mind. You can't tell me that guy doesn't remember. He remembers every single bit of all of it. I know he does. So
yeah, Wrecker, I agree with you. As soon as he said that shot was up there he said, "Yep, this did it for me too." He didn't even need
Wrecker,
to talk
when he
about
said
anything
steel,
else.
when he said
steel
steel,
shot
my jaw
embedded in the
dropped.
top of the door frame, because the steel shot would not get stopped by bone. Exactly.
Nope.
Exactly.
Hey, yep. When he said steel shot, my jaw dropped, and I said, "That's it. There's no." Yep, that's it.
Yeah, but
Hey,
that
Mango.
enactment did it for me. That was brilliant for the jury. They're not going to forget. They cannot possibly forget that.
No, they'll never
That
forget that awkward ass shit.
Mhm.
Never.
I wish I had seen the faces of the defense when they did that. I really, I want a shot. If anybody has a shot at that, please. I have perfect words to go with it. But Petty, how excited are you to see A.G. Wilson up there, like for the final? Like he was serious.
Well, A.G. Wilson's the type of dude that, like, you really, really got to piss him off if he's going to, like, show up.
Mm-hmm. Well, he's been there
And,
for
like,
weeks now. He's there
no,
for
if
weeks.
he's going to, like, show up, you know
Yeah.
what I mean? Like,
Yep.
he's pulling out all the stops. Normally, if he's doing a criminal case, he's there to watch. He's there to make sure that everything's going fine. He'll help out when needed, but he won't get up there and question you unless he knows that he's trying to drive that point home. It's beautiful.
I almost wish
Yeah.
they would bring Alex Murdaugh back just so A.G. Wilson can do the cross. Just, I mean, I think I would go to my legal nerdy heaven if that happened. I would just be like, oh, because this was pretty close.
Right.
Kinsey, as far as I'm concerned, as
just-
far as educating law enforcement and everything, I had been waiting for that testimony because he is known to be very precise, very low key, but he's a trainer. He's a trainer of law enforcement everywhere on crime scene analysis. So, like, they're really playing down some of his credentials there. Jim don't want him talking about that. But
Well, of course
yeah,
not.
he'd rather him talk about like all the other stuff that he did. But still, we were waiting for that because his testimony was only on the crime scene. And when he says he didn't speak to the pathologist, they did that on purpose. They want to make sure that they're both looking at it just at what they do. And if it matches up, great. If it doesn't, it's still their best opinion about the evidence that they have. They don't want to be jaded by each other's opinions on anything. So I thought that spoke volumes because that means the crime scene matches the bodies. The
Yes.
body tells you,
Agreed.
and the crime scene supports it 100%. And that happens to be the biggest flaw in the defense's theory, besides the shenanigans that we just saw in the doorway. The biggest defense is that if that was a headshot like that, how come we don't see what we should see if that happened that way? We don't see it. It's not there. There's evidence in the crime scene itself that you can't even justify, that you're ignoring, and you were not seeing what you say we should see. So, that kind of like made it away from me. And when they did not match their version of the crime scene analysis in their pathologist, their opinions don't even go together that well.
Right now, I'm just so mad that, like, I'm not a paralegal in that room because there's so many things that every time I hear something, I'm just like, wait, that's a discrepancy. Let me tell you about this discrepancy because, I mean, there was discrepancies about the whole rehab thing. A lot of them. Because if you remember, on the 3rd, he retires or resigns from PMPED. Saturday, he allegedly gets shot. Saturday the 4th. Monday the 6th, he gets out of the hospital, announces that he's going to rehab. They don't say where he's going to rehab at. They say nothing about it. On the 7th,
right,
you get confirmation from Jim Griffin that he is going to rehab, and you get confirmation from the family spokesperson. Well, fast forward the 15th, just a few days later, they say, hey, we're going to put out this arrest warrant. And he's like, oh, okay, well, I'll be there tomorrow to turn myself in. He turns himself in. When he's in court on the 16th, he says that when he signs his personal recognizance bond, he's going to go back to his rehab in Florida. John Marvin Murdaugh on the stand yesterday testified that on the 6th, him and Randy picked him up from the hospital in Savannah to take him to another detox facility in Georgia. They drove him to Atlanta for detox. And then he said he spent some time in the facility. And then they went and picked him up and took him to Florida. When?
Mhm.
When? Because there's drone footage of you guys removing guns from the Moselle property after you were
Yeah.
after he was allegedly shot in the head. He also has no gun wound.
I could see it gets very convoluted when it comes to talking about his rehab because
Well,
they're
and
not
also
very
the
concrete.
victims also had no defense. Yeah. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true.
no defensive wounds at all. But here's the thing about the rehab thing. Remember the interview that they played that they both Dick Harpootlian and Jim Griffin were there with Alex Murdaugh, right? And one
Yep.
of the SLED investigators is doing this investigation and has to go, and they're yakking him around about the time. He has to actually say twice, "I don't know where you were because you told me two different places." Like
Yep.
they didn't even confirm which place he was in, and they kept changing it. And it was like even the defense attorneys didn't know where Alex was going to be or when he was going to be there or whatever, and that they had gone over everything that he could talk about, and they clearly said he was of sound mind, right? And that he could give
Yep.
testimony. And yet when they came
Yep.
out here in the court, they tried to allude that perhaps he wasn't, and they can't be taking that testimony. But then giving the opportunity, they didn't present any witnesses to say whether he was or he wasn't. Did you notice that they were on the witness list, but they didn't bring the psychologist or the therapist forward?
Nope.
Oh yeah, because if they bring the psychologist and the therapist forward, that's just going to confirm the fact that they're lying.
What it could confirm is that it could open it up that they would say, when did he voluntarily admit himself and voluntarily leave every single time? I don't think Alex actually completed any course of rehab
He did
with the
complete
program.
one. He did go to rehab on the 16th. He had no choice because they had to report that because it was a personal recognizance. He had to give up his passport. Like all of that paperwork had to be done for him to be released.
No,
to
I'm
there.
sure he went. He voluntarily has gone like several times, but I'm saying he comes and goes at rehab like it's a hotel, not like the plans of actually doing
Well,
recovery.
Remember, though, he also said himself, now whether this is true, I have no freaking idea, but he did say that he had detoxed multiple times, but only went through rehab that one time. So he would go detox, and then he would go right back to taking him, basically.
Yeah, he detox off of 2,000 milligrams a day for multiple days.
Bullshit.
And he would detox off it in a week. It only takes a week. You
Yeah,
guys.
he'd be dead before the end, before he got to the detox center. There's no way.
My running theory is that he just did pills recreationally, and they decided to use it as a crutch because, like, Maggie probably caught him once and was like,
Exactly.
"You're going to rehab," so he went to rehab, and now
Exactly.
he uses that as a crutch.
That's exactly what
That's
I'm saying.
exactly
That's
what I think it is.
That's what I mean by checking in and out at his convenience, that the records would show that he's the one who checked himself in, and he also decided when treatment would stop against the recommendation of the therapist and the psychologist, and that the evaluations would then become part of the record, and that his pill addiction wouldn't be what he's making it out to be. Because there's a reason they don't have it all out like that, you know. Since everybody already knows about it, why not use it to its fullest? But he can't, because it doesn't support what he's been saying.
Well,
yeah.
To be fair, though, the only record that they would be
Speculative,
able to,
yeah.
the only record they would be able to use is him signing himself in. They
Mhm.
would not be allowed to talk about what he doesn't want to talk about because HIPAA laws.
Oh yeah, true. But I'm saying that's why he's not putting it forward.
Oh
It
yeah,
doesn't
he's
support
not.
his statements. Right. I know they can't subpoena it out without his permission. Yeah, I get all of that about the legalities of it. What I'm saying is the reason we don't see it is it doesn't support his statements.
The only
Period.
reason that we
They're
know
not
that he
gonna
did
bring it in.
rehab in Florida,
Mhm.
only reason we know that he did rehab in Florida after his first appearance in September 2021 is because they showed up to, because he signed the waiver of
Yeah,
extradition.
they extradited
So
him.
like the cop showed up and picked him up from the place and took him to South
Mhm.
Carolina. That's the only reason. That's the only one we know for sure is a thing.
He
I
lied
agree
so
to
much
you,
about everything. Which one? Oh,
He
it's all
said it's
framework.
all framework by Alex.
It
I
is.
agree.
Mm-hmm.
He's sitting there, and
Mhm.
that's cell every night, planning what they
Mm-hmm.
should do next, planning how they can get out of this, planning how they
Mm-hmm.
can. That's what he's doing, and I think Claire's right, and he's running like 90% of this trial.
He is. I
And
think
they're
he
just
is.
doing
And
what
I
he
think
says.
those guys are, you
Yep.
know, Jim's a friend and he's collecting the check. He's been with them the whole time through all, you know what? They're also representing in the financial crimes and stuff like that. Like Jim Griffin is in it. When they say,
Oh
like,
yeah,
you were
for the long haul.
there, so you got to testify and you this, they're serious. Like he was there. In Hrpootlian, it's a big, sounds like they're coming back. I can hear the judge. Hold on. You guys are welcome to stay up if you want to mute because they're going to be finishing in an hour anyway. I agree.
Yeah. See how my feed does.
Yeah. I want to know about that email, Judge. Please. Like, don't send me away without telling me what's going on. I'm so
You
curious.
bring the jury.
Damn, he's not telling us. Curious bear doesn't get to know.
Give it
We
time.
need
I'm
all the
sure that Will
information,
from
Newman.
Fitz News will get it.
I hope Will from Fitz News gets it. I've been checking his feed. I want to know, Will. Yes. The whole beginning, you know, I was promoting Fitz News. I love how independent they are and how much coverage they're getting out of there and the big play with their reporters because they're doing a good job. They know all the people. They've got separate little videos, everyone, on all of the players, including one that's out there probably on A.G. Wilson, all the members of the family, everybody. I don't Halco, that's what it would be if we got the email. It would either be about blue pills or Nigerian princes.
Yeah, tell
Want to
me. They
send
send
you
me
lots
that
of
shit
money.
all the time, and I'm like, do you guys not know that I'm trans? That
Yeah.
Viagra is going to do nothing for me. Oh, real quick.
Go ahead.
Liz Stewart said he must be thinking jail sentence is not going to be lifelong with murders. No, Liz, it's a matter whether he's in federal or state prison. It's whether it's total hell or partial hell. And I think that's what it is for him. He doesn't want to get put in a federal prison.
At his age, with the financial crimes he's already admitted to, let's just be clear, his testimony here alone admitted to all of it. He's not going anywhere.
Yeah, he's going to jail. He's going to jail for life anyways. It's just which jail he gets put to. But
okay.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Griffin's
I
back.
also hope they send him to California.
Neither of these are federal charges.
That's right.
Dr. Kinsey, I'm still talking about the quail pen. You remember how tall off the ground that defect is?
I do not remember, Mr. Griffin.
If I would show you Agent Wardley's report, take a look at it. We don't, it's already in evidence somewhere, but if you could just tell the jury, and if that's consistent with your understanding of how high that defect is.
4 foot 2 inches.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And did you inspect, when you were out there, did you inspect the entry in the quail pen or the damage to the shop behind the quail pen at all?
I looked at all of it, but I did not run any angles.
Okay. And did you ever talk to Agent Worley about her measurements?
I did. Yes, sir. I did interview Agent Worley about her work on the scene.
When was that?
Back the first or second week of December at the New Sled Laboratory.
Okay.
I can give you an exact date if I look back through my notes.
I don't need that. But are you being compensated for time?
I am. Yes, sir.
And how much have you been paid thus far, and how much you hope to get paid before it's all said and done?
Well, I'm a Baptist, so if I didn't charge something, my friends and family would talk bad about me. But my retainer is $2,500, and I have a flat $100 an hour rate. And when I added it up, I was up a little over 100 hours. But I ended my retainer myself without anyone asking me to do a little over a week and a half ago. And I'm now working off of a mutual aid agreement that my sheriff's allowing me to do that. Sheriff Leroy Ravenel from Orangeburg.
Sure.
So I'm not charging anything from a little bit before last week on.
So 100 hours, $100, is that?
That's roughly, I have expended roughly, not all of it was daytime, but if I take off, I have to use personal leave from work to do this work. So roughly 75, 80 hours I have used of time from work.
Okay. So you've made $7,500, $10,000?
Well, I've spent way more than that running up and down the highways, Mr. Griffin. I've probably been to 20 meetings or so, but yes, sir, if you look at it that way.
Now, Doug, back to exhibit.
But I will be going up next week.
Exhibit 140, and if you'll go to slide 31, please. I think it's the right number. Yeah. So this is from Mr. Sutton, and it's got, let's just focus on the angle going in the quail pen. This is not a height issue. This is the angle. Do you have any disagreement with this angle?
I don't. The only problem I have with it, I know there was a side-by-side there, and I don't see the side-by-side depicted on this photograph. So looking at it, I could not tell you how that would play into that angle.
Okay, but and the quail pen's 4 feet. The defect in the quail pen's 4 feet 2 inches off the ground, and according to Agent Worley, the shot angle is rising either 1 degree or 1.5 degrees or 3 degrees. Is that consistent?
That's accurate. Yes, sir.
Well, let me ask you, do you believe the shot angle is rising? I mean, you may not agree with that exact angle, but do you believe it's rising toward the quail pen?
Well, I believe it could be. Yes, sir, I do.
Do you believe it could be a downward?
I do not
trajectory?
believe, looking at it, that it could be downward. No, sir.
So we can eliminate downward.
Well, if you're going by my results, I'm saying that I don't believe it's downward.
Okay. And so if it's going upward, and then you take that line back that we see, this line, at some point in time, it's going to go into the ground, will it not?
It should, yes, sir.
And do you know where that terminal point is roughly?
I have no idea, Mr. Griffin. As I said, I know I've got a moving victim. I know I've got a moving suspect. I know there's a lot of movement. I don't see where that's worth 25 cents or a quarter one way or the other. It gives me an idea that this is a fluid and dynamic crime scene.
Well, if you had confidence in the vertical angle, then you would be able to determine depending on where along the way, you would be able to determine the height of the muzzle of the gun if you had confidence in the angle.
Well, I'd have to know a bunch of unknowns also. How the shooter's holding the gun, how tall the shooter is, the distance, did he move a shell casing, did he not? I mean, I don't know those things, and I'm not going to make them up.
No, I mean, would you have to know all those things to know how high the muzzle is off the ground at any point along that line?
If you give me a fixed point and I knew that I had a strategic fixed position I was shooting, I could run a tape measure and know where they were at.
And it doesn't matter whether it's a 7.4, 6.4, 4.4 person, the muzzle's going to be at a fixed spot, right?
That's the way angles work. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Now, on this Faro, and Faro is SLED does Faro work, do they not?
Yes, sir.
And it is the state-of-the-art technology of scanning and getting measurements?
It is the new thing. We use the sketch pad and a pencil, but I do understand the technical part of it.
And would you agree with me that the feed room would be about right in here? Can you see that? You want to come down and point out where the feed room would be on this angle? Excuse me, on this Faro? And I'll give you I thought I would.
I believe it's
right there at the end of the.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And I guess you don't have the measurements, but you know roughly how far this line, this angle would be away from the corner of that structure?
I have no idea, Mr. Griffin.
You've not done that math?
No, sir, and I saw no need to if all the shell casings are up here by the shed.
Okay. All right. Now, I want to go back to Paul and his injuries and the, and I guess first I want to talk about your analysis. We've been critical of, y'all been critical of Mr. Pump and I just, under your analysis, the shot of the gun was up to the left shoulder, jaw, and out the top of the head. Right?
Yes, sir. That is my opinion.
And you, I'm gonna come up here, and this is the feed room door here. I just want to understand where you have Paul under your analysis. Is Paul on this side?
Which shot, Mr. Griffin?
The last shot.
The fatal shot?
Yes, sir.
Well, as I mentioned in my report, I would assume he's closer to this wall because I've got a void 6 inches below that switch. You can get the outside photograph of that building. There's a silver light cover on the wall. And about 6 inches below that, I've got one stray satellite drop of blood, and then it's fairly clean. You got some outliers, but it's fairly clean going down.
Okay. So you think Paul is closer, and this will be the door and it's swung open. So you think Paul is closer to this side?
Well, I think it would have to be Paul because the angle wouldn't match up. If the shooter was here and Paul was over there, it wouldn't match up either way. Whether it was down in the head or up in the head, it still wouldn't match up either way if Paul was against the inside of the door.
And Paul is standing roughly how I'm standing?
No, sir. As I demonstrated, well, we tried to demonstrate, me and Mr. Hrpootlian were kind of dancing up here, but I believe he come out with his head down. He's drooped on the left side, and he come out on this side with his shoulder just outside the room. Yes, sir. About like that.
Okay. And then the shooter is off to Paul's left?
Yes, sir. From this side. Yes, sir.
And the shooter has a shotgun, right?
Absolutely.
And he is some 2.5 feet away?
Well,
I mean, the barrel is 2.5 feet away?
That's what Dr. Riemer said. Yes.
What do you say?
I don't believe it was that far away. But I'm not, like I said in my earlier testimony, I'm not going to contradict a pathologist. She knows more about the human body than I do.
All right. But you don't mind making that?
Well, because I've been to the scene and I've reviewed all this evidence. Yes, sir. That is correct.
Okay. Well, that's what we're doing. So if you say, let's take 2.5 feet from the end of the muzzle, is that what we're talking
Yes,
about?
sir. That is.
And then you've got to back the shooter up to hold the gun. And I guess if you got it 45 degrees, right?
Well, as mentioned a dozen times so far, I don't know how long this shotgun is.
Okay.
Okay. But it would be here. And I don't know where he's standing, most probably behind this wall because Paul is stumbling toward him. So here.
So the shooter's shooting left-handed, you think?
I don't know if he's left or right-handed, Mr. Griffin.
Okay.
I don't know that part.
Right.
But that angle would match up despite all the.
That matches up.
Yes, sir. That would match up.
Now tell me, in that angle, and this dials the gun, where's that shot shell going if it ejects?
If I'm pointing into the room, it could go inside the room.
Well, you just raise it up. That's under your angle.
But I'm behind the gun. I'm behind the gun, so that's going to push the weapon out a little bit. The ejection port's on the right, so the shell could easily end up in that room.
If Paul's standing there and the end of the muzzle is 2.5 feet away,
yes, sir.
You're saying could eject in the room?
The door is this wide. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
At 45 degrees?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's doable. Yes, sir.
And then under your analysis.
Your analysis.
Your analysis.
Oh, my analysis. Okay.
Your analysis.
Yes, sir.
We're not there. We're not there. We're still in court. The shot's going up through Paul, chest, jaw, out the top of his head.
Yes, sir.
Number 2 bird shot.
Number 2 steel shot, dry lock, 3-inch. Yes, sir.
And you counted, and I think you said 150, 156. I can't remember.
Well, the literature says 156. I was like 150, but I kept getting tired of counting, and I think I kept messing up. So I'm going to say the literature is probably correct.
Okay. And I think there were some 60 to 70 that were found in his body, at least.
I have no reason to doubt that. No, sir. I didn't go 1, 2, 3, 4 and count them on the X-ray, but I believe that.
Okay. And Doug, if you'll pull up, please, Defendant's Exhibit 188, which is in evidence. Well, I don't want to do that one. Hang on. Let's do crime scene photos. And folks, this is going to be a sealed exhibit, so please cover your monitors. Turn on. And this is Defendant's 193 as soon as we're ready. So you tell us, you recognize this photo?
Yes, sir.
And this is the door?
Yes, sir.
And this part of the door is blood spattered?
Yes, sir, it is.
And then there's hair?
There is hair. There's a little bit of bone, and there's some other body tissue.
Okay. And there, you think, where is Paul in relation to the door at this
He
point?
would be right where I showed you, off at 135-ish, give or take a few degrees, closer to this side, so you could make that angle. You can look at the directionality in the blood and tell which direction it's going.
Okay. And coming out of the top of his head would be 75 steel pellets?
Yes, sir. That's no other way for him to get out. Yes, sir.
And you went out there and you found one indentation.
Well, it's an indentation, but that is a little deceptive because you can see the paint damage to the top of the door. One indent is what I found, but I said bullet defects. The S got dropped from that. But if you zoom in on that, you can see where the paint was just disturbed around that indentation. But one proves it didn't go back the other direction, Mr. Griffin. It doesn't take a lot.
So if you'll pull up 188, defendants in evidence 188, and this is not under seal. 188, please. There's an indentation.
There's actually several if you,
All right.
you're cutting in on that one, but.
So you say there are more defects on the door?
Yes, sir.
Did you document any defects that you observed on the door?
I got them in a photograph. Did I need to do it to verify that that's the same door?
No, I'm just talking about other pellet marks on the
There
door.
are other pellet marks on there. Yes, sir. You just cut that one down, but if you move up a little bit, you can see the little indentions right there in the paint.
All right, back it up, Doug.
Right above the hinge, right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Okay.
There's several of them there.
And then you see this pellet here in the,
I did not see that, but I'm vertically challenged, and I wish I could have looked up and saw that pellet, but I did not see that pellet lodged in that door frame. But I'm glad, Mr. Maybach, however you say his name, I'm glad he found it because that even proves my point a little bit more.
well, that's what I ask you.
Mm-hmm.
According to your shot angle, how would a pellet get there?
It's really, I mean, the cone, it's a cone, Mr. Griffin. I've already described how a shot pattern works. It's a cone.
So this missed his head, you think?
No, it come out of his head. And the ones in the floor in the feed room probably also come out of his head. They bounced off that door, the OSB, and in the feed room.
Okay, and so you believe that this pellet that's in the door jamb came through his shoulder, through his neck, at the top of his head, and ended up at that location?
Well, it didn't burn and come back out the top. Yes, sir, I do believe that.
Well, now you said there's blowback, 18%. What you testified earlier is blowback about 8.
If shoot something within distance to have
Well, were you and it's defendant's exhibit 192. Under seal 192. You see that?
What?
This photo.
Yes, sir.
Now, this blood spatter down here where you say Paul would be standing, what's your explanation for that?
What do you mean, what's my explanation?
What is it?
That is medium directional blood spatter.
From what injury to Paul?
Probably his brain hitting the sidewalk would be my best guess, but that's not high velocity.
Now, you understand what Mr. Palmback said was that that's more consistent with Paul being shot from the top of the head, going through his neck, out his shoulder, and producing that stain.
I also understand Mr. Palmback said there's no damage over here from those shot pellets, and you can't have one without the other. I disagree with that result.
So you believe this is from Paul's brain landing?
Either his brain landing on the sidewalk, bouncing off the door, or either his body falling body fluids outside. That's low velocity, low to medium velocity. That's not high velocity blood spatter. That's stomping in a puddle of blood or something moving in a puddle of blood. That's not the projected blood like you'd have a millimeter or less in high velocity blood spatter. That's large. It does show some directionality. It's coming from the door frame or either right outside the door frame, but it's large. That's way too large to be associated with the exit hole of a gunshot.
So you understand his brain landed feet outside?
I do understand, Mr. Griffin, but I also know his brain made contact with that door, the top of that door frame before it landed. And I know gravity works and brings bodies back down to earth. You got one or the other, either that or when he fell in existing blood. That is low velocity. Like I said, that's associated with something in a puddle or something large. That's not associated with a gunshot or high-speed machinery.
Now, would you agree this is a voiding area over here on the door?
I wouldn't agree it's a void area because I don't see the outline of shoes, or I don't see the outline of a implement or the outline of anything else. I would say there's more concentrated blood droplets over here on the side opposite the hinge, but I would not necessarily agree the void area. I see downward spatter on the door right here. For it to be a void, that would have to be absent blood.
Well, you see a little bit.
I do, yes, sir.
But you don't see very much blood on the door.
Not compared to the other side. You're correct.
Okay. Now,
but if there's something there, Mr. Griffin, blocking that spot, you're not going to see a little bit. You're going to see none. If you're standing there and I splash you with blood, there's going to be two perfect bloodless footprints there. So that's why I'm not considering this a void.
Unless it goes up and comes down.
Gravity brings it down. That is right. And if your person had time to move or whatever, I guess that could count for it.
Well,
I don't
if it went
consider.
over the person and came down.
And that would do what?
If body matter went over, brain went over, hit the top of the door, and then bounced out, and blood came down, that would account for a drop here or there, would it not?
It could count for a drop here or there, but like I told you, the majority of that force is applied upward.
Right.
Upward. That's why you got the hair on the ceiling. That's why you've got the demarcation line on the containers. That body fluid was directed upward with force.
Okay. And the, you mentioned there's no footprints here. Was any effort made to illuminate footwear impressions through any protein enhancers?
I didn't see any of that, Mr. Griffin, if they did. I saw no evidence of that when I went back to the scene. Generally, when you use dye stains and that kind of thing, it's just going to be there forever.
Dye stain would have picked up perhaps stained footwear impressions you can't see with the naked eye, wouldn't they?
It may have if someone had stepped in blood and left a footwear impression.
Right. Well, there's a shooter somewhere, inside or outside the door, correct?
Yes, sir. I agree with that.
And there's no effort to determine footwear impressions of the shooter.
Mr. Griffin, obviously, I don't know. I don't know what the process was. I know they examined some partial footwear impressions.
You can take this down, Doug.
But I don't know how far they went beyond that.
Well, they certainly should have gone further than they did. Would you agree with that?
Mr. Griffin, I can only judge what I would do, and sometimes I would, sometimes I wouldn't. If I saw evidence that I had something that I needed some more detail, I would use chemicals, but it just depends on the situation.
Kinsey, I'm going to show you what we marked as defendants exhibit 197 and 196. And I'll ask you first, 197, do you recognize that as essentially a picture outside the feeder and door?
Yes, sir, I do.
And Your Honor would move 197 into evidence this time without objection, I believe.
Are you offering both of them?
Yes, sir.
Any objection to either?
No objection.
Admitted.
196. Dr. Kinsey, what would you make of those pot marks on the concrete outside the feed room door?
I don't know, Mr. Griffin. I don't know what they are.
Could they be?
I guess they could be.
All right.
They could be from a pressure washer also.
You have these? Okay, great. So we're seeing for the jury 197, and then can you zoom in there? Doug, go to 196, please. So those could be from a pressure washer, and those could be from a number 2 birdshot pellets, correct?
Well, I don't know. I have to see the cement everywhere else to see how it's weathered.
All right, fair enough. Now, last few questions, you mentioned that that you had seen some 12 execution style killings with contact wounds to the head.
I said I've worked about 3 dozen total. Probably 12 of them were homicides to the head. That execution thing, I don't know if it's execution or just contact, but I would say it's self-inflicted as opposed to someone else doing it.
Well, so let's get it right. 36 total. I thought
Probably 3 dozen total. Yes, sir. And 2/3 of that was probably self-inflicted. So that would believe 12.
Self-inflicted are usually under the chin and the mouth on the side.
Well, the one that I witnessed was to the forehead.
To the forehead.
Yes, sir.
Now, of the 36, how many were shotguns?
No, I've worked a lot of self-inflicted gunshot deaths. I was saying shotguns.
Oh,
about 3
so
dozen.
36 shotguns.
Yes, sir.
Roughly 12.
And a couple of them were accidents too, but yes, sir.
Okay. And the and how many involved number 2 birdshot?
I don't recall. I had some with birdshot. I don't recall if it was number 2, 4, 8, 9. I don't know.
And how many were to the back of the head?
A dozen, probably a dozen were to the head, contact either the back or the sides, or the one I told you about in the front.
Okay. And any of those, did the brain evacuate from the skull cavity?
I have seen them. I have seen the brains come out. Usually that was from one here. I'm not going to say I haven't seen it. I probably have seen it, but most definitely like I said earlier, when I described it, it looks like it goes away. It's really still there. It's just not something you can quantify. I mean, it's just a mess. That's the only way I can explain it.
In your career, have you ever worked a case where a victim's brain had been evacuated the way Paul's was in this case?
Yes, sir, I have. And tongues also. Tongue and brain, I have seen them. Yes, sir.
And were those self-inflicted?
Both.
Okay.
Yes, sir, both.
And you're talking about shotgun?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Shotguns.
And I think you described those as execution style killings.
Yes, sir. I would, if you put it on somebody's head from the side or the top, that's how I would describe it.
Well, let me ask you, would you describe Paul's murder here as an execution style killing?
In the context that someone executed him, yes, sir, but it wasn't in the top of the head.
I understand.
Yes, sir.
And that, and there was no signs of struggle. You agree with that?
I saw none. No, sir.
And would you agree with Mr. Palmback that it appeared that Paul got caught by surprise?
I've said that from the start. That would account for his arms being down. Yes, sir.
And
or someone he was real comfortable with.
And even under your analysis, the shooter would have blowback blood on them. Is that correct?
I believe they would. Yes, sir.
It's just a matter of the quantity between you and Mr. Palmback as to how much blood would.
Well, as I mentioned in my report, as you get closer to the muzzle of the gun, I think proportionally it's going to increase. You know, when I said 8 to 10% is what most of the literature says, that's behind the stock. But as you get proportionately closer to the muzzle end of the gun, that's going to increase because you're down at the business end where those pellets are coming out doing damage.
And in this case, you're talking about brain matter?
Yes, sir.
Blood?
Bone? Yes, sir.
And getting hit from some skull fragments?
Yes, sir. That's possible.
Under your scenario as well?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
And lastly, how many murder have you worked where one person brings a high-powered assault weapon that has a magazine capacity of 20 or more rounds and a shotgun with maximum capacity maybe 3 shells?
Well, I have worked multiple murders where the available weapons there were used and several calibers were used, but I can't tell you from memory the other ones.
Logically, it would make sense that if you're going to go kill 2 people and you have a high-powered weapon with a high-capacity magazine, that was all you need to do the job, right?
Well, if the weapon's available, Mr. Griffin, if it's there and it's available and maybe it wasn't something that I put a lot of thought in, I'm probably going to use whatever's available.
Well, here we know there were 2 weapons available. There was a 12-gauge shotgun and a AR-15 style 300 blackout.
Yes, sir.
And both were used.
Yes, sir.
And there was sufficient capacity in the 300 blackout to kill both Maggie and Paul, correct?
Well, in a perfect scenario, a shotgun is what I would want at night with moving targets. But in a perfect scenario, a young man doesn't take a double-aught buckshot to the middle of the chest and walk away from it. So I don't know. I don't think like that. I don't know. But in the dark, I'd rather have a shotgun than that rifle.
Courts and build it. Just a second. One more line of questioning. You demonstrated Mr. Palmbach's shot from the top of the head with Attorney General Wilson a moment ago.
Yes, sir.
Now, that was Mr. Palmbach never put anybody inside the door the way y'all demonstrated in his testimony, did he?
That is the way I understood it. Yes, sir.
Well, I mean, he said that. Well, can you come up here, Mr.
I mean, with the void, you're talking about the void. He said there's a void here, and this is where I believe the shooter would be, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. So if you'll come up here, Mr. Hrpootlian, and let me find the dowel.
Let me bend down. Don't let him bend down like that.
No. So if you're coming out of threat, so you're going to get down.
Down?
Yeah, get down. Almost to the ground.
And over like this?
Further. All the way. Yeah, you probably need to get down further, but you probably can't do that. But the shot to the head as it's coming out, right? Or boom.
He'd have to be twisted this way for it to work out with the arm if that was the.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
But that's fine. That's fine. But Mr. Palmbach never said that they passed in the doorway.
He might not have said those words, but that was my inference, that there's a void there. And when he's in the picture holding his hands here,
Right.
I took that to be Paul's head. So that's.
All right. Okay. Did you not understand when he was in the picture there? He was demonstrating what your angle had to be to make it work.
Well, I wasn't in the door with my angle.
I understand.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
That's all we have.
Thank you.
All right.
Briefly, Your Honor. All right. Dr. Kinsey, you've had an opportunity to speak with with Dr. Riemer, the pathologist that actually examined Maggie and Paul, correct?
Yes, sir, I have.
And you had an opportunity to observe and listen to the testimony of Dr. I think it's Eisenstadt, who was the pathologist that did not examine Maggie and Paul, correct?
Yes, sir, I have.
You've also had an opportunity to go to the crime scene and observe the feed room, observe the areas where both Maggie and Paul were murdered, correct?
That is correct.
You've had an opportunity to observe all the brain matter and tissue and the defects in the doors and the wood and everything and get a complete context for what happened that night, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Is Dr. Riemer or Dr. Eisenstadt's conclusions about the trauma to the bodies, which one of them is more consistent with what happened at the crime scene as you observed with your expert background?
Well, I'll start by saying I don't know either one of them from a can of paint. This was my first time ever meeting Dr. Riemer, but my opinions are consistent with hers. I vary a little bit on the distance, but like I said, I'm not going to argue with a pathologist. I'm not that kind of doctor.
Real quick, you differ with her a little bit on the distance of what?
Of the fatal shot to Paul's shoulder, I believe it was a little bit closer, and I can't account for that lack of stippling. But other than that, her opinions and my opinions are fairly consistent.
But that would not change, that difference of opinion would not change your conclusions either way.
No, sir, they would not.
For the sake of this redirect, let's assume for a moment that the angle of impact and the direction that the defense posed were accurate. Are there other variables that the defense expert didn't account for that could change the height of the shooter?
Well, as I demonstrated, positioning, distance, height, the way you're holding the weapon that could place those cartridge cases there. It's nothing uniform about it. As I said, it's static and dynamic.
So the shooter is running around and the victim is moving, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's chaotic.
Yes, sir.
It's crazy.
Yes, sir. I would imagine it was.
There's no way to know, unless you were there, how the gun was being shouldered, where it was being held, the angle. There's no way to know that.
I have no way of knowing that.
You were asked about how much you were being paid to be here today. Do you recall what the hourly rates of the defense experts were when they testified?
I do.
Can you go ahead and tell me what those were?
Some was $350 an hour, some was $650 an hour, and I think one was $5,500 a day, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh. Jim, pictures you just put into evidence. Oh. I got them right here. I just found them. Thank you. Okay, I'm showing you what's marked as State Exhibit 197. Do you know when that picture was taken?
I have no idea.
Okay, sir. I'm showing you what marked as Defendant's Exhibit 196. Do you know when that picture was taken?
I have no idea. No, sir.
Is there anything about the defects of that photo that stand out to you other than just concrete defects?
They're not very uniform, but no, sir. Other than that,
Does that photo tell you anything?
it tells me nothing. No, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you.
You're quite welcome.
Anything further? Thank you. You may step down. Any further witnesses by the state?
Your Honor, in the rebuttal case, the state rests.
Ladies and gentlemen, the state has rested. I'm going to have you go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case.
Well, he's letting the jury have a break. I wonder if he's going to let us have a break. I wonder if he's got something to talk to the attorneys about.
I'm thinking there might be something for the attorneys, and then after he gives them a break, like he'll probably do the off-camera stuff with the jury to go over what to expect and everything like that.
Hopefully, because he does also say that they're going to have that visit.
Everyone be seated.
Yep. He's seated. Somebody's talking. Okay.
Any comments you want to make, Mr. Harpootlian or Mr. Griffin, about Sir Rebuttal?
Sorry.
About Sir Rebuttal. Sir reply.
No, thank you.
All right.
Oh.
So the
What?
What? He said he made a big deal about that before
As
it.
far as the jury view, we're going to take a recess for me to confer with counsel.
Oh, private confer. Private confer with counsel. Look at that. Okay, I'm going to put them over here. I don't know how long it's going to be, so I'm going to keep looking at them down there. But that's interesting. Did Hrpootlian, do I remember that correctly? Did he not make a big deal about making sure he would be able to serve rebuttal and bring up reasons why he should bring new witnesses against the rebuttal witnesses?
Yeah, he did make a big deal about that. And he had also at one point wanted to bring his guy back with the shooting, like to do all that, and he just, I think he realized when AG Wilson was up there that it
was pointless. Yeah, it was like there's nothing we can do. Like as we saw with Jim Griffin, he just left bigger holes for A.G. Wilson to come in there and plug. Like, although Jim Griffin did do a little bit with that dancing around. What do you think about the second scenario when they got to do their little demonstration? Do you think it was effective?
I think that them trying to like show up A.G. Wilson and do their own little demonstration, I don't think they understood what A.G. Wilson was doing with that, because it was a dual thing.
What was the second part? I mean, I know the first part was the visual, that it's pretty much impossible or not really plausible that the actual gunman would go behind him again after being in front of him and shooting him and get through that doorway to shoot him in the head. Yeah.
So his granddaddy was the longest running solicitor in the history of the United States. He held the same position for 46 years. 46 years. And what does old boy do? Well, he gets in front of Alex Murdaugh and does exactly what Alex's grandpa would do in front of people that were on trial for life. He would make a theatric out of a point that he's trying to prove. And it's beautiful.
Pete, I'm trying to understand your comment. I think I get it, and I'm not sure. I'm going to need more. Help me. Because this testimony has really, like, it's got me spinning a little bit. And still no news on the email. I might be getting fixated here. I don't know. Well, yeah, I agree with you, though. There was a lot in that. And a lot the history that's going back and forth, if you know all the players. With A.G. Wilson up there, I'm sure Alex Murdaugh was not happy at all. Like, he knew it. And for Hrpootlian not to do the cross and then not to bring anything after this witness, after he really stomped his feet. I mean, come on, he came into court whining this morning, like, making sure he was going to get everything he deserved.
Yeah, I don't think he woke up on the right side of the bed. Pretty sure that someone pissed in his Cheerios this morning.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure it was his defendant, because his defendant has been lying this whole time, and he's just had to sit there and stew after every single trial day and be like, okay, so what did he lie about this time? What do I have to try and fix?
You know, that might be something right there. I've been thinking about that. What if they also just found out that he was lying the whole time, the same time we all did when he took the stand? Because have you noticed the difference in the defense since then? Have you noticed Jim like looking everywhere but at Alex and like, you know, kind of like diddle-doddling this and that? They don't look as attentive as they were. Not to me anyway. But then again, I could be imagining it, because I'm definitely, if anyone said I was leaning pro-prosecution at this point, they'd be absolutely correct. Because I'm just, you know, I'm just baffled by some of it. Although I do think Phil Barber, for his aggression and everything like that, he did do a good job of at least halting the damage on the defense with the cell phone data.
Oh,
he did
for
make
sure.
them look at it more carefully. He did halt it from being completely a slam dunk. But did he actually reverse it? I'm not so sure. I don't think he made any headway in there for them at all.
I don't think so either, especially because when Alex was on the stand, he not only, you know, informed us all, yes, I lied the entire time. I had been down at the kennels. I had seen them when that video was done. Attorney Wilson got him to admit to being there even longer than what had initially been estimated. He said that he stuck around to be able to say goodbye. He wasn't going to leave Maggie without saying goodbye. And then he went to the house. But if you're leaving the house, because you get to the house and start getting ready at 9:02, if you're leaving the property at 9:07, when is there time for some random person to come up and do it?
Right, right. Yeah. Oh, I know who you mean now, Pete. Paul, what was his name? Palmach, or what was it? Tim Palmback was the expert.
Ah,
Yes, that's who you mean. Turtle suit. Oh, now I get it. Turtle suit. I get what you see. I can't even with my own jokes. I don't even remember my own stuff. Thanks, Pete. I remember now. Okay, you like see you go back to Connecticut. Like done. Like we don't need you. I hope they didn't have to pay for the day. Snarky. Like I'm winking here. Like I wonder if they did have to pay for the day for them to stay. Well, because it's like 5 o'clock now. I wonder what's going to happen when they come back. I think you might be right. I think we might be coming up on closing statements and jury instructions. I think we're done.
yeah,
And this is
because
Tuesday.
it feels like what he's going to do is like bring everyone back in so that way he can, go over what everyone should expect tomorrow, because there are certain rules as to how long you get for final statements. And before they even get to tomorrow, they can decide if they want to split it up between each of the lawyers. They can figure out exactly what they want to do in terms of order, because sometimes judges do let you pick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, what trial is next? There are several coming up. Most of them do not have cameras, so it won't be like this, but I do still cover them. The Masterson trial is coming back up for retrial, and also the Lori Vallow Chad Daybell is going into trial at the beginning of April. But we've got lots of review to do right now on the Marilyn Manson case that I'm covering with you guys that I'm actually been following. There's a lot of update that's due on that. We've got Kohlberger is coming up for in June. He's got another hearing on probable cause on whether it can go through. Pre-trial hearings. There's a lot. There are 23 cases. If you want to get into the 54 cases I'm following on Scientology and or the other 20 some odd in regards to Trump's false claims all over America. But there is one particular I'm following because of a statute of limitations issue, and that's the Jean Carroll defamation and assault case with Trump. We're going to be updating on that. If you're serious, Ox, I could go on. Like, there's a lot. I don't know about another live trial that you all might follow. Like, I didn't follow the Brooks one. Are you following another one, Mango?
I'm currently not following one that's live. I have been following along with what's going on with Richard Allen in the Delphi murder case.
Okay.
And I've also been keeping up with Keegan Kline. Keegan Kline, I am not going to stream about his charges. He hasn't been charged with anything in terms of Delphi, but he is connected in a way, and the things that he did that he was arrested for, I don't want my channel to get taken down, so.
Right, and that's what happens when we try to talk about that stuff. Did you know that just because I'm doing the trial, even though we're not using like certain words and stuff like that, they will automatically make you fight to make it like a regular commentary because it's a murder trial. And the same thing happened to me with Masterson because that was an assault, that was an assault without consent trial, and they actually think you're going to be like all crazy or whatever, and they just put it off all to mention, unfortunately, I was happy to get a little bit bigger, but it does make other issues that you have to deal with as far as dealing with YouTube. They're just constantly trying to go over your content. But I always just use the real words and just, speak to it in a very respectful way about what it is. I mean, murder is murder, assault is assault. You have to use the right words so people know what you're talking about. And you just do it in a respectful manner, and just, especially, I don't know about you, Mango, but when we're covering these kind of things, especially trying to remember the victims all the time. So that's what I want to talk a little bit about. I don't know about you, but lately I've been thinking about whether or not we're going to actually get justice for the families of the victims here. It's not about Alex Murdaugh, right?
Right.
Think about it.
So, okay. As of right now, in a way, John Marvin Murdaugh wasn't wrong. There are a lot of victims that did get repaid. However, those were settled outside of court. And those like they weren't publicized. Like we don't know how many people they paid out, and we don't know if they got a fair shake. We do know that the estate of Mallory Beach is going to get paid out doubly. So our Miley Altman, Morgan Dowdy, all the people on the boat, they're going to get paid out really well. And then the people that are part of the like state indictments that we still have to take to trial, they're going to get paid out as well, because even though he's, you know, in jail, he's going to probably be in jail for a long, long time. They're still going to get they're going to get damages. They're going to get paid.
Yeah, we know that all of his assets right now, he has no. Somebody had asked me, why does, you know, just casually, why doesn't, you know, Alex just let his defense team stay wherever? Let it be clear that Alex doesn't have control of any of those assets right now. His brother, John Marvin, is actually the one that is helping over at Moselle, you know, and some of the other properties, and helping Buster navigate this, you know, Buster being him, because they don't have access to everything like they did. Because
I mean,
there are
John,
liens from multiple lawsuits on them, and the judges are all looking at everything, and they're allowing the liens to be put because there's such a risk that everything's going to fall through. It, as far as indictments go, there's not going to get. Somebody brought it up earlier. Well, now that they know that he did it, why go to trial? Why get him to do the indictments? If he doesn't plead guilty on all those indictments, they will. Because here's the thing: he was a state solicitor. He wasn't just a lawyer in the area. He worked for the state. He's damaging their own reputation. He put himself forward as part of the legal team here in this county, and they've got big issues about what he did. So they're going to press their laws about what they feel about it on him, whether they get money out of him or not. It's a matter of the point. You don't do that and get away with it there.
Oh, so the thing is, you're actually just a little bit wrong about who has access to what in terms of money.
Oh yeah, right. Because they had said that all the liens, that Alex didn't have any access right now to it. He had to go through both of his brothers in Buster. Like they were all on conversations there were some calls that were recorded in the jail about them talking about
those calls
before
were
it
actually
happened. Yeah.
Those calls, you know, those are from when he was first in jail. What ended up happening was that a lot of people that knew that they were going to do some sort of weirdness with Maggie's estate, and Buster was doing weirdness with his assets. The state assigned two proctors to be in charge of his assets. And John Marvin got dismissed with prejudice from Maggie's estate. No one has anything. Yeah, no one has anything.
So how is he able to make the arrangements for Moselle then? They just said yesterday that John Marvin was making the arrangements for Moselle. And I thought Moselle was
allowed to
sold.
list it for sale. He is allowed to get it sold, and once he does that, once that money is able to be put where there is a court order to be put, that's it.
Okay, so in the Mallory Beach case, when they settled for the property that was sold, that wasn't Moselle. Was that Almeida? Like, which one got sold? Because the property that got sold, all those proceeds went into the Mallory Beach fund, and that is why Maggie and Paul and Buster were released.
Moselle is the reason that Maggie and Paul are going to be released.
Yeah, and also Buster too. Buster's being released from that also.
Sorry, I misspoke. It's actually just Buster and Maggie that are getting dismissed. The estate of Paul is still very much listed.
Okay, so and then so is actually Alex, and so is the actual store and the parent company that sold the alcohol, correct?
Yep.
That's how I understood it. And Moselle was sold. It was under contract, but the contract had to be approved and everything by this settlement. And they did actually agree on this settlement. I saw the paperwork from the judge agreed. So that's why I'm wondering why John is making the arrangements. Wouldn't the new owner be making the arrangements? Or unless they haven't finalized it yet.
It hasn't been finalized yet. So one of the things that is inside of that agreement is the fact that all of the stuff inside of Moselle, all of the furniture, all of the personal items, anything that's there, there's very specific instructions on what he has to do with it and the order he has to do it. So he has to take the furniture, he has to take it to a very specific auction house. He has to make sure clothing goes to where it's supposed to go. The trucks, any vehicles that are left, they have to go. They have to sell off some of the lumber. So that way they can, because it was agreed that selling off lumber before they get rid of the Moselle property, they'll take that lumber money and put it into Alex's lawyer fees.
Right,
But
because they
they
did have
just,
to worry about that too, because he's defending himself against murder, which we saw was quite expensive based on his attorneys. Yeah.
he liquidated one of his 401ks to be able to like do this. But yeah,
So what's
so
going to
he,
happen with all the other charges then if he liquidates like himself? He's got a long haul ahead of him.
he does have a long haul ahead of him. And the thing is, like, this is why I was really hoping that someone on one of those teams, someone on that prosecution, would pick up on the fact that all of them are in on it.
But they didn't. They really kind of stayed away from it, I noticed.
Which is kind
Right.
of ridiculous because PMPED allowed charges to go through against Alex, but they're very specific in that it doesn't say how much exactly he took. They capped it. We had damages in over $100,000. That's what they left it at. They made sure that when they filed the lawsuits against him, he was able to sign those judgments really quickly. Like they've been, this is, it's so ridiculous.
Nope, sorry. Well, yeah, no, I get it. No, I totally get it. This is just very convoluted when it gets to the finances end of it too, because it was so complicated, all the different accounts that he set up, all the different wrongs he do, and they all have to protect their best interests. And it's a lawyer's firm, and there's all those clients that they have to deal with, and they've been trying to deal with them one by one. And now they have to try to get it back from Alex, and it's going to be almost impossible. And I think they understand that. So the ones they put forward are the ones that they think that they can get right away, or that he thinks they'll be the most pushback on, so he doesn't want to fight. I think they're being very calculated about it, and I really can't blame them. They've got a lot of people to protect over there. T1, my next question is, how long will it take after the verdict is read for Alex Murdaugh to start singing on everyone and everything? I don't believe he is the type to go down alone, especially once the reality hits.
He hasn't gone down alone. Actually,
he took Lafitte down. He took Curtis Smith down. I mean, he's been taking every case that goes down. He's been writing the affidavit, settling for his part of it, and throwing everybody under the bus. Did he not, Mango? I mean, he did,
So,
right?
When the indictment started to come in, it pretty much became a point that like they had no choice but to indict Lafitte, and they had to indict Westendorf at one point, but Westendorf settled.
Oh.
And like there's very specific people that they were able to indict with him, but that's because there was no way for them to hide it. Lafitte's family owns Palmetto State Bank.
Right.
That's their family bank. So when all of this started to go down, when they realized, oh no, we're going tummy up, his parents just like, they were like, okay, we're going to deal with this. They ousted him. He went to trial. He did not throw Murdaugh under the bus. Murdaugh didn't throw him under the bus. They've been like on a level playing field. It's just he has federal charges. The good old boys club takes care of each other, apparently.
They do. They're very, very close knit there. But it didn't help either one of them because they both got guilties on it. Yeah. But, Liam, I'm not sure about Georgia versus Trump. Most of the Trump trials, if they actually get into a courtroom, knowing Trump, he's going to want it televised because it's big business. But knowing the court system, they're not going to want him to make it a public relations thing. They may close them. So I really don't know. I'm going to have to check. Because that's the one about election fraud. But, yeah. Can Harpo claim a mistrial because Alex ran his own defense? That's a good question. Oh, they did put motion forward about not being able to give the proper advice because prejudicial information was allowed into the trial, the 404B, but they didn't say they were advising him not to testify. They never said that. They said they would have gave different information. They would have gave different advice had the 404B not been entered into evidence. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that can be it because he has at any time he's allowed to actually take the stand. And I don't think they'll ever admit that he ran his own defense because then they would be defrauding him by taking money to represent him. You know, I don't think that'll ever come out. Yeah.
I think I have the PowerPoint presentation on what counts as unauthorized practice of law.
Oh yeah, you have a PowerPoint presentation on that? That's pretty cool.
It's the state of South Carolina's PowerPoint presentation on it.
Oh, the one that they have on the website? Yeah. It's pretty
Yeah.
cool. That would be pretty interesting.
Oh, let's see. Yeah, well, you have to remember he got disbarred. So like he
Right.
can't run his own defense. And if they do say that he did, then they can be disbarred too.
Right, for allowing him because he was not able to practice law at the time. Now when I say he's running his own defense, I'd say they're just listening to him. I don't mean he's actually like, not listening to them at all. I think they might be working at his team. And I think you should actually, as a lawyer, listen to your client, the information that they have to give. I just say he's pushing things. Like you could see certain things that they don't seem to be comfortable with, that he just wants to go. And when it comes down to it, it is the client's choice. He gets to say what he'll do and what he won't.
I wish someone would have told him, hey, you give a whole bunch of extra unnecessary information when you're lying, right?
Because then they'd have to admit he was lying. Like a lot of people don't think the defense knows that he's lying. And I'm wondering if they found out when we found out about certain lies, or that if they picked up on stuff that we did during that testimony, or did they know the whole time, which they're certainly entitled to and not disclose because they are actually defending him. I'm just curious, but I seem to have thought I noticed that there's a demeanor change in both of the attorneys. That are the front runners, chair 1 and chair 2, Hrpootlian and Griffin, since that testimony, since Alex took the stand.
Oh, for sure. Oh my gosh. And then when John Marvin got up there, they also looked pretty upset because he does the same thing. If he has to think about his answer, he'll ask the question back at you or ask you to repeat yourself. And then he gives all this unnecessary information.
No, because they can't control them. Both of them think they're smarter, that they're in control. It seems to be a family trait that they think they control the room. Well, it's crazy. I have no idea what they're talking about. He's going to come back. It's 5:13. He's coming back just to dismiss us, right? Because the feed is still up. Like everybody's just waiting for them to come back. And I really want to see the lawyers going back and forth. I hate when he doesn't let us in the room when the lawyers are talking. That's like my favorite part, when it's lawyer against lawyer.
Now, see, this lawyer against lawyer, because what he's up for, what the attorneys for the prosecution want to do, is they want to bring life. But in this state, if you are up for life and they cannot decide without a shadow of a doubt that you for sure did it, and like you for sure murdered in cold blood, then you don't have to do the big charge of life in prison. The jury can, if they're not unanimous, to do first degree charges, or no charges. They get that
Wow.
option. It's like a tier system.
Oh, he's back finally. Here we go. Judge is back in the room. He's got papers. Ooh.
Be seated.
Okay, that's the end of all of the testimony. Don't know whether or not another motion or matter of law needs to be addressed. At the end of the reply, do you need to preserve the record any further?
No, sir.
All right. So we need to discuss jury charges, also the jury view. Yes, sir.
We just want to, I'm not sure I've read a case on this, but renew all previously made motions concerning directed verdict. So as to preserve them. I'm not going to argue the grounds.
Yes, sir. That's what I was suggesting, and to preserve the record, and the court denies any motions regarding dismissals or directed verdicts. So we need to have the jury come. You bring the jury.
Oh, so it looks like we are going to get jury instructions and charges laid out clearly. And then we're going to go to deliberation. We're going to go to closing arguments tomorrow, guys.
I'm really curious to see what angle the defense tries to pull, knowing what Alex has said on that stand.
Yep. It's going to be he's an adult drug addict, confused, traumatized man who lost his family and doesn't know what he's talking about.
Okay, very good. Ladies and gentlemen, you have now heard all of the testimony and received all of the evidence in the case, and we are essentially done for the day. But when you return tomorrow morning, we're going to have an escort take you all to the subject property, Moselle, to have a jury view of the location. And I will be there as well to ensure things go as they should. But I need to instruct you as to how it happens, and give you this instructions. And that is that you'll be taken to the scene of the alleged crimes. And while you are on your way to the scene and from the scene, you are not allowed to discuss the case with anyone, including your fellow jurors. And you're not allowed while there to ask any questions of anyone who may be there, including any law enforcement personnel or any other court officials. If you have any questions, you can only ask me. You still have not heard closing arguments and have not begun deliberating. So the way tomorrow is expected to go, you will come, you have the jury view. After the jury view, you'll return for closing arguments. Then I will instruct you as to the law that you are to apply. Then you will deliberate in an effort to reach a verdict. But it's absolutely essential that you understand that you're being taken there to view the scene. Now, it has been a year and a half or more since June 7th of 2021, since the alleged crime occurred, and things have changed, or most likely have changed. You have different season of the year, just change of circumstances as far as the property is concerned. So you have to take that in mind and certainly consider that, but still it's the same location. And I've determined that it would be beneficial to you to be able to observe the scene that everyone has been talking about. And we'll do that tomorrow morning. So I want you, we'll prepare to leave now. I'm going to have you go back to the jury room and talk with the bailiff for a moment, and then you all will be dismissed for the day, and I'll instruct the personnel to take you directly to the scene at the designated time tomorrow morning, which would be 9:30. Do y'all get here before 9:30, like 9 o'clock? So we'll say 9:30, but you may leave before 9:30 since apparently you all get here pretty early. So we'll see how that works tomorrow morning. So if you'll go to the jury room now, and we'll prepare to dismiss for today, and we'll see y'all after the view tomorrow morning. So if you go to the jury room.
Okay, does that mean he's going to talk more with us?
I think he is. I
Mm.
hope he is.
Okay, as I stated, the scene will be secure, and the law enforcement will ensure that no one is there to distract or to interfere with the jury view. I'm going to administer an oath to the people who will be transporting the jury, bailiffs, deputies, whoever they are. Danny Gregory, if y'all will come forward now. Danny Gregory, Reuben Carter, Bill Polk, and Taylor Flynn. All right, I'm going to give you all an oath. If y'all will come and stand, and I'll administer the oath to you. All right, and if you first just state your names.
Reuben Carter.
Taylor Flynn.
Daniel Gregory.
All right, if you all raise your right hands, please. Do you swear that you will keep the jurors during the time you escort them to the property on Moselle, or at Moselle, and you'll return them to the jury room, and that you will now allow no person to speak to them, including yourself, while you have them in your custody, unless the court otherwise gives you permission? If you accept that oath, please say I do.
I do.
All right. Thank you very much. And as I've said to the jury, the plan is to, since I've told them now about the jury review, is that when they meet in the morning, I intend to go, and maybe the clerk or one or two of the court folks, but we'll go there prior to the jurors, prior to them coming here. Any questions about anything? Okay. Very good. And Mr. Pope, I'm going to speak to you for just a second. To you for a second. I think it was just Mr. Pope, right?
I don't know. This seems like, so those are the people that are going to be escorting them, from what I can understand. And they had to swear them in to follow the court's rules. I do agree with some of the chatter in the chat that this is very risky, actually, leaving site, trying to keep them sequestered away from everybody. They're going to be exposed to at least those 4 people. And then there's going to be people there at Moselle, and trying to keep the jury process itself from risk. But I think he's doing his best to secure that by how he's handling it. I want to know about timing, selfishly for myself, when to come back tomorrow. Please tell me, Juddge Newman,
All right,
when are
I'll
you
meet with
calling the lawyers back?
and discuss Jury charges. Anything else before we adjourn for the day?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
All right, very well. We're in adjournment. Let's see. Now, I want to say adjourn till 9:30, but we'll have the jury view at 9:30. We need the court reporters. If you all stand by, we're going to adjourn until 10:30. We're not adjourning. We're going to discuss jury charges.
If we go out there and, I mean, I understand we're allowed to go out there and watch the jury if they look at things and not speak with them. You think they'll be back here by what time?
I'm thinking 10:30,
They're going to leave here at 9:30?
maybe before 9:30. We're going to figure all that out, but we may not be back exactly at 10:30, but we're going to shoot for 10:30. It may be 11 o'clock,
Yes, sir. I mean,
maybe 11:30.
well, we'll be
Well,
out
let's
there.
say 11 o'clock. How about that?
Soon not.
I mean, I don't know, you know. It's whenever we get back, really.
Typically, if I'm at Moselle with the jurors and they're not, it takes 25 minutes to get there. They're going to be probably there for an hour, 25 minutes. So that's about 2 hours total. I just didn't want to have to.
We'll say 11 o'clock.
That'd be great. Thank you.
11 o'clock. And we'll be in adjournment until we,
Arguing when they get back, arguing and charging tomorrow.
yes, argue, charge, deliberation tomorrow.
Right. All righty then.
All right. Very good. And whether we deliberate will depend upon what time argument ends.
Okay, I think that's it for us tonight. I'm a little confused, but I think if it's open court, we have to be back here live by 11 o'clock tomorrow. If that's what? Right? But I don't know if they're going to let us argue the charges if we're allowed to be that. If that's going to be something he does sidebar that we're not privy to, I don't know if the cameras will be on, but we'll be live anyway to wait. If y'all want to wait with me at 10:45 tomorrow, 15 minutes before he said everybody has to get back, but I'll keep an eye on the feed, and if they go live, we'll be here. But you're all welcome to hang out, have coffee, chat about it. Of course, Mango, anytime you're around, you're more than welcome to come back. You know a lot about this case, and I'm gonna have to mute that because that lady comes on and it's gonna like drive me crazy. There's this woman who comes on really loud all of a sudden sometimes, like on that tab, and she never did before, and then all of a sudden, like the last week, they decided they weren't getting enough like reporting in or something, and they, as soon as the live feed hits, they would
Oh
come
my
in.
God. Yeah, I know how she is. She doesn't know how to adjust her mic.
Exactly. It comes in
jarring.
booming, right? It comes in like really booming. And I apologize for all the Darth Vader breathing that you've heard me do today, guys. Like I am coming down with a head cold, but I'll try to use the other mic that's farther away from me tomorrow and see if that helps. I'm using a mini mod bite. It's kind of up close and personal to my mouth and my nose, so you get all the gory deets.
Oh, I didn't even realize.
Yeah. So like, you know, it also, I use that one because it's really good at not picking up any of the room sounds. So that's good. But you do pick up much more of my sounds. And if you're coming down with a cold or something, that can be a little distracting. So I'll keep it in mind. But thank you for letting me know, because I wouldn't know unless I played the feedback later, because I don't hear it. Yeah, Darth Otter, Liam. And yeah, I agree. The judge does have to go because that is the only person that they're allowed to speak to. You know, and so if they have questions or whatever, he has to gather them and try to address them, and that's it. Yep. And he has to make sure that the jury process stays intact, that no one else compromises the situation. So this is interesting. I wonder, but seriously though, Mego, what do you think they can benefit from seeing the scene so much later? There's nothing there. They're just going to see where it happened. It just, to me, it just adds drama. I'm not sure.
I mean, one of the things that they've been trying to go for, at least on the defense side, is sympathy for what Alex has been through. So honestly, I think if they go out there, if they're able to finally see like the actual location, and if they keep like in mind what the forensic people, the good ones, not the defense bot one, if they keep that in mind, I think it'll give them like a better feel for what happened.
And if they think about it raining and they see like the way the ground was and they don't know why they don't have footprints, they don't have this, they don't have that, maybe they will, actually understand. But it also could go against him too when they see that he's got quite a bit of property there. A very nice house, a very nice nice setup, and to see everything that they were dealing with. There's some vehicles still on the property,
And then, there's also the fact that they did talk about where the phone was found. So they'll be able to see, oh, hey, here's the kennel. Here's the house that he was at. That's where the phone was. That's suspicious. That's weird. So there's a lot of things that will actually become clear to them by being able to go to the property.
Yep. Well, Ricker, if you can hear me, don't worry about it. Like, we can fill you in later. We're pretty much done for the day. We'll fill you in. He says his headphones died at work. That must be terrible if you can't charge them. Yeah. Yeah, it's Yep. I mean, we're going to see. I think we're going to, they're not going to record it that I know of, but there was a lot of talk back and forth on Twitter and social media as I was following all the feeds about this jury visit. And basically, they're not allowing anyone to go with them except for those 4 drivers that you saw. There will be people on site to secure it as far as law enforcement and maybe whoever's responsible for the property or whatever, but they're not allowed to talk to the jury at all, and the jury's not allowed to talk to them. They are going to allow a photographer and a press person to go afterwards, after they're gone, to see what they saw, period. But the visit itself will not be recorded that I'm aware of for the court, like for publication. Because it's the jury, and the jury is supposed to remain, and actually the press actually pushed hard about that. They said, come on, 1,000 people see the jury every day if they show up to court. Why can't we film this offsite visit? That's ridiculous. But that's the way the judge wants to do it.
Yeah. And then, when it comes, like, don't get me wrong, I do enjoy a lot of aspect of Will and his Fitz network. But there's one thing that I disagree with him on, and that's that he feels entitled sometimes to certain reports. But when there's an active investigation going on, like there's reason that it's not out there currently. So like just give him a day or two, bro. It's okay, I promise.
Yeah, it will be. And you know what? That's what's really great about the Fitz News Wilkes, because when they did release certain information to him, they asked him to wait it there, and he does. He honors it. He puts it out there. He says, I have it. It's not coming out. I'm going to wait.
But when
I'm honoring the investigation.
But when he files a FOIA and they're just like, not yet, he's just like, why not?
Yeah, a FOIA is something else. That's an after the fact thing. You should be able to get those reasonably. But in this active going investigation, he was quite considerate, and I really like that. Oh, Turtle, I didn't mean it like that. I mean like with the information. Oh my gosh, like that looked like okay. If anybody thinks I was actually harassing that gentleman, I was not. Surely I wasn't. Oh my gosh. At least not without his consent. How's that, Turtle Moves? Like really.
But if it's with consent, is it really harassment?
That's true. That's right. It's not harassment. And now I have a witness. Liam, you're gonna Liam's not. Stop it. You guys are making me blush. I'm gonna choke now on my coffee. Like I'm already all congested up. You are absolutely adorable, Mango. Every time you laugh, I want to giggle with you. Like, even if I don't even know what you're laughing at, I want to laugh because it just makes me light and happy. But I don't know. On that, I'd say we should both just take it easy, and you're welcome to come back tomorrow. I know I'm going to be here. I'll go make a thumbnail, people. What do you think should be a good thumbnail for today? I didn't get to see Alex all day today. It's funny because I put him on my thumbnail as the lonely man, and then I didn't see him all day at all, you know. But I'll have to go see. I'm thinking maybe it's going to be A.G. Wilson. I think A.G. Wilson's my thumbnail.
I would go with A.G. Wilson.
You know, that would be my last question of the day for everyone. Do you think that helped or hurt the case? Do you think that Dick Hrpootlian might make a prejudicial case with the jury that A.G. Wilson stepped up against Alex Murdaugh?
Now, I saw a couple people in the chat that were just like, you know, he sounds arrogant. Like he sounds real uppity, but he sounds that way because he can back it up. Like, I know that it doesn't come off that great when you're watching it from like your home and you have all of these opinions. You've been able to look at all the media, you know what's going on. But those jurors, they've been sequestered. They've had to deal with Jim, who gives away information because he asks the wrong questions. You've got Waters, who is just doing his best and like dying over there. And then you have him, who shows up. He's very matter of fact. He knows what he wants to ask, when he's going to ask it, and that's what you're going to get.
No, I do like him. I know he sounded arrogant because he's very business. He was boom, boom, boom. Like he had a list that he wanted to address. And yeah, he's not Creighton Waters. He's not going to let you say it. He's going to address it and just pull it right out of them. He also knew what the judge was leading to. If he said leading or this or that, he just automatically had that question reformulated and right back at them, you know, ready to go. He's done this a lot and he doesn't mess around. But the fact that he was there speaks volumes. How bad they really, to me, it means they really want a conviction here. Like serious. It's important to A.G. Wilson to get a conviction here. And I'm surprised that Hrpootlian didn't go against him for anything. But then again, I'm not surprised. He's probably shaking over there. I wouldn't want to go against him either. I'm sure they have had go rounds. I'm sure they've had plenty of go rounds already. But yeah. Anyway, well, I'm just wondering if it's going to hurt the case. If Hrpootlian's going to do anything with a motion for tomorrow about it. I don't know. I don't even know if there's anything there because he is the state's attorney. He's allowed to be on any case, right? He can do whatever. You know, he is the state. When it comes to that area, he's the state. So the thumbnail has to be the first reenactment in the doorway. Well, that could be a picture that I open with tomorrow, but I don't think it's a thumbnail. I think I do have the gates of Moselle because I used it like last night. So I'm going to do that. But I really think the big part, I don't know, guys, I really think besides that reenactment, the big part of today, I mean, for me, was A.G. Wilson. They just spoke volumes to me, but maybe I should put the other ones up there too. But then Dick's going to look all cranky. Like, I don't want him ruining my thumbnail with that cranky face he had on this morning. That was terrible. Like, he was so
rude.
Yeah, he was all sorts of cranky and mean. He didn't have a good face on all day, you know. But then again, Creighton Waters was kind of quiet himself. He was pretty reserved today, kind of set back. He's serious today. It was a big day.
Yeah. I think for Waters, today was one of those days where it was like, okay, I did what I needed to do. Now I'm going to let the big guy ask his questions and we're going to call it.
Yeah. I'm going to see what kind of images out there. All right, I'm going to get to work. Thank you so much, Mango. Thank you, Godless Granny. Thank you, What the Beck, for showing up and making me smile every morning. And I will be back tomorrow, probably before 11 when they get back. I'll keep a watch on it. Hopefully some of you will have time to come hang for a while. You're always welcome, Mango. And that goes for everybody else, too, that wants to have a little say about it. We're here. This is for everybody. This isn't just for me. This is for everybody, this trial. So you guys wanted a place to talk about it, so we got one. So I'll see you all tomorrow. And like I said, Mango, thank you so much for hanging out today. You made it much more pleasant for me. Thank you.
Oh, of course. Thanks for having me.
No, anytime. All right, guys. See you tomorrow.
Bye.